I've always believed that one of the most useful things a coach can offer students is a broad picture, a general synopsis that the student is working towards. Let's take our time now to look at the front headlock and guillotine system and paint a broad step-by-step picture which shows it as a system. There are 4 essential and sequential skills to the front headlock system. The first is obviously to secure the front headlock itself. Let's divide our methods of doing so into proactive methods and reactive methods. Proactive methods, as the name implies, are those where I initiate the action. The most common form of proactive entry is some form of snap down, where I deliberately maneuver my opponent's head down to the mat, and it's me who's initiating the action. There's something aggressive and proactive about this, hence the name. The second family of entries into the front headlock are the so-called reactive methods, where my opponent initiates the action. Usually the most common form is some kind of leg takedown, double leg, single leg, high crotch, etc., etc. Anything where my opponent engages in a movement where his head becomes lower than my elbow, that's a time where I can use one of these reactive methods to enter into a front headlock. Always note that you will be required to show competence in both standing and ground positions. On the ground, you'll need to show competence with front headlock entries from both top and bottom positions. The second step in the front headlock system is to establish complete control over your opponent's head and shoulders. Now, when I say establish complete control, let's be very clear about this. The front headlock is a very controlling position when done well, but it's not controlling in the same sense that, say, for example, the back position or the mount position is. You can't completely shut down movement with it. After all, you are only controlling the head and shoulders. The rest of the body can move pretty freely. So when we talk about control, what we really want to do is get 3 points of control. These are the chin, the elbow, and the back of my opponent's head. These 3 points of control offer the single best means by which we can overcome the 2 central problems of the front headlock system. The first is the so-called distance problem. My opponent can rush towards me. As he pushes in towards me, problems start to develop. He can also back away from me in a straight line. Here too, if my opponent succeeds in creating too much distance between myself and him, it can definitely cause problems for control. The distance problem is, of course, a linear problem. It's forwards and backwards. If he comes too close, it's problematic. If he backs too far away, that's problematic. So the first thing that our 3 points of control should establish is some kind of control over distance. The second problem is the alignment problem. This is not a linear problem, but a circular one. Your opponent can circle to an advantageous angle while you're trying to hold and control him in a front headlock. If he or she can succeed in doing this, they can easily use simple methods of escaping front headlocks, arm drags, peek outs, etc., etc. So it's very important I keep my opponent directly in front of me, aligned with my body. So there we have the 2 central problems of the front headlock, the distance problem and the alignment problem. Establishing the 3 points of control at elbow, chin, and the back of the neck is a great initial way to overcome these 2 problems. The third step in our approach to the front headlock position is to create an immediate submission threat. This is where the front headlock system that we espouse is quite different from those you will find in, say, for example, the sport of wrestling. In the sport of wrestling, obviously submission holds are highly illegal, and in the sport of jiu-jitsu, they're highly encouraged. So this is one very clear means by which you can see the difference between a jiu-jitsu based approach to the front headlock versus a wrestling based approach. We take this very, very seriously. The third step is the most distinctive step in our front headlock system. It's to create this immediate submission threat, which will elicit strong defensive reactions in your opponent, which you as an athlete must learn to feed off so you can become very, very effective and very dangerous in this position overall. The means that we use to create this immediate submission threat is the so-called high-wrist position. If we can get our wrist high over our training partner's clavicle, you will immediately create a strong threat of strangulation. One of the great advantages of the high wrist position is it does something unique in the sport of jiu-jitsu. It unites the guillotine family of submissions. Traditionally, most athletes tend to specialize in one kind of guillotine or another. So for example, you'll see an athlete with an outstanding high elbow guillotine. You'll see another athlete with an outstanding arm-in guillotine, another with a great low elbow guillotine. But you almost never see an athlete who is good at all of them. Usually the picture is one where one athlete will espouse their particular guillotine as the best kind and the others as substandard or problematic. Once you start to become familiar with the high wrist position, you will see that almost all of the guillotines become equally effective, and you will be able to pick and choose which guillotine you wish to use based upon the situation in which you find yourself. And so there's a definite sense in which the high wrist position plays an incredible unifying role for the guillotine family of submissions overall. If we find for whatever reason we're unable to work with the high wrist position, unable to attain it, then we'll work with low wrist guillotines, and we'll spend considerable amounts of time in this video looking at those options. Once we've established that immediate threat of submission holds in the form of a strong strangle attack, that's where things start to become interesting. And we go now to step 4. Your opponent will always have to react to the threat of the strangulation. If he doesn't, obviously the match is over. You can expect very, very strong forms of resistance at this point. Now, the forms of resistance usually form into very predictable patterns. Usually, the resistance comes at some kind of control of your hands and wrist, some kind of positioning of the elbow, or some kind of positional move where they try to stand up, circle out, back away, etc., etc. Whenever we see people go to control our hands, our typical response is some form of go behind, where we switch to a positional attack. So we started with a strong submission threat, and then we make the transition to a positional threat. If we see our opponent's elbow as being positioned to stop guillotines, that's a clear signal that we switch to another form of submission hold. Our favorite is the karagatame variations. We specialize in the use of the so-called da strangle, or inverted karagatame as we call it, the anaconda strangle, or front karagatame as we call it, and the use of the so-called seated karagatame. We'll be looking at all three in the course of this video. And of course, there's the option your opponent has to stand up and get away from the front headlock overall. This will require the use of takedowns and pins. And from these situations, we often favor cradle-based attacks derived from the sport of wrestling, but finishing with submission holds rather than pins. Those constitute the 4 basic steps and the essential skills of the front headlock system that we teach. It's important to note that within that overall system, there are certain core principles which give our front headlock and guillotine system a certain kind of flavor. One of the most important, and the first that we'll look at, is the advantage versus dominance principle. Even white belts in the sport of jiu-jitsu are very familiar with the idea of dominant position. It's taught from the first day you begin training. Everyone is familiar with the idea that certain positions can be construed as completely dominant. So for example, mount position, rear mount position, knee on belly, side control, these are considered dominant positions. And their dominance is reflected in the point system of jiu-jitsu, which rewards the athlete for attaining them. Now, what you find is that as you go higher and higher in the sport, it becomes harder and harder to get to and maintain a truly dominant position on your opponent. The overwhelming majority of most matches are spent in neutral positions, where neither person has yet scored a point and the athletes are seeking to work their way towards a dominant position. It's our belief that within these neutral positions, there are certain tricks, certain sub-positions, certain ways I can hold myself, grip my opponent, etc., which constitute a definite advantage. They are not dominant in the sense that the mounted position or the rear mount position is dominant, but they do confer some kind of mechanical or tactical advantage that will lead us directly to a submission hold or perhaps a truly dominant position. The front headlock is a classic example. It doesn't score any points, but it confers a massive tactical and grip advantage upon your opponent, and it leads the way into either dominant positions or submission holds. The higher you go in the sport of jiu-jitsu, the more you must be able to see this distinction between advantageous situations versus dominant situations, and learn to work your way towards these so-called advantage positions and let them be a gateway into either future submission holds or future dominant positions. The front headlock is a clear example of this. A second core principle of the front headlock and guillotine system that we teach is the so-called double closure principle. The neck houses arteries that lead to the brain. Most of these submission holds employed from front headlock position do a fine job of closing off one of the carotid arteries. Some of them do a good job of closing off two. What we're looking for is not to do a good job, but to do a great job. That's why we greatly favor the high wrist position. Anytime we attain the high wrist position, you are absolutely closing off both of your opponent's carotid arteries. It feels literally like a tourniquet around your training partner's neck. This creates unusually tight strangleholds and very, very strong defensive reactions from the very onset of your attempt at a guillotine. And as we saw earlier, those strong defensive reactions become something that we feed off in this headlock system. A third principle of the front headlock system is the so-called gateway principle. This is the idea that we have to look at the value of certain positions in the sport of grappling, the sport of jiu-jitsu, as a gateway to something else. Yes, there are positions that we truly value. The rear mount position, for example, is our favorite. Nonetheless, there are many other holds, controls, pins, which while they don't score points, are an incredible gateway to some future reward, whether it be a submission or a positional score. The front headlock is one of the very best examples of a gateway to future promises of reward. Anytime we see an opportunity, whether it be proactive or reactive, we're going to take it and either use it as a reward in itself and go directly to a submission hold out of the front headlock, or use it as a gateway to something else. Remember, sometimes the true value of a position is not the position itself, but the potential it has to function as a gateway to a future reward. Always look at the front headlock in this light. A fourth core principle that you can see working throughout our system is the so-called initial threat principle. A good part of our approach to the sport is always, for every position we find ourselves in, to create a strong initial threat to our opponent, whether it be with leg locks, whether it be with back attacks, or in this case, front headlock and guillotine. If you can reliably create a strong initial threat in any given position that elicits big defensive reactions on the part of your opponent, you will immediately put yourself in a strong proactive frame of mind where your opponent is reacting to what you're doing. The front headlock offers an extreme example of a big initial submission threat, particularly when you become adept at the high wrist position. Once you get your opponent reacting to what you're doing, you're in the driver's seat. And from there you can follow the system through to a logical conclusion. A fifth core principle of the front headlock and guillotine system is the so-called immovable elbow principle. A general feature of the human body is that the further our elbow is away from our torso and hips, the weaker that arm becomes. So whenever we go to grip people, we should always be looking to pull our elbows back towards our torso if we wish to convey strength to our opponent. Nowhere is this more important than in your initial grips in the front headlock position. Poor elbow position is probably the single most common reason why athletes experience failure in the front headlock situation. So it's very, very important we become cognizant of the positioning of our elbows, especially in the early attempts to gain and control front headlock position. As you start your move towards submission holds, the elbow can change position. Learning to understand where your elbow should be placed relative to your hips and torso is a key element to your success with the front headlock and guillotine system. As a general rule, we start when we first get a hold of the front headlock, we focus primarily upon two elbows back towards our own hips and torso to maximize our pulling strength. Once it's time to go into a guillotine, then we have to relax the elbow and get our elbow into a good strangulation position. But ultimately, when we go to strangle, we want to return elbow to hip. Only now we'll be in a different situation, either mounted on top or in some form of guard underneath our opponent. But becoming cognizant of elbow position and understanding the difference between elbow position for control versus elbow position for submission is a big part of what will make you successful with the front headlock system. Let's add now some just general points about the front headlock system. You will notice that in comparison with other systems that I teach and espouse to my students, it looks relatively simple. It's 4 relatively simple steps, it has fewer core principles, and there's a general sense of simplicity, which makes it look overall something you could learn in less time and master with fewer words and fewer drills than you could, for example, the leg system or the back system. There's definite truth to this, and there's a reason why. Let's understand the limitations of the front headlock. As much as I like it as a position, it will never be as controlling as, say, for example, the back position. If I get someone's back and secure a full body triangle on, it's realistic to assume I could hold someone my own size and my own skill level for long periods of time. So too with leg attacks. If I get a full cross ashigurami and secure both of my training partner's legs, again, it's realistic to assume I could hold them for long periods of time. Don't just take my word for it, look at my athletes in action. You will often see them get to positions like this and pin their opponents in place for 2, 3, even 4 minutes until they get the submission hold that they want. It's not realistic to think about the front headlock in the same way. I don't care how good your front headlock is, you will not be able to hold someone your own size and your own skill level in front headlocks for minutes at a time. It's not the way the position works. The front headlock is a much more dynamic position than, say, for example, back or double trouble on the legs. The system has to reflect this. That's why it's a simpler system, because the time frame that you'll be working in is much smaller than the other systems that I teach. As a result, I deliberately kept the front headlock relatively simple. It's just straightforward realism. If you can only hold a position for 10-15 seconds at most, you don't want a long, elaborate system. You want something you can run through in the shortest possible time and get the results you're looking for. The front headlock system reflects this simple fact about the very nature of grappling, that as good as the front headlock is, it's a position where we move into and move out of. We get results and we move on, as opposed to the back system or legs, where we can spend extended periods of time controlling an opponent all the way to a finish. The very nature of the front headlock is much more in line with the idea of get to it, create reactions, and either get the finish quickly or move on to another position or submission. The overall simplicity of the front headlock system is designed to reflect this basic fact. Hi, welcome to Enter the System Front Headlock series. In this series we're going to be looking at the idea of the front headlock and its closely related attack, the guillotine strangle, and looking at their effectiveness, why we favor them so much in our approach to the sport. The guillotine has always been one of the foremost submission holds in submission grappling in mixed martial arts. I believe statistically, if you break down the stats in the UFC, it is the second most common form of submission hold. The rear naked strangle is number 1, and guillotine is number 2. And then it's a long way down to the 3, 4, and 5 spots. So these two tend to dominate the action in the sport of mixed martial arts. So too in submission grappling, the guillotine has an enormously high rate of success and has always figured prominently in no-gi grappling submission rates. So the onus is on us to become very strong in this position. All of my students are highly proficient in the front headlock, and probably the most famous instance of its use was that of Gordon Ryan in the finals of ADCC, in a gold medal winning performance, used elements of the front headlock system to take a gold medal in his weight division on one of the greatest grapplers of this generation. Gary Tonin was an outstanding grappler even when I met him, but he had one huge gap in his game, and that was he completely lacked any form of solid guillotine. And I always saw this as a weakness in his overall approach to the sport. And so there was a 4-month period where I absolutely insisted that all he worked on was front headlock and guillotine. And that paid off handsomely when he fought the talented Australian athlete Kit Dale, where he employed a beautiful high elbow guillotine for a quick finish in a submission grappling bout. In the gym, the front headlock is one of the most commonly used and successful submissions that my athletes use. But because they often get the breakthrough with back and leg attacks in international competition, the front headlock has always gotten slightly less recognition than the other systems that we employ. Don't let that distract you from the fact that we value this very, very highly indeed. And this is one system that I simply won't let my students get by without learning. They have to know this. Why? I'll demonstrate it to you right now. Whenever we get into any kind of grappling exchange in a seated position, there's always a bunch of scenarios in which I play my body relative to my opponent's body. For example, as my opponent takes a seated position in front of me, his legs are relatively close to me. Okay, and as a result, leg attacks are relatively simple for me to go into. The more my opponent retracts his legs and brings his head forward, the harder it becomes for me to go into the leg successfully. But now, as he goes in to defend his legs through posture, now suddenly the head becomes much more available to me. Okay, so I play a game between, if my opponent's legs extend, then the leg systems become very easy to employ. As the legs retract and head goes forward to defend those legs, then suddenly front headlocking becomes a lot easier. So you can see there's a sense in which we play the lower half of the body against the upper half of the body in this way. He can only defend one. He can't defend them both. Okay? As the head moves back and the legs go forward and start pushing on me, then the legs become very easy to attack. Okay? And you play these off against each other. So too with strangles from front and back. If I have an angle on my training partner, it's an easy thing from here for me to start going into to defend myself. My opponent knows what he has to do. In order to defend this angular advantage, he's got to start planting hands and turning and facing towards me. But of course, that opens up strangles from the front. And so whether it be the dichotomy between upper body and lower body, or the dichotomy between front and back, the front headlock is always there. In standing position too. If my opponent, down on two knees, goes to shoot into my legs, okay, there's always a sense in which his head is now available for attack. Okay, from here it's so easy now to go into the various front headlocks that we'll be looking at later today. If he's standing with me, it's not a difficult thing in situations like this to start bringing an opponent's head down and going into front headlock position. So wherever we are, top, bottom, standing, ground, front headlock is always one of the most readily available means of attack in the sport. That's one of the main reasons why it figures so prominently in the statistics for success with submissions. It's not just available, but it's highly effective. You all know that I strongly favor strangleholds over joint locks as a general rule. Strangleholds are no matter how intense the competition, always take their effect just by the very nature of strangles. Tough, courageous opponents can take breaks to the joints, but toughness and courage simply don't count in the case of a stranglehold. No matter how tough or courageous you are, blood doesn't get to the brain, you simply pass out. And so for these reasons, I've always put a huge emphasis on the idea of strangulation out of the front headlock position. We'll be going in a lot of detail over our approach in 4 main scenarios, looking at the details, concepts, and principles behind the front headlock position, and looking at how front headlock, in particular in the sport of submission wrestling, is quite different in important ways from other grappling styles where front headlock is also used prominently. So, for example, various styles of wrestling. In the sport of jiu-jitsu, obviously, submission is the goal. In the sport of wrestling, there's other goals like takedowns, pins, things like this, which go behind, which are the focus of front headlock position. So our front headlock, of course, we engineered specifically for the sport of submission wrestling. without any further ado, let's start getting into those details now. It's very important we understand from the start that there are two aspects to the front headlock position. Our task in this video is to master both of them, to give you the tools to be able to master both. But it's important we understand from the outset these two faces, as it were, of front headlocking. Front headlocking has, on the one hand, an aspect of control, where I look to control the movement of my opponent's body in ways that benefit me and work against his interests. And on the other hand, I want to be able to submit people from there. And how I hold the front headlock, what I do from the front headlock, the way I position my hands, my elbows, etc., will be different depending upon whether my primary interest is in controlling my opponent on the one hand or finishing him on the other. It's very, very important we understand this. Okay. In the case of front headlocking, for example, if my opponent from here, say for example, went to stand up to his feet from this position, well, from here we could, for example, use a front headlock in a control aspect, a positional aspect, say for example takedowns, where from here a simple takedown would result in a knockdown, perhaps points scored in a tournament format. That's one form of control, a positional kind of control, where we went from a neutral position to score a takedown. We could, for example, in certain kind of takedown, a front headlock situation, turn our training partner down into a pin, okay? And that too would demonstrate some kind of positional control over our training partner. We could hit various forms of roll throughs on our training partner, and again end up in top pinning positions. So there are ways in which we can employ a front headlock to gain some form of positional control over our training partner. How I hold myself when I'm playing that game is quite different from how I might, for example, work my way into a submission hold, where in situations like this we might sit down to our butt and work various guillotines that we're looking at later today. Whether I want to control my opponent on the one hand or submit my opponent on the other is the decision I've got to make on the spot. It's got to be a snap decision. And how I behave in a front headlock will be determined by that decision. We'll be spending a lot of time today on this juxtaposition between front headlocks as control mechanisms on the one hand, mostly positional control, and submission mechanisms on the other, because they often force us to work in very different ways from the front headlock position. The front headlock system is a scenario-based system. Unlike the other two systems we've covered so far in this series, the leg system and the back system, it's based upon 4 critical scenarios. The application area of each is significantly different from the other. As a result, the best way to study the front headlock system is exactly in those 4 separate scenarios. The actions you'll be asked to learn and employ are so different from one to the other that it's like learning 4 subsystems within an overall system. Let's look very briefly now, just what are these 4 scenarios? Well, the first one, as you probably guessed, is the standing position. Okay? From any standing situation in which I successfully bring my training partner's head down and lock some form of front headlock, this is a common area of application for the front headlock system. The second is one where my opponent is kneeling and I too am in a kneeling position. Okay, this is arguably the most common application area of the front headlock system. It's also very commonly seen in the sport of wrestling. Okay, so from here there's a whole range of techniques, strategies, tactics that we'll be looking at. The third very, very common application area or scenario in which we employ the system is one where I'm in a seated position, some form of seated guard. So say, for example, I was working from some form of seated butterfly guard, and from here we came up and locked up a front headlock in any one of its manifestations. This is also a very, very common form of front headlock scenario. This one, of course, is much more common in the sport of jiu-jitsu and almost never seen in wrestling. But this is the third of the scenarios that you'll be expected to master. The fourth, for many years, was not used much at all, but is starting to become more important now.
due to the advent of and popularity of submission wrestling. This is where we employ front headlocks as we're passing someone's guard. So let's say, for example, my opponent was in, say, for example, a seated butterfly guard. Then from a situation like this, we could snap our training partner's head down and apply some version of the front headlock from here. Okay, we can even do it in situations in half guard, where from a half guard scenario, my opponent's coming up, working towards me, and from here we go down into a front headlock type situation. Okay, so these basic 4 scenarios: the standing position, both athletes kneeling on the mat, one athlete in a seated position as the other tries to pass his guard, and the last or 4th scenario where we're trying to pass our opponent's guard, and in the midst of that guard passing we apply the front headlock. These are the 4 scenarios that we use the front headlock in the system, and which we'll be spending most of our time covering in this video series. It's time we started getting into the nuts and bolts of the front headlock system. Let's look at a foundational concept which will ring true in almost all of the front headlock scenarios, front headlock and guillotine scenarios that we look at today. This is the theory of the 3 points of control. If I have a training partner in turtle position facing me, if I go to apply a right-handed front headlock, we'll demonstrate it first with elbows off the mat, just sitting up a little so that the people can see a little more clearly, hands on the floor. From here, we need 3 specific points of control which enable me to limit my opponent's movement. Okay, the first point of control is my right shoulder. I'm performing a right-handed front headlock directly on the back of my training partner's neck. This is a very, very important point. Okay, for a right-handed front headlock, I want to physically push my right shoulder forward. I never want to have my shoulder back in a front headlock. The shoulder comes forward, like I'm trying to curl the shoulder inwards. And I place my shoulder right there on the back of the neck. A very, very common error that you'll often see is people coming too far forward down the spine with their shoulder. This gives my opponent easy access to my legs, and it makes it very easy for him to turn the corner around behind my elbow and start to ruin my front headlock position. Okay? It is absolutely critical that our shoulder be well placed in the back of the neck. This is for several reasons. The first is it gives direct control of your opponent's spine and head. That's always a good thing in the sport of grappling. Secondly, it governs distance between us. Okay? If my chest is over my opponent's back, there's nothing to stop him walking forward and going into my legs and lifting and putting me down, etc., etc. Okay? What governs distance between us is my shoulder position. What prevents him coming forward into my front headlock and getting to my legs and dumping me to one side is that shoulder position, like so. With no hands, when he goes to push into me now, it's the shoulder that makes it difficult for him to do so. Okay, because the shoulder is pushing down and puts weight over my opponent. The application of weight goes directly through that good shoulder position. Okay, so the weight is positioned on the head rather than the upper back, where it simply won't be effective. Okay, so that's our first point of control. Let's come back on this side. The second key element of control, if the shoulder prevents him coming forward, the obvious question is, what prevents him going backwards? Okay, that's going to be my hand position. I always want, initially at least, a hand in what we call a chin strap position, where it controls my training partner's jaw. So I control the back of the head with my training partner's with my shoulder, and the front of the head with this grip here. Okay, 5 fingers controlling my training partner's jaw, just like so. Okay, when he goes to pull away from me, it's a good, strong pulling force back. So now the right shoulder prevents him coming forwards, and the right hand makes it difficult for him to pull away from me. In this way, distance is governed by me in a forwards and backwards direction, one with the hand and one with the shoulder. It's very important we understand the postural elements here. When we use the shoulder, we have to bring the shoulder forward in this direction. When I use my cupping hand, my wrist should be well bent at 90 degrees, and critically, my elbow should be retracted back towards myself. If you just come on this side. For the right-handed front headlock, I don't want my elbow going forward. The shoulder goes forward, but the elbow is retracted back and high. The further my elbow goes forward and low, the more my opponent can gain access to my elbow, and from here start going into counters. Okay. Now when we start going into submissions, we're going to have to change our elbow position. But initially our focus is only upon controlling our opponent's movement forwards and backwards. Okay. So for now, it's all about a retracted high elbow. It's all about a 90-degree bend in our wrist, controlling the line of the jaw and the chin, and my shoulder coming forward to control my training partner and put weight directly upon the head rather than the back. So let's look at these two elements out of our 3 points of control. Off an initial start, we always want a side-on body posture. We go in, shoulder position, chin position, elbow position. When my opponent goes to push into me, the shoulder position makes it very difficult. When he goes to pull away from me, the elbow position makes it very difficult. And now we're governing distance forwards and backwards. Now we have to come to the third and one of the most important aspects of control. This is my control over my opponent's elbow. We come on this side. So we've identified 2 points of control so far: the back of the neck, our training partner's chin. The third critical point of control will be my training partner's elbow. This can be controlled with an outside front headlock, where I go wrist deep around my training partner's elbow, drawing it forward and retracting my own elbow. Or I can go inside front headlock. Again, my wrist bent 90 degrees, holding the elbow and drawing it forward. One thing remains common in both cases. My own elbow is retracted back towards my own hips, like so. So both of my elbows are tight to my rib cage. A concept we'll be coming back to again and again throughout this video is the idea of the immovable elbow. The closer my elbows are to my body, the more immovable, locked, and rigid they become. The further my elbows extend away from my body, the weaker my arms become in general. In a good tight front headlock, both of my elbows are retracted back towards my hips, where they become immovable and strong. So once again, for the right-handed front headlock, shoulder position, that's 1 point of control. Chin strap, that's a second critical point of control. And the third point of control, my opponent's elbow. If I can control these 3 points, when my opponent goes to move around, you'll have excellent control over your opponent's movement in ways which will set up both positional moves and submission. Everything has to be set up around these 3 critical points of control. This applies to the overwhelming majority of the front headlock scenarios that we'll be looking at in this video series. We just looked at the extremely important theory of 3 points of control. Those 3 points of control are what make a front headlock feel strong and robust and controlling. It's equally important, however, we understand from the other guy's perspective, what is he likely to do to undermine the strength of our front headlock? What can he do to make my front headlock less effective? Well, there's a bunch of things he can do. And the more we know about those, the more we'll be able to shut them down from happening and be effective from the front headlock position. Let's go through this now. Just come on this side. If I have a right-handed front headlock, one of the most vulnerable points of my front headlock is my right elbow. If my opponent can control the right elbow of a right-handed front headlock, he's got an excellent chance of getting out. So if I naively give him my elbow by pushing my elbow forward like so, in this weak position, it's very easy for him to start pushing my elbow down and across my body and then circling the head out and even exposing my back and putting me in a poor position. This can be done in several ways. A very popular method, I'll actually demonstrate this for myself. A very popular method is elbow posting, where my opponent has a right-handed front headlock. From here, they reach up, they post the elbow, and they start driving the elbow forward and exposing a flank. Okay. The second way in which they can use the elbow against you is with short drag methods, where they take the left hand, pull down, and feed to the right hand, and from here drag, and again they expose a flank. Okay. This too is an effective way of our opponent using the elbow against me. A second great vulnerability of the front headlock is my wrists. For a right-handed front headlock, If my opponent can get his right hand to my wrist and get his thumb inside, that will destroy the effect of my front headlock. This right versus right situation is very good for him and very, very bad indeed for me. If he can double up and get 2-on-1, now he's got an even better chance now of circling the head out, and from here I've got a trapped hand, and now I'm potentially in trouble. Okay, so if my opponent accesses my wrist with either hand, particularly the right versus right hand, that's a serious problem. Even if my opponent gets a deep bite with the left hand, even that will subvert my ability to maintain the chin strap and be effective in this position. Okay, so if my opponent gains strong access to my wrist, that's definitely going to subvert my front headlock and make it much less effective. So those are two things right off the start I have to be careful of: my elbow and my wrist. Okay, the next big thing that I have to be very careful of is my opponent's ability to circle. The magic of a front headlock is that it governs distance forwards and backwards. So for example, we saw the 3 points of control make it very hard for my opponent to move back because I have chin strapping. My shoulder position makes it very hard for him to move forward, but there's one thing it doesn't do well. It doesn't govern circular movement very well. Okay, from the front headlock situation, if my opponent circles his hips out in this direction here, it's quite easy for him to start turning and getting a flank on me. Okay, and there's very little that the front headlock does to stop that kind of movement. That's why, from my perspective as the man employing the front headlock, it's very important we have two specific kinds of movement set up in our approach to the front headlock from the start. If I'm on two knees and my opponent is on two knees and I'm employing a front headlock with my right hand, it's wise for me to take my left knee off the mat. So I have a right-handed front headlock. From here, I should always have a situation where my opposite leg is up off the mat like so. I don't want to have two knees on the mat and my opponent circles on me. I lack the mobility now to follow him, and now he starts gaining angle on me and some kind of advantage. So if I have a right-handed front headlock, it's very much in my interests to put my body in the following posture, like so, with my left leg up, so that as my opponent begins a circular movement, I can follow the movement very, very easily. From here, start breaking him down to the mat and subverting his ability to circle around me. Exactly the same thing is true when I'm working from a seated position with a front headlock. Again, circular movement is a real problem for me as the person employing the front headlock. If I, for example, snap my training partner's head down, this is a great way for me to stop him driving forward through posture. When he drives forward, my head position makes it difficult. When he goes to pull away, my chin strap makes it difficult. But one thing I can't do is stop him jumping to the opposite side of the front headlock, and now I've got potential problems. What saves me in these situations is my capacity to keep my head over him and post a foot so that we can begin a heisting action that drops us into the same situation that we saw previously. These two body movements, come back. The first, circling with a circle. My opponent goes to circle, and I circle with him, like so, to prevent him gaining an angle until I can break him down to the mat. And in the seated position, as I bang my training partner's head down, he pops over my knee line and goes to an advantageous angle. I post so that I'm able to keep my head higher than his head. I post my foot, and in one motion, we're now able to come up and into a strong front headlock and recover against my opponent's circling motion. Okay, so those are the main vulnerabilities we see. There is a fourth one which I'll touch on briefly. This is my opponent's ability to tripod. Again, the front headlock is very, very good for stopping linear motion forwards and backwards. It's much less successful stopping circular motion, as we just saw. So we came up with those two body movements which will allow us to overcome those problems. But there is another body movement my opponent can employ. He can tripod. So if we have a front headlock down here, my opponent's knees come off the mat and he can start tripoding up. Okay, now it's hard for me to hit many of the moves we like from here. Some of the submission holds become more difficult. Many of the go-behinds into my opponent's back become more difficult. But still, there's good things we can do from this position. Okay, a simple one here, if my opponent's hands are on the floor, we'll be looking more at this later on today, is to switch from a front headlock to a front body lock, okay, or chest lock, where my hands come in. From here, I can just bring my training partner back down to 2 elbows and now go right back to the front headlock. But those are the main vulnerabilities, as it were, of the front headlock position. I'm vulnerable at the wrist, I'm vulnerable at the elbow, I'm vulnerable to circular movement, and I'm vulnerable to my opponent tripoding up and moving away through a change of level. A big part of what we look at in this video series will be addressing these commonly seen problems of movement in the front headlock scenario, learning to overcome them, take advantage of them, and hopefully prevail against them. Whenever I coach the front headlock position, I often make use of a very simple teaching device which helps people learn a little bit faster. Obviously, in any front headlock situation, I'm using two arms to control my opponent. Let's make a simple and very, very important division between what is the function of those two arms. Let's talk about a control hand and a strangle hand. Okay, my opponent's here in front of me. I want to control my opponent's movement through his elbow. That's where my control hand comes in. Whether it works from outside, whether it works from wrist deep, elbow deep, or inside, its primary function is to control the area between my opponent's shoulder and elbow. That piece of real estate is the work area, as it were, of my control hand. So again, whether I'm inside, outside, wrist deep, elbow deep, okay, that's going to be the province of the control hand or control arm. So two hands for a front headlock. One hand is going to be the control hand. The second hand is controlling, but it also has a more distinctive feature, especially when we start getting into the realm of submissions, and that's strangulation. The hand that is on my opponent's chin initially obviously can also go into various forms of stranglehold. It's going to be doing most of the work of your strangle attacks. It does have other functions, but the most important ones in the front headlock system that I teach have to do with strangulation. So I often refer to the control hand and the strangle hand. So we have a very, very clear sense of what we're trying to do here with each hand. Now, a control hand by itself is a good thing, but it's not dangerous to anyone. Okay, if I just hold onto someone's arm, no one's ever going to get finished like this. Okay, if I just have a strangle hand and I just lock up strangle hands, there's not a lot of control over my opponent here, and he can start turning the head out, grabbing my wrist, etc., and finding angles. Only when you juxtapose control and submission hand and make them work as a team are you going to maximize your effectiveness in the front headlock position. You can't just work just with strangle hands. Okay, you'll finish some people, but a lot of people are going to get away from you. You can't just work with control hands behind the arms. Okay, you'll control a lot of people for sure, but you're not going to finish anyone. I'll say it again. Only when you marry the efforts of a control hand and a strangle hand and make them work in unison are you going to get the breakthroughs that you're looking for. Now, I have control hand and strangle hand. What does my opponent have? Well, he has what we call a primary defensive hand and a secondary defensive hand, similar to the back system. If I'm employing a right-handed front headlock, the most destructive grip that my opponent can get on me is to get his right wrist inside my right wrist. This will prevent me from locking my hands, which I need to do on some kinds of finishes. It will also make it very easy for him to switch to a 2-on-1 grip on my wrist, and then from here easily clear his head out of position. It will make it very, very hard for me to adequately control the head through the use of the chin strap. It's just a very, very destructive grip for my opponent to have, and I will never tolerate this kind of grip. Okay, if my opponent starts getting this kind of grip, I will immediately switch off to something else. Okay, now a secondary defensive hand is when my opponent takes his left hand to my right wrist. Not quite as bad. I can still work with this. Okay, I can clear wrists off. I can drag past my opponent. There's things we'll be looking at later in this series. It's not as bad as the primary defensive hand, but it's still an annoyance, and it can definitely slow me down and work against my interests. But most of the time, I'm looking to create movements, and we'll be seeing exactly what these movements are as this video unfolds, to prevent my opponent accessing my right hand with his right hand, and then working around any grip that he might have of his left hand upon my right hand. So as the offensive man, I always work with the concepts of control hand and strangle hand, and he, as the defensive man, always works with the idea of primary and secondary defensive hands. How we get into the hand fight situation in front headlock will basically be a competition between my strangle and control arms versus his primary and secondary defensive hands. The front headlock system, like so many others that I teach, is a 4-step system. The first step in that system is entry. I have to be able to enter into the front headlock position. We'll be looking at various means of doing so. A big part of this video is going to be how exactly we do this. How do we get someone who doesn't want to be put in a front headlock into a controlling front headlock? The number one method that we'll be looking at is variations of snap downs. We'll be spending a lot of time on snap downs from a variety of positions, but that's always going to be our first part of the first step in the system, getting to the front headlock. Most of the time it's done by, as I said, by some form of snap down. There are other methods, but that's always step number one. Step number two is going to be gaining initial control of your opponent. Now, we've already seen the fundamentals of control, that three-point system of control, using my shoulder, hand, and control hand on my opponent's elbow. So we're controlling our opponent's elbow, neck, and chin. Between those 3 points of control, you're going to hold a lot of people very securely, long enough for you to be able to get into effective attacks. Step number 3 of the system is to negate your opponent's resistance. Okay, once you put someone in a front headlock, it's a threatening thing to your opponent. No one likes having their head controlled. Everyone, even beginner grapplers, know that's not a good thing. Experienced grapplers have a large number of highly effective methods of reducing that control and ultimately escaping. So we need to be able to negate that resistance long enough that we can go into step 4, which is to make a critical tactical decision. That is the decision as to whether or not I'm going to go in the direction of positional attacks or in the direction of submission attacks, because the two require me to act very differently. The deep point that I want you to grasp at this early stage is that you will only maximize your effectiveness with positional attacks and submission attacks if you are equally good at both. If you're all about submission, you'll catch some people, but you're going to lose a lot of people positionally. If you're all about just the positional aspects, people will clam up on you and defend, and you'll have some success with getting behind people. But only when an athlete makes a genuine threat in both directions do they become good at their preferred direction. Say, for example, my primary intention is to submit people from a front headlock. Only when I create a viable threat of positional threats do my submissions become easy. If my opponent knows I'm only about submission, he'll just defend his neck and put hands in, and only the threat of position will open him up to what I really wanted all along, which is submission holds. So too, if I really just wanted positional attacks, if he knows I just want to go behind him, he'll just put his arms out and tackle me as I try to go behind. But if he's terrified to do so because of the danger of strangulation at any given moment, the arms will come in to defend strangleholds, and suddenly it's a lot easier to go behind people. So that's step number 4, making that critical tactical decision. Should I go in the direction of position or should I go in the direction of submission? The more your opponent defends one, the more vulnerable he becomes to the other. So you must be strong at both in order to maximize your overall effectiveness in the front headlock position. So the 4 critical steps again: we've got to be able to enter successfully at will into the front headlock position. We've got to be able to exert good control over our opponent's movement right from the moment of contact. We do that through those 3 critical points of control. Then we've got to be able to shut down the usually very quickly occurring resistance. As I said, no one likes having their head controlled. We have to be able to shut down that initial line of resistance. And then once we've done so to a satisfactory degree, we've got to make the big decision: are we going in the direction of position or are we going to go in the direction of submission? It's best to be strong in both. Regardless of whether you're a positional guy or a guy who favors submissions, you're only going to maximize your effectiveness when you're very good at both. It's time we started getting down into the nuts and bolts of techniques that you'll be using in front headlock situations. So far we've looked at a lot of theory, now it's time to get down into practice. The first thing I want to look at is the idea of step number one of the system. We're going to apply it in the first of the scenarios that we'll look at, the standing position. We're looking at entries into front headlocks from standing position. It's important we divide them into two broad categories. There are proactive and reactive entries. Proactive movements in Jiu-Jitsu are those which I initiate them. I start them and I get to the goal that I wanted. Reactive are those where the opponent initiates action. I see an opportunity off his movement and I react to go into what I want. Okay? So in the case of a front headlock, I have almost equal opportunity to enter into a front headlock in standing position in both proactive and reactive methods. We're going to look at reactive methods first. By far and away, the most common form of reactive entry into a front headlock in a standing position is my opponent shooting in for a takedown on my legs. Anytime my opponent goes into single leg, high crotch, or double leg situation, that's a golden opportunity for us to counter with some kind of strong front headlock. In any front headlock, the essential feature is that my opponent's head should be lower than the armpit of the front headlock arm that I'm employing. This can happen because I force it down, say for example with a snap down, which we'll be looking at later today, or because my opponent has lowered his level to shoot into my legs. We'll look first at these reactive entries. Let's come to this side. We'll have a training partner start on two knees and from here go into a double leg situation just like so. Okay. Whenever we work from situations like this, because he's shot from my legs, you can clearly see the first great prerequisite of a front headlock has already been satisfied. The crown of his head is lower than my armpit. That's always the prerequisite of this simple question: can I get into the front headlock position? Now, once someone makes contact with us like this, we don't want to be square onto our training partner's body. Then he can quickly pull the legs in and take me backwards. So our whole thing in these situations is to turn our body somewhat side on to our training partner, just like so. As my opponent starts the action of lifting and driving, we're going to take our leg back, like so, hold on to the double leg, and go into a classic sprawling action, just like so. From here, we always want to make sure we stay square to our training partner. We don't want to give him an opportunity to form an angle on us or to bring his knees further in towards us. If his knees should walk in, he will now get an ability now to bring the head up, turn the corner and dump me. So we don't want him to be able to advance forward with his knees and recover from the initial sprawl. Very often you'll see in jiu-jitsu classes people make an initial shot on the double leg and at the first sign of resistance they just stop and sit backwards. Good wrestlers will never do this. They will keep advancing forward on their knees until eventually they get the ability to bring their head out, turn the corner and drop you. So it's very much in our interest, having first turned side on to our training partner, put our arms in, and from here we get our legs back. Don't be satisfied that you've successfully sprawled on your opponent's point. You haven't. Okay, we need to start that action of sprawling down towards the floor. You'll notice that when we sprawl, we do so on our shoelaces. Okay, I put my shoelaces down and we begin that sprawling action. A common mistake you'll see here is people put their toes into the mat, and as a result the toes stick in the mat. I can't move backwards, my opponent's head starts to come up and out, and then he turns the corner and dumps me down to the mat. It's very, very important off that initial catch that first I hip into my training partner, turning somewhat side on. I never want to present square hips where you can just take me straight backwards. So we turn somewhat side on to our training partner, and then from here, look how the shoelaces go down, and from here we start that action of sliding down towards the mat. Now, his whole game now is going to be to walk in on his knees. The further forward the knees go, the easier it becomes for him to pull the legs in, the head goes up, and he dumps me. So it's very, very important after the initial sprawl that we block those knees from walking forward. So as our training partner comes in, we know now from here we get our leg moving back and away. We go down to the shoelaces. Our first thing is to take our two hands and block two V grips on our training partner's knees. As he goes to walk in, this maintains the distance between us. Okay.
From here, with my toes pointed out or shoelaces down, when he goes to move in, it's almost impossible for my opponent to do so. Now from here, we're just going to shimmy our hips. Watch my legs shimmy and the legs come free. As a result, we can quickly go into a front headlock situation, and now we're ready to play front headlock game. Once again, our opponent makes an initial shot. We turn our hips side on to our training partner, and from here it shoelaces down to the mat. The head goes down, the shoelaces go back, and we're in on that initial sprawl. Now from here I put 2 knees down, shoelaces down like so, or feet pointed outwards. As my opponent goes walking into me, post on our training partner's knees, so we can't recover position. Now from here I shimmy my hips. As he comes up, he finds himself in a classic front headlock, and we're ready to control those 3 magical points of control, which will give us an excellent chance to work into the moves we'll look at later. We've been looking at this idea of getting into the front headlock of our opponent's shot to the legs. The fundamental problem of entry into any front headlock is always the height problem. The height problem is simple. If my opponent's crown of the head is lower than my armpit, I'm ready to go into a front headlock. What I never want is situations where his crown of the head is higher than my armpit and I have to start reaching for people like this kind of business. That's a disaster waiting to happen. We always need the crown of his head lower than our armpit. If you can achieve that, you can always go smoothly and efficiently into front headlocks. The good news is, very often your opponent will do it for you in standing position by shooting for your legs. Now we just looked at the idea of my opponent going into a double leg, and we saw that from here my hips are relatively square to him, and as a result we would have to turn our hips in a given direction in order to escape. Okay, so if my opponent locks in on my legs here, gets a good deep bite on the legs, from here we're always looking to get legs back and start that sprawling action down on our shoelaces, where we can put good pressure on our training partner and start to make things very difficult for him. We saw the idea that he can recover with his knees walking towards us, and we would block here at the knees and then engage in a shimmy action that freed up our legs and got us into the front headlock situation. Now the case of the single leg is a little different. Here my opponent's on 2 knees and he's locked in a single leg situation. Here the head is a little bit awkward, and clearly he's not square to me. He's forming an angle. The more he goes behind me in situations like this, the more trouble I start to get into. And from here I'm off balance, off weight, and he can start accessing my back. He can go around to the second leg and do all kinds of things from here. Okay? So there's an onus on our part to start squaring up to our training partner. So we're going to start off by taking our hand in here as a whizzer hand, and initially we want to form a weight on our opponent. So he forms an angle coming up with the floor, and I form an angle. We're pushing against each other like so. His whole thing is going to be to bring the head up and get the head moving me backwards. That's when he can stand up to his feet and finish the takedown, etc., etc. So our thing here is to bring the head down. I can't be naive and reach over the top and square up to him. Now he gets to the second leg, and now from here it's an easy chop down to the mat. So what we want to do in these situations is feed the head with the other arm. Okay, I want to push down and feed it in just like so. Now I put my second hand here inside the thigh, and shoelaces go down to the mat. We always want to square up to our training partner and keep his head pinned underneath us. So we push down on the head and cover it with our hips, and from here I put my hand inside my training partner's ankle. Now he's got a good strong grip on my leg in this position. So I hold on to the ankle, and we start an action of turning on our training partner. And it's so hard for that grip to remain in place. And from here, we can move around to an angle, or in the case of what we're looking at, the front headlock position, we go back into the front headlock as he squares up to us. So once again, we get a great opportunity to enter into the front headlock reactively as my opponent has shot in successfully for the takedown. Initially from here, we take our training partner's head, we pass it, and stuff the head. I put my hand here inside the thigh, and then from here it shoelaces down to the mat. I stuff the head, cover it, and put my hand here inside the opposite ankle. Now, as he holds on tight to my legs, in these situations I can hold the opposite elbow, lift it, and walk around in short, choppy steps to break his grips. As he squares up to me now, we now find ourselves right back
in that front headlock situation that we've been looking for. We're just going to change the angle on you so you can see details from the other side. Again, my opponent has successfully in on the leg, just like so. Okay, come around a little. From here, we always want to get his head down. He wants the head driving up and backwards and taking me out of position. Okay, so we take our forearm and we push the head down, cover with the hand, and now my hand goes inside the thigh. Shoelaces go down. We kind of stuff the head, cover it with our hips. We grab inside the thigh. Now, as he's got a good tight grip on our legs, from here we hold the elbow and hold on strong, strong, strong. From here, we want to focus on just lifting the elbow. And then I walk around in short, choppy steps. As he goes to face me, from here, we find ourselves right back in a classic front headlock position, ready to work. Now, we just looked at sprawling-based methods of entering into the front headlock. These are an obvious form of reactive entry into a front headlock that occur anytime my opponent shoots for my legs. The big point we're trying to raise is that if we're going to enter into a front headlock situation, the crown of our training partner's head must be lower than my armpit. If that's been satisfied, it's on. You can go into a front headlock. Now, anytime your opponent lowers his level and shoots into your legs, he's doing it for you. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of opportunities of a guy who's aggressively shooting for your legs to go into front headlocks. We've been looking at sprawling-based methods. Now let's look at a related method of reactively entering into the front headlock, the down block. Whenever you're in standing position, sprawling is more or less one of the later forms of defense. That's when the guy's actually gotten into your legs. Okay, so if a guy's on two knees, and he's completely beaten my hands, arms, and head, and he's gotten completely into my legs. Now's the time to go into sprawls, okay? Because there's nothing between him and my legs. So I've got to sprawl now. I've got to get those legs back and down and away and start defending myself. But of course, the guy's not always going to get directly into your legs. You will have a well-structured defensive stance. If I stand right side forward, like so, in a staggered stance, my right arm should be down, like so, defending my forward leg. My second hand can function as a post, and if it should ever come off, I can put that down as a second form of defense, so that if I reach with my right arm, there's always something defending my legs, and that will be my down block arm. The good news is you can down block very effectively with either arm. Most people tend to use the forward arm, but the rear arm is also very effective. The other piece of good news is I can use a down block on either side of his head. I can down block the far side, I can down block the near side. It doesn't really matter. So there's a sense in which you kind of can't miss with a down block. Either arm on either side of the head. So as we work here in front of our training partner, we're working like so, when I see him make a shot, I just thrust my arm down. What this means is there's now something between him and my legs, as opposed to a situation like this where there's nothing between him and the legs and he just gets right in and puts me down. Okay? So the down block puts some kind of substance between me and my opponent and his shot. So as he makes a shot, my arm's in position, boom, we go there and we meet him. Now how we meet him is extremely important. What I want to ensure is that the elbow of my down block arm is always pointed at myself. If my elbow points outwards, bad things can start to happen. Here, I've successfully down blocked. My opponent shoots, and I've successfully down blocked, but I've mistakenly pointed my elbow outwards towards the camera. As a result, even though I'm putting weight down on my opponent, there's no real trapping of the head. As the head rises, I get taken out of position, and my down block arm proves to be ineffective. I can't put weight down on my opponent. What I always want is to turn my elbow back to face myself. So when he goes to rise on the head, it's very, very difficult. It keeps weight over the head. But when the elbow flares, now the head comes up, and as a result, he easily takes me over. So it's very, very important when I use my down block that my palms face out towards my opponent and my elbow points back towards myself. I never want my elbow flaring out to the side. Again, a flared elbow makes it easy for your opponent's head to rise, and now he easily takes me out of position. When the head goes to rise, and I keep the elbow in, now when he goes to take me out of position, it's a relatively easy thing for me to come down into a full sprawl if necessary, or in the case of a down block, probably not necessary. I'll just get my legs back. So if we have an opponent in stance, my hands are in front of him, he makes a quick shot, boom, look how my down block hand comes in like so. That creates resistance. His head can't move effectively in this position, and look how my legs just come back. As his hands come down to the floor, he comes up. Now we're in a position where we can go behind him, or just go into a nice, say, front headlock situation. Okay? So once again, we have an opponent here in front of us. He makes a shot. Boom. And there's that down block arm right there in place. Okay? Now, as our legs go back and away from our training partner, his hands go down to the floor. He goes to recover. And now we're in a front headlock and ready to play. Okay? So this is how we use a down block to enter into the front headlock situation in standing position. Okay, we just looked at reactive entries into front headlocks from a standing situation. We've seen there's a fundamental measure of whether we're capable of going into a front headlock or not, whether the opportunity is there, and that's always the height of the crown of my opponent's head relative to my armpit. If the crown of his head is lower than my armpit, it's on. You can go into front headlocks. If my opponent's lowering his level to shoot at me, he's doing that work for me. If he's not, I have to do something to him in order to bring the head down to the requisite height. The number one method of doing this, if I could only have one, I would choose this one, unquestionably, is the snap down. There are many, many varieties of snap down. We'll be looking at a host of them. They're all based on the same idea of some kind of grip upon my opponent's upper body, which enables me to drag, pull, or snap my opponent's head down to a height where the crown of his head is lower than my armpit, and as a result, we can snatch a front headlock in the standing position. We'll also see later on in this video that they're just as effective, snap downs are just as effective in ground situations as well. But our first focus will be the standing position. Now, when we start to understand the snap down game, we must go back to one of the foundational principles of not just jiu-jitsu, but martial arts in general, the standing position. This is the push-pull principle, the action-reaction principle. Whenever I want to push someone backwards in a combative situation where he's obviously trying to resist the things that I'm doing to him and I'm trying to resist the things he's trying to do to me, if I want him to move backwards, it usually helps to begin by pulling him forwards. Why? Because we both know this is a zero-sum game. Whatever's good for me is bad for him, and whatever's good for him is by extension bad for me. So if I convey the intention that I'm trying to push him backwards, it's only natural that he'll want to push back against me because he thinks, hey, he's got some kind of plan. He's trying to push it back for a reason. Okay. As I push into him and I feel him pushing back, that's the most efficient time for me to get what I really wanted all along, which was to bring him forwards. So in a fight or combative situation of any kind in general, if I want someone to move backwards, it always helps to start by pulling forwards. And when I feel that reaction, then we can move them in the direction we really wanted. Okay. So in any combat sport, one of the foundational principles is this push-pull / action-reaction principle, that if I want someone to move backwards, start with a pull, then go to a push. If I want them to move forwards, start with a push, finish with the pull. Okay, don't just go directly to your goals. Use this indirect method of getting what you want. You'll have a lot more success if you ingrain this. You know, people talk about the action-reaction principle. The words are easy to say, but to actually perform it every time you're out there on the mats, that takes training, that takes discipline. Okay, so I'll state it again because it's so important. If I want someone to move forwards, I'll almost always start with a push, and when I feel them pushing back, that's when I'll move them in the direction I really wanted to go, and vice versa. Now, that push-pull principle is the heart of almost every snap down. Okay, let's look at the first form of snap down we'll look at is actually a drill. We're going to have a training partner start in a kneeling position. When they kneel, they're going to make sure that their thighs are upright. Don't kneel on your buttocks. This is not what we want. We want them kneeling upright like so. Our training partner is going to put his two arms out towards us like so, just bent, good, like you're wrestling, okay? And that'll be the starting position that we work in. From here, I'm going to put two hands on my training partner with my hands inside. My elbows and wrists are inside his elbows and wrists, so we have the inside position. Okay, you can get a hold of me. Now, from here, we're going to practice the skill of learning a basic snap down, the mechanics behind it in the standing position. From here, we're going to take our hand off our training partner's bicep and shoulder and bring it up like so. One hand goes further behind his tricep, no thumb, goes around and contours around the tricep. The second hand comes here around the neck. So I started with my hands here on my training partner's biceps and I step up like so. Now I'm going to practice a step out to the side, just like so. Then my right foot moves back. Okay, so we've got a bunch of movements here. First, a more decisive grip. Then a side step. Then a weighted step that opens up space for me to snap my training partner's two hands down to the mat. Just like so. And it finishes with me at a good angle where I can threaten to go behind or I can come back into a front headlock situation. Okay? So once again, your first steps in developing a powerful snap down that will intimidate your opponents and get you into a strong front headlock situation. My training partner stands, and obviously a very artificial stance, but you've got to start somewhere. We come in, inside position, thumb blocking at the biceps. Then from here, we come over and catch. Okay, I go wrist deep around tricep and head. Then the side step. I don't want to snap him onto my legs. That's a disaster. So we have to move out of the space by bringing our leg back. My head, I learned to throw my head into the movement so that we're generating power into the snap. So we finish with angle, and from here we come down into the front headlock situation. Let's have a look at those key elements one more time in this beginning snap down drill. The skills that I want you to develop are the skill of employing body weight into a snap down. What we're trying to avoid is this, an anemic and weak snap down that just relies on your hands. That's not going to work on anybody. So what we need of that initial inside control is a good catch where I can transmit weight to my training partner through the snap. Now I need angle, so I have to sidestep. Off the sidestep, I have to impart momentum. It's done by my head coming down and my right leg coming back. So we finish at angle and end up in a nice front headlock situation. Working with this drill, you will soon develop the fundamental requirements for any good snap down. The idea of movement, good connection to hand position, and employing your body weight into the snap instead of snapping just with your hands and arms. We're looking at the idea of going into proactive snap downs that bring our opponent into a front headlock. We just looked at a very effective drill for developing that skill. Now let's start to look at actual wrestling combat situations where you're actively working to bring your opponent's head down. We know what our fundamental measure is. We have to bring the crown of our training partner's head lower than our armpit in order to get into the front headlock situation. A common problem that many people have is that their opponent will have a strong grip on them, and then they take exactly the same grip upon them, upon their opponent, and when they go to snap them down, their opponent's connection means that when you bring his head down, your head comes down with him and nothing happens. Okay? Obviously that's not a very profitable way to work. It's much more effective if I have my opponent's hand cleared off my head, so he has no real connection to my head and neck, but I, on the other hand, have a very good connection to him. As a result, he doesn't really have anything to anchor himself to my body. So when I go to snap him down, the snap down will have dramatic effects, as opposed to here, where we both just go down together without result. Okay? So as a general rule, when we first go to tie up with our training partner, as much as possible, I always want to come out and dominate the inside space. Okay? So both of my elbows and both of my wrists are inside his elbows and wrists. And as a result, when I start working on my training partner's head, it starts having a definite effect upon him. He's not anchored to my body, so that every pull and snap down upon his head is felt by him, as opposed to a situation where it's felt by both of us pulling down like so. Now, When we go to snap someone's head down, we always have a very clear choice between straight snaps and cross snaps. A straight snap is one where my right hand takes his head to my right armpit for the front headlock. A cross snap is one where my right hand takes his head across my center line to my left armpit. They're both extremely effective. We'll be looking at cross snaps later, but let's start with straight snaps. As we come out towards our training partner, I never want to just surrender the inside position. So I just want to be naive and just put my hands out and now I've just given him inside position. It's very, very important as we move out towards our training partner that my hands be close to my center line. As a result, I'm guarding my own inside position, and at the same time making any step forward towards my training partner, I'm able to go forward and out and take an inside position. So as I move out towards my training partner, first we line up with the head, we get sufficiently close, and then when it's time to make my move, my two hands come inside his and then branch out and we make contact. Now I have the inside position. Now, from here, we always want to generate some kind of movement before we initiate serious action. You don't want to just grab people and try and pull them around. We always want to move in such a way that we can square up their stance and bring their head down to a level where we can start to go to work. Now, as we work from here, I want to take my hands further around and snap his head forward and down to the side, just like so. And as a result, it's very easy for me now to bring my hands into the classic front headlock positions, whether it be inside or outside. What remains is to get my leg back so he can't grab legs, and now we're at classic front headlocks. He'll probably have his hands on the floor and keep his weight, and we'll be in a good front headlock situation. So once again, as we move out towards our training partner, as we move in, first we line up our head with the center line. My two hands occupy inside position. As we step and come out, I take the inside position. Now from here, when he tries to anchor himself to my body, he can only access my elbows. He can't get hands to my head. If he reaches for the head, my hands have the inside position and make it very, very difficult. Now from here, we go to his head and start the action of circling. Now, just like we did in our drill, there's a small side step, the leg goes back, and then from here is that initial snap. Now, I go through, lock, and we're in a classic front headlock position, ready to play. Looking at this idea of going into front headlock and standing position, we've seen that the entry is always an attempt to overcome a very simple problem. How will I get the crown of my training partner's head below my armpit? If I can do this, you're going to get a lot of front headlocks on your opponents. Now, we've seen the idea of taking the inside position. We've seen there's a simple method to it. As we move out towards our training partner, our hands occupy the center line. As we step in, we go in and we get grips here at our training partner's bicep. We saw in the previous move the idea of generating motion, and then from here a straight snap where my opponent's head is taken by my right hand to my right armpit. So far, the idea we've been looking at in all these snap downs has been a push and pull motion. But there's another kind of pressure which will often set up snap downs, and this is a side to side pressure where my hands from an inside position start a windshield wiper type motion. So as I line up with an inside tie on my training partner, I will often start by taking my training partner's head and I put his elbow underneath his own head, just like so. Okay, if my opponent doesn't react, there's an easy front headlock here. Okay, so what they all do is they bring their head up on the other side, and now we bring his elbow underneath his head on the opposite side. Now as his head comes up in response to that, let's go side to side. And by taking my opponent's head from side to side, from an inside tie, you will often create tremendous off-balancing and distraction in your opponents that sets up front headlock entries. So as we move out with our training partner in standing position, look, our first motion here is to take our training partner's elbow underneath his own head. That's very tough for your opponent to deal with. He tries to come up, and now we run him across to the other side. As the head comes up, we learn to switch side to side until the head comes down and we go into the front headlock situation. So once again, as we come out in standing position, look, our first movement takes him out of balance. As he comes up in response, the second movement takes him out of balance, and then from here we're in perfect position to front headlock him straight down to the mat. Now, here's a common situation that I see all the time in the sport of jiu-jitsu. Very often you'll see athletes come out and they will take mutual collar ties, whether you both have essentially the same collar tie as the other guy has, and you see two athletes kind of walking around not really knowing what to do, okay? As a general rule, this is not really a very effective way to grapple in the standing position. There are times it's okay to take a mutual collar tie, perhaps when you want to slow down the action or buy some time. I don't like to see my own athletes use it because you're in essentially the same grip upon each other. It's hard for you to attack when you have more or less exactly the same grip upon each other. Moreover, by committing to your opponent's head and arm in this way, you become very vulnerable to many kinds of flying submissions, flying triangles, flying arm bars, etc., etc. It's very easy for your opponent to sneak in underneath your legs and get into ashigarami. So as a general rule, if you're going to tie up the collar, I prefer to see situations where you have the inside position, so you have a collar tie on him, but he doesn't have a collar tie on you. When you both have exactly the same grip upon each other, it tends to result in either a very slow match without a lot of activity going on, or a surprising degree of vulnerability to flying submissions. Nonetheless, it's not a complete disaster. There's still good things you can do from here. One of the very best is a forearm snap. When we work in this position, if I'm going to snap my opponent down, there's a problem. He's connected to my head. So if I use my right hand, the collar tie hand, to bring him down, we both just go down together. Nothing's going to happen. But if I take my hand wrist deep over my training partner's forearm, and from here I put my left foot forward, even though I'm gripping a right hand collar tie. So normally I would stand like so. I switch my stance. What I'm going to do in this situation is I'm going to use my body moving down and away. My right leg goes back, and my left hand on the forearm will do 90% of the snap down. The big mistake you're going to make when you try this move is you're going to try and do what we normally do, which is use the collar tie to snap him down. Remember, he also has a collar tie. So when you use the collar tie, you both go down. So instead, we go wrist deep, not finger deep, wrist deep over the forearm. My head goes in, and now everything goes down and away, and look how my left hand snaps him down. And now we end up with angle from where we can either go behind or go into a nice front headlock situation. Understanding which is the dominant hand on this snap down is the key to success or failure. Most people associate the dominant hand with the collar tie. That will condemn you to failure almost every single time from this tie up. If my right hand is dominant, we both go down. But if my left hand comes in and I start a push-pull reaction from here, look how I just withdraw my leg, my head goes down and away, and my left hand does 90% of the work, the hand on the forearm. And as a result, it's an easy thing for us to go into a strong front headlock attack down on the floor. When you understand which is the dominant hand and which is the auxiliary hand in this case, you'll have a lot of success with this move. If you don't understand that, you'll have no success with it. Let's have a look at it from the other angle. Two right-handed athletes come out and they take the same collar tie. If I try to snap with right hand dominant, the collar tie hand, we both just go down together. But if I put a left hand in, wrist deep on my training partner's bicep, and I step my right leg back, look how my body goes down and away. I look at the floor and I snap everything down, my head in good position. And as a result, we can either go behind or we can square up and go into a front headlock situation. The key is the idea of my head going down and my legs going down and away, just like so. We never want to just snap with the hands. We have to incorporate large amounts of body weight into the snap. So from that initial tie, we go in, look how everything goes down and away, and there's the snap. Now from here, front headlock, down to the mat. We've been looking at a range of highly effective snap downs. The one we're going to look at now happens to be my personal favorite. All the snap downs, I love all of them and I use all of them, but I've always had a special hankering for this. I believe it's particularly well adapted to the sport of jiu-jitsu because we're so enamored of guillotine strangles, and this one leads right into guillotines. The other reason I like it so much is because it's equally effective in standing position and, as we'll see later today, down on the mat as well. I always invest a lot of time in this myself, and that also reflects in my students' work also. Okay, what is a cross snap? Well, we've been looking so far mostly at straight snaps. In a straight snap, my right hand takes my training partner's head to my right armpit. So everything stays on the right hand side or the left hand side, depending upon which hand I initiate with. Now, on a cross snap, my opponent's head is taken across my center line to the opposite armpit, like so. Okay. When you perform the move, it looks somewhat reminiscent of an American footballer catching a football. Someone throws the football hard at their stomach and they catch it, and like so. That's more or less what happens in these situations. From here, from an inside tie, the hips go back, the head goes over my training partner's head, I create a hole, and into that hole I feed my training partner's head. Now, there's a move which has been popular in Jiu-Jitsu for the longest time, which is not what I'm showing you now. And that's a kind of a flying entry into a guillotine. We'll see people right off the tie-up, they come up and they jump and they go and they go crazy. I've seen literally thousands of people perform this move. I don't think I've ever seen anyone strangle anyone from that move. It has probably one of the lowest success rates in the sport. Not only does it have a low success rate, it makes you very, very vulnerable to someone who's anticipating the move to pick up your legs and just powerbomb you straight into the mat. So that's not what we're trying to do, okay? When we come out with our training partner, we create the same kind of push-pull reaction that we're always looking for, and then from here, I go down and away with the legs, and I create a hole into which my opponent's head will be taken, okay? So from here, as my legs come back, I have a snap hand and a trap hand. The snap hand feeds the trap hand, like so, okay? And his head goes across my center line. So from here, from an initial tie-up, my head retracts, there's the trap hand, and the weight goes back. And off that simple motion, we go straight through, and now we're right away into a front headlock. I generally recommend, when you perform a cross snap, that you follow with an inside front headlock. An inside front headlock is where my hand goes inside his arm rather than outside. Once again, from an initial standing start, we take an inside tie with our training partner. We engage in the usual push-pull dynamic that moves my training partner around the mat, and then in one motion, trap hand and opposite leg, come back. So the body weight is involved in the motion. And then from here we go across, and we find ourselves now with the inside front headlock. This is a beautiful, smooth way of entering that doesn't require you to leave the mat in a risky, haphazard fashion, but rather you can use this almost every match you're in. From an initial tie-up with our training partner, generate motion, push, pull, and then from here, I see the trap hand is set, my legs go back, his head goes across the center line, and we feed right in. So his head goes right into the breadbasket. You catch like you're catching a football. So the head is well trapped right off the initial catch. Don't bring it too far across, where now his head can come up, and then from here you're in trouble. We want to keep his head caught in the center, as I said, like you're catching a football. So from here, look how we set the trap, legs come back, and catch. Then my second hand comes in, takes the leg, and now we're down in the front headlock, down on the floor. Let's have a look at it from the other angle. From an initial tie-up with our training partner, we come in, we set the trap, the legs go back, and we catch. Everything's caught up in the middle, inside front headlock, and then a drag down to the floor, and we're looking good. Let's look at what is unquestionably my second favorite snap down. We just looked at the cross snap, which I believe is particularly well adapted to the sport of submission grappling because it tends to lead into front headlock situations which get us very, very close to submission holds, which of course is the ultimate object of submission wrestling rather than just regular wrestling. Now, I've got to give you a reason why I like this one almost as much as a cross snap. Well, one of the main reasons is because most snaps come out of inside control. But the over tie snap, the one we're about to look at now, functions out of outside control. So I can willingly give up inside control to my opponent and still hit a highly effective snap down upon my opponent. Many students are taught always, incessantly, to battle for inside control. And so you'll catch a lot of opponents by simply giving them what they think is a dominant inside position, working off that and snapping them down directly into a devastating front headlock. Let's have a look at how we use this and why we use it. If my opponent comes out and employs what is incontestably the most common tie-up in the sport of submission grappling, the collar tie, most of the time I'm interested in taking the inside position from him. Okay, so for example, I could take my own collar tie, put my hand inside, and walk out to an angle. Now I have inside position. That's certainly a very good strategy. Okay, so if my opponent takes the inside position, I could steal it back from him. Once again, he comes out, takes an inside tie. I put my hand inside his bicep, just like so, and I walk away from his collar tie, and now I have the inside position. That's certainly a very viable strategy. But another strategy is to say, you know what, give him inside position. Give him what he wants, and snap him down from the outside. This requires us to use a very powerful form of tie-up, the over tie. If someone comes out and takes a right-handed collar tie, I'm going to stand against them left-handed so that he has right side forward and I have left side forward, as opposed to the situations we were looking at earlier today where we both had right side forward. So we stand opposite stance, just like so. Now my opponent has a strong collar tie. I'm going to take my hand outside and around and over his tie, hence the name an over tie. I have a collar tie over and outside his. When he goes to pull me down, my over tie connects us together, so it's very hard for him to snap me down. But it's very easy for me to use the open space between our two bodies to put my hand over my training partner's forearm. There's just so much space. Goes right in. So when my opponent comes out and takes a collar tie, I go over the top and I take my own over tie. Initially, there might be a battle here for wrist, leg, etc., etc. But then at some point, my hand brushes up to the forearm and I turn on my toes. As my toes turn to face the same direction as my training partner, my head goes down and away and I throw everything down to the floor. Now my opponent desperately needs to square up to me. If he doesn't square up, I have his back. So he's got to square up to me. And that's exactly when we go down into the front headlock. Once again, my opponent comes out and he takes his collar tie. I take my over tie. From here, initially, we just play a usual kind of game, just like so. Then from here, when the time is right, I take my training partner's forearm and I turn. Off that turn, the right hand does 90% of the work. I'm right hand dominant, snapping the forearm down to the mat. As he turns to face me, down block, front headlock. Okay? Let's have a look at those same details from the opposite angle. I've always loved the over tie as opposed to what most people do in the sport of jiu-jitsu. When someone takes a collar tie, they take the same tie up and they wrestle from essentially the same grip on each other. And then you see people getting hit with flying arm locks, leg locks, all kinds of madness from here. I much prefer when someone has a very strong and powerful collar tie to stand opposite stance to them and work from an over tie. Just like so. Now, perhaps in another DVD we'll work on flying submissions. I actually have flying submissions on him from here, much more so than he has on me. From this position, I work to control my training partner's wrist, bicep, head, etc. But when the time is right, I come in here. Wrist deep. Don't just put your fingers on. Go wrist deep. Make sure you grip with what we call a false grip, bending your wrist 90 degrees around your opponent's forearm, the same way a gymnast grips 90 degrees on gymnastics rings in order to pull themselves up and get on top of the rings. Once we get into this position, look how I step and turn. It's my right hand, the hand on the forearm, that does 90% of the work. As I turn, everything goes down and away right in front of me. If my opponent's naive and just stays there, I'll take his back. If he's smart, we'll down block and go into front headlock. Now let's do a simple experiment that will show you incontestably which is the dominant hand. Remember, every snap down has a dominant hand and an auxiliary hand. It's absolutely critical to success you identify which ought to be your dominant hand for any given snap down. If I have inside tie, bicep and collar, it's going to be right hand dominant because he has no grip on me. And I can get maximum effect through the head and snap my opponent's hands down to the mat. If my opponent has a collar tie on me and we lock up, we saw earlier today that here it's my left arm, the one on the forearm, that does most of the snap down work. In the case of the overtie, again, it's the hand on the forearm that does most of the work. My opponent comes out and collar ties. Look how I don't even have a hand on his head. There is no hand on his head. Nothing. And yet, when I snap my opponent down, I get almost all the power that I would without it. When I work just here, you can bring the head down a little, but not all the way to the floor. Okay? So, my opponent comes out, takes a strong collar tie, I go in, strong overtie. As we wrestle here, move, I come in, my hand goes over the top and everything turns away. And then, a snap down to the mat. In the previous sequence, we looked at an overtie snap. The variation we looked at was a full overtie snap where two arms were involved. So I had my overtie and I had the dominant hand on the forearm, and as a result, I was able to take my training partner down towards the mat. Now let's look at a half overtie snap. As the name implies, it's about half as powerful as the previous move. But remember, when you want a front headlock, all you have to do, the great rule, is bring the crown of your opponent's head lower than your armpit. That's all it takes. If you can do that, you're able to go efficiently into a front headlock. If the crown of the head is higher than my armpit, that's when you start taking unnecessary risks and your opponent can go in behind you and cause all kinds of problems. Okay? So that's the measuring stick of entry into front headlocks. The crown of his head measured against the height of your armpit. The moment it goes below that, you can efficiently and safely go into a front headlock. The moment you start breaking that rule by coming up, that's when the problems start. Now the head rises, the hips come in, and you've got big issues ahead of you. Now, with that in mind, let's look at the idea of a half overtie snap. My training partner comes out. We know for any overtie snap, we're working from outside position. That means that we want to have an opposite stance. My opponent has right side forward, I have left side forward. From here, without putting my hand on my opponent, I'm simply going to turn across my training partner and watch his fingers. It's not my arm that takes his hand off my lapel, off my collar. It's my shoulder and my neck rotation. Don't think you're trying to pull your opponent down for the snap. What you're doing is you're pushing and rotating across. Off that cross rotation, we go 1, disconnect the hand, 2, cross snap, and feed the head. Okay? Don't try to go in a straight line down because his arm will prevent it from happening. What we do in these situations is we hit the first snap out here, and then the head comes down and we lock the front headlock. So once again, my training partner comes out and he wrestles with his right side forward. So we're wrestling just in like so. I take my overtie and then in one motion I just hit a quick half overtie snap. And now we're in the perfect position to cross snap, lock, everything comes down to the floor, and we're in a perfect front headlock. Let's have a look at the same move from the opposite side. From here, my training partner comes out, he takes a right-handed stance, right-handed grip around my neck. I take the left-handed over tie. From here, we hit a quick snap, moving out in this direction so that I face the same direction as him. As a result, I'm able to cross snap, lock, my leg goes back, and we're in perfect position to go down into the front headlock. From here, he's got right side forward. I come in, over tie. From the initial over tie, we look in this direction and one-handed snap. Change our body orientation. The crown of his head is lower than my armpit, so there's no reason why I can't lock up the beginnings of a front headlock. Now as he tries to tackle my legs, it's very, very difficult, and we end up in a perfect front headlock down on the floor. Let's go on now to one of the great snap downs from the standing position. Very, very effective. We've seen a basic distinction in our snap down arsenal. Most of the conventional snap downs are done from inside control. My hands, my wrists, and my elbows inside my opponent's hands, wrists, and elbows. So if you look at Snap Down 101, teaching, you'll often see everything taught out of here. Okay, and this is an excellent place to start. And in truth, most of your snap downs, especially in the early days when you first start using them, will be done from an inside tie. But it's very, very important that you have good working snap downs from outside ties. There's always going to be that day you get shut out of inside position by a good hand fighter, or perhaps even more likely, you don't want to spend significant amounts of time fighting for an inside position when you just want to get quickly into your moves and actually get the match moving forward towards submission holds. So it's important we have effective outside control snap downs. We just saw over tie snaps, full and half, and they're very effective. Another one, very, very effective from an outside tie, is a 2-on-1 snap. Let's look at a situation where my training partner has a grip either on my collar, my bicep, my wrist. It doesn't matter, okay? Anytime my opponent stands with his right side forward and I stand against them with my left side forward, whether he grabs my collar, biceps, elbows, wrist, irrelevant. We go into the same kind of general move. We're going to get a grip on our training partner's upper arm. We're going to come up here to our training partner's wrist, and in one motion we're going to turn across our training partner and come in shoulder to shoulder. Controlling my training partner, wrist deep with a false grip, locking in so that my shoulder is above and behind my training partner's shoulder. My second hand can grip with a thumb or without a thumb, and there's different schools of thought here. Some people like to control the hand here in front of their body. Some like to control it to the wrist. Depends on what you want to do. For the purpose of a snap down, the two grips I most like are utilizing the thumb with the hand away, or gripping with a figure of 4, like so. They're both excellent for the snap down we're about to look at. So once again, from a standing start, my opponent comes out and we lock up just like so. We turn across our training partner's body, we rotate so we're facing the same direction as him, and we bring our shoulder up here behind his shoulder. My arms are short, close to my body, and as a result, I've got excellent control. A nice little diagnostic test that you can do is to hold on with one hand and use your shoulder pushing forward, head to head. When your training partner goes to pull away, if you can hold just with the one hand, you've got a good grip with that 2-on-1 shoulder position. If your shoulder is not behind his shoulder, any yank from his arm will quickly take it out. But when my shoulder is well positioned, it's hard for him just to yank away. And as a result, we can stay in good angle relative to him. Again, my opponent comes in, we lock in over the top, we rotate, and we come into this critical shoulder position. Now from here, my second hand comes on like so. Now, I like to get my opponent stepping back with his feet. So what I'll often do in these situations is fake some kind of ashiwaza or foot sweep, which will make my opponent want to take his foot out of this position. Okay, so that's a nice way to get him stepping out and get the feet going back. What I want to do is create a situation where the further the feet go back, the easier it becomes to snap him forward to the mat. If his feet are well advanced, it's very, very hard for me to snap him down. But when the feet go back, now it's very, very easy to snap him down to the floor. So once again, he comes out and ties up. We go in over the top and bring the arm around the corner. From here, I get him stepping out. Now in one motion, I take my body this way, like a wave. And off that wave, we snap him down to the mat. Now as he turns to face us, we lock up and find ourselves back in the front headlock. Once again, my opponent comes out. He's got his collar tie. Our hands come in here and here. We rotate. And we bring our shoulder up and behind his. From this position, I like to push, 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 get him stepping back. Now from here, look how we sweep the hand down to the mat. As he turns to face us, we find ourselves in a beautiful front headlock position. Now, it's a beautiful move. Let's look at how we can screw it up. Probably the single most common reason people struggle with the move is because they pull the arm forward, this way. That's not going to snap anyone down. The key is that, put the feet back, back. Once we start in this position, I want to take his hand by stepping here in front of my foot to the floor, like I'm trying to nail it on the mat. When he tries to take his hand off the mat, it's shockingly hard. And as a result, you can quickly either take his back or go into a front headlock if he squares up to us. So once again, my training partner ties up. From here, we come in and we whip the arm by and find ourselves in a good front headlock type situation. Now from here, look how I take my foot, I step and pin it down to the mat. As my training partner goes to turn and face me, now we're in front headlock and broken down to the floor. Let's look at some other key details. Like any snap down, push-pull is very, very important here. What I want to do in these situations is start pushing into my training partner so that my body is side on to him. I don't want to be square on with a 2-on-1, at least not this version of the 2-on-1. I want to be here, side on. You'll notice that I have a pushing leg. Make your body strong. This leg here carries no weight. This one has all the weight on it. And as a result, it's very easy for me to turn off this leg and snap my training partner down to the mat. So the overall dynamic that we want from a standing start, from an initial standing start, the overall dynamic that we want in this situation is one of push-pull and then a quick snap straight down to the floor. So push, 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 everything down. Okay? Don't bring everything across, bring everything down and away. So once again, he's got an inside tie. From here, we're wrestling the standing position. We come through, we take the 2-on-1, working like so. Push, push, push. I have a weighted leg and an unweighted leg, and as a result, we can quickly snap our opponent down to the floor. We can hit this from almost any time. My opponent has a wrist tie. From here, it's the easiest thing for us to go through and straight up and switching into a 2-on-1 and a quick snap. My opponent takes a bicep tie. From the bicep tie, we go in, we've got that same 2-on-1 and down. My training partner takes a collar tie, and from here, it's an easy thing. Push, push, and down to the mat. Incredibly versatile, incredibly effective way of snapping my opponent down and taking the front headlock position. We've been looking at the snap down game. From standing position, we've seen a large number of ways in which we can take our training partner's head and snap the crown of his head lower than the height of our armpit, and so enter safely into the front headlock situation. So far, everything we've done has involved working more or less at arm's length to our training partner. So we were working out here. There was separation between his torso and my torso. My arms were the mechanism of transferring weight and getting my opponent down into the snap. What about situations where there's no space between our torsos, where we're more or less chest to chest? How would I snap someone down in these circumstances? So for example, if my opponent had an underhook on me and we were here shoulder to shoulder with no separation between us, could I hit an effective snap down from here? Absolutely. In these situations, off this overhook tie, we want to turn our body to face the same direction as him. What I don't want is my opponent locking a body lock. That's going to make things very difficult in terms of snap downs. There's other things I can do here, but a snap down is not one of them. So typically, it's a good idea for me to take an inside tie, like so, inside my training partner's wrist. So when he goes to lock a body lock, it's a very difficult thing for him to do, to bring the hands in together. Now, in one motion, I'm going to turn my body to face the same direction as him, and I'm going to hike my shoulder higher than his shoulder. And as a result, we can quickly snap our training partner down. He probably won't go down as easy as that. I've gained a little weight over the years and I've crushed my poor training partner. If he's more resistant, we'll have a situation where typically the crown of the head will go lower than my armpit. You can currently see the basic measuring stick, crown of his head, my armpit, has not been satisfied. So from here, as he makes a strong body, we lock out like so. Look how I just snap him down by turning my body and the head comes down. As a result, now the crown of his head is lower than my armpit and we lock inside. From here, my legs turn, legs go back, and as a result, we're in a nice front headlock down to the mat. Once again, from an initial tie-up where my opponent digs into an underhook, we take our overhook in place just like so. My hand goes in and locks the inside position, so when he goes to lock a body lock, it's a very difficult thing. Now from here, my body turns the same direction as him and we hit a quick snap that squares him up and gives us a good opportunity to lock up like so. Now from here, we get our body moving down and away, and there's the front headlock that we're looking for. From the other angle, my opponent ties up, he takes the underhook, and we come in here with the overhook. We take an inside tie on his wrist, our body turns in the same direction he's facing, and from here, get a quick snap, lock, hands turn, and there's the front headlock. We can do similar things from our own underhook. From a situation where I have an underhook on him, how am I going to get into an underhook? From here, very often what we'll do is we'll move our training partner at the head. Okay, so as I move my training partner's head, I'll go through and take an underhook. Okay, regardless of which side we come into. It's hard to get an underhook on a good man. Typically their elbows are in tight to their body, and as a result it's hard to work your way directly into an underhook. So what we do is we put our hand inside our training partner's bicep and we hit a partial snap, and as a result my hand goes in and we take the underhook situation like so. Now from that underhook, we're going to put our head on the inside and we're going to post on our training partner's head. So when he tries to face, it's the difficult thing. Now from here, my hand just slips over the head and I square my body up, and right away we're into the front headlock situation. Once again, in the situation where we're tied up just like so, I bring my hand, I snap, and as a result, I walk myself directly into the front headlock. From head position, I post on my training partner's head. Now, his head is now lower than my armpit, my body squares up, we lock, and then from here, we sag him straight down to the mat. Okay, so now we have effective ways of going into front headlocks from chest to chest or shoulder to shoulder situations, under the arm and over the arm. We've been looking at the science of snapping an opponent down from standing position. We've seen a large number of different methods of snapping from standing position, but always remember something absolutely crucial. All of them, regardless of type, are all predicated on the notion of push-pull dynamic. In the standing position, the single most important prerequisite of success or failure for snap downs is always going to be your capacity to generate action and reaction in your opponent through pushing and pulling. Every snap down finishes with a pull down to the mat. That's the common factor in all of them. And so the wisest way for me to start is always with a push into my opponent to elicit a reaction. Regardless of the type of tie-up I have, almost always we start with a push where the feet start to go behind the head. Remember, if your opponent's feet are forward, underneath his head, it's very, very hard to snap them down. The further the feet go back, the easier it becomes to snap your opponent to the floor. The simplest way to ensure that your opponent's feet end up behind his head is to push into him. If my opponent stays in an upright posture and I start aggressively pushing into him, he's going to fall right over. He has to put the feet back just to catch his balance. Now, what I use to push, that's up to you. You can use forearms in the case of a collar tie. So the forearm pushes into him. I can use the hands on his biceps. That's very effective. We saw we could use our shoulder in the case of a 2-on-1. Okay? Whatever mechanism you use, the principle is the same. You want ultimately to pull him to the mat, initiate with a push. That's the number one method of ensuring that you have success with all of the snap downs that we've looked at. But there is a second way, almost as good. Sometimes, rather than use a push-pull dynamic to get his feet back, what we'll do is we'll fake a shot. So for example, if I have an underhook on my training partner, from here I will fake a shot on my training partner. My opponent steps back. Now we're in a position where it's so easy for us to come back up, and from here, snap our training partner's hand down to the mat. Remember, ultimately, we want a situation where his head is in front of his feet. Now, if my opponent pulls my hand, I will immediately go out of balance. But on the other hand, if my head is well positioned over my feet and he pulls my hand, the pull is much less catastrophic to my balance. So whether we start with a push-pull dynamic to get the feet back, or whether we start with a fake shot to get him stepping back, the effect in the end is the same. Now, faking the shot, let's talk a little bit about fakes. So often I see people hit completely convoluted fakes that no one's going to buy. For anything that's fake, it has to resemble the thing that's actually real. Okay, counterfeit money only works if it looks like real money. So too with fake takedowns. They only work if they look like real takedowns. Sometimes I see people doing these ludicrous looking fakes, bouncing around like, hey, oh my God, that doesn't even remotely resemble a takedown. Okay, it has to look like the first 20 to 50% of the takedown in order for my opponent to buy it as a legitimate move, react to it, and then I can do what I want. So doing this, just reaching, no one's going to buy that as a fake. Even if I did grab his leg from here, I couldn't do anything with it. Okay, there has to be a level change. Okay, there has to be that pull, so that if my opponent didn't move his leg, there's no reason why I couldn't go through into a legitimate takedown. There has to be the appearance of a legitimate threat. Okay, slapping your opponent's thigh is not a fake, because even if I did grab the leg, I'm simply not in a mechanical position to actually take him down. But say for example a split step and pull, if he hadn't moved, I would have been in a position to throw a leg by and go into my opponent's legs. Okay, so you must understand this. Picture whatever it takes to get a real takedown entry and do the first 25 to 50% of that, and you're going to have a legitimate looking fake. So for example, from an underhook situation, from here, look how I split step, go in, then the hand comes up, we snap, and we've got a nice little front headlock entry to work with. Okay, that would be a good example of an underhook. But my favorite tie-up to go into snaps is actually an inside bicep tie. You stand here. What I like to do is tie up inside my training partner's bicep, just like so. Now when I tie up on the bicep, if I want to push, I use my thumb. If I want to pull, I overhook and pull like so. So I switch between pushing grips and pulling grips. Push grip, pull grip, etc. Okay, so there's my push and there's my pull. Okay, I can't pull with my thumb around his bicep. My hand will just slip off. So when I push, I thumb post. When I pull, everything goes around, and now I can start pulling people around the mat. Okay. So when I first tie up, he comes out to tie up with me, and I take an inside tie on him. Okay. From this situation, I start an action of a fake shot. So there has to be a genuine threat where I level change. My head must go lower than his, and there must be some kind of explosive movement. As my opponent goes to step back, my hand comes up. We move away from our training partner and snap. Now we're in perfect position to drag him down to the floor. Once again, as my opponent reaches for me, I take the inside tie. Off that inside tie, from here, I start an initial movement where I beat the head and fake. Now my hand comes back, tie up, and now what we've always talked about. I don't want to snap him onto my legs. That's a disaster. So from here, we always make sure we bring his head down just enough. We can lock. And now we've got a nice front headlock down to the floor. That's how we use fakes from various tie-ups. I recommend you start with underhooks, and my favorite, the bicep tie-up. Simple set of fakes in these positions will generate reactions on the part of your opponent that makes your snap down attempts much more successful. Now, we've been looking at standing front headlocks, we've been looking at entries. There's always going to come those times you get a nice front headlock on someone in the standing position, you've trapped the head, you've controlled the arm, but you just can't get them down to the mat. They're still on their feet, you want to work on the floor, you want to get your submission holds, you want to get your positional moves, etc., and you're having a very difficult time controlling them down to the floor. So we need some practical means of getting the fight down to the mat from a front headlock. So for example, we started with an initial front headlock in our training partner, and he's got a strong stance here, he's fighting the hands, etc., and we want to get him down to the floor, and it's proving to be very difficult. Okay, the question becomes, how am I going to do this? Well, if I only had one method of doing so, I would choose the one I'm about to show you, the circling method. I'll demonstrate it first out of an outside front headlock here. Okay. First, let's look at our posture. I want to put weight on him. So it's important, as we saw earlier in the video, that I put weight over the head. So I want my shoulder on the back of his neck. I want my hand here controlling my opponent at the chin strap grip, just like so. We're going to demonstrate the first one out of an outside front headlock. Soon we'll look from an inside front headlock. I want my body side on to him. Make a strong body. So I want my body side on. I don't want to be naive and stand here. We can just grab my legs and start causing problems for you. Okay? So we want to make sure we're side on to our training partner's body like so. I want his elbow extended and coming forward. The closer his elbow is to his own body, the harder he is to work with in these positions. So I make sure I get wrist deep on the bicep, never finger deep, wrist deep, and I rotate my elbows back to myself. Okay. Now, because I'm side on to my training partner's body, it's very easy for me to go foot to foot, foot away from foot, and then sprawl. My right leg sprawls, and I draw him to the mat. Now we're in perfect position to work down on the floor. Let's have a look at that simple but highly effective sequence again. From a situation where we have successfully knocked our training partner down, we lock into the front headlock position and we keep our body down just like so. Weight balanced, we're in perfect position now to step 1, 2, 3. And now we're in a nice front headlock, ready to work on the floor. I'll show it from the other angle. From a situation where we start off, just like so. I turn my body somewhat side on. We come across 1, 2, and 3. And as a result, we circle our opponent down to the mat. Because I'm demonstrating in slow motion, it looks relatively linear. But in truth, when we look at it in combat speed, you'll see that there's a circular pull element to it. So from a given front headlock situation, it's a circle and pull down towards the floor. We've been looking at this notion of taking a standing front headlock down to the floor so we can do work down on the mat. We looked at our most popular method, the circling method, which is relatively simple and highly effective. There's always going to be those times, however, you feel your opponent has a fairly upright posture and it's difficult to sprawl him in a circle down towards the floor. In these situations, one of my favorite ways to work is to go underneath my opponent, through their legs, with a sacrifice throw, often referred to as sumigeshi. There are many variations of sumigeshi. This is just one of many. One day I would love to do an instructional video just on sumigeshi itself. It's an incredibly wide-ranging throw, sweep down on the floor. It can be done in gi, no gi. It's an incredible move with many variations. But this is one important variation in the case of front headlock. I can't get my opponent down to the floor. I'm going to roll him over with sumigeshi. So let's look at this one in a situation where We have a front headlock in the standing position, and we have an inside front headlock. My hand is here like so. My opponent has his feet separated. Why? It might be because I pulled him in a circle, and as a result, his feet started to separate. What I'm going to do from here is I'm going to take my right foot, because I'm holding the front headlock with my right hand. So a right rule. Right side front headlock, my right foot goes here inside his foot like so. I'm going to step up with my left foot, and my right foot is going to take my training partner over my right shoulder. So we have a right rule. Right front headlock, my right foot takes him over my right shoulder. Look how I penetrate at an angle. When I step my right foot in, I'm going to penetrate in this direction. I do not go straight to my opponent. I go across his body. So the direction of my fall, just hold your body. The direction of my fall is out here. Watch how, as I step in with my right foot, my left foot steps up too, and I take my training partner over with the right leg. Now from here, holding on to the grips, I simply go over my training partner, and we end up in the mounted position on top of our training partner, or we just end up with the front headlock in ways that we'll see how to finish later on in the video. The important thing is we use the front headlock to get him down to the floor. So from any given front headlock scenario, we have the inside front headlock where I go inside his arm. We lock up like so, I circle and pull, and I separate his feet, and I step in here, just like so. Now, from this position, my left foot steps in. So my 2 feet come in like I'm sitting here in a chair. Then as I go down towards the floor, I kick with my leg and end up in the top position. Once again, inside front headlock, right foot penetrates. Now the left foot goes all the way in, and the right foot takes him over my right shoulder. Now we're in the perfect position to land in the front headlock position, ready to operate in ways that we'll soon see. Let's have a look at that from another angle. In a situation where I've successfully taken the inside front headlock, I bring his foot towards me. I take the inside position with my foot. Now, left foot is the penetration step. And now we're on top with a front headlock in the mounted position. We're going through this long study of the front headlock situation in submission grappling. The first big scenario that we looked at, remember there are 4 scenarios that we apply the front headlock in to a greater degree than any other. These are standing position, kneeling positions, seated positions, and guard passing positions. We're now turning our attention to the second of those scenarios. This is situations where the 2 athletes are kneeling in front of each other and one has a front headlock. So for example, my opponent is down on 2 knees, down on the mat, and we have the front headlock situation. We're on 1 knee like so and working from here. This is probably the most familiar scenario for front headlocks for people that come from a wrestling background. We've assumed that either from standing position, we took our opponent down to the floor. We hit a standing snap down and put him down into a front headlock. Or it might be in a more jiu-jitsu type context where my opponent is employing many of the standard moves of jiu-jitsu. So for example, if you're bottom side control, how many times have you seen this happen? Guy gets an underhook, comes up to his base, and boom, we're right away into a front headlock type scenario. Okay. Say for example, I'm passing my training partner's guard. And in the course of guard passing, we get some kind of stack, for example, and my opponent comes up, and lo and behold, we're right away into a front headlock scenario. There's so many ways it could happen in the sport of jiu-jitsu, but you'll notice they all have one thing in common. They're almost always reactive entries. When we're down on the ground, the overwhelming majority of your entries into a front headlock will be reactive. Because I'm on 2 knees and my opponent's working underneath me, he's always going to be, the crown of his head will always be underneath the height of my armpit. And so as we work in situations like this, it's very, very easy to get into front headlocks. The moves that we saw in the standing position don't really have applicability down on the knees. So for example, it's very, very rare in a competitive setting for 2 athletes to stand in front of each other on 2 knees, up, 2 knees, And this is the kind of thing you see in beginners class where two guys wrestle on the knees like this. Like it never happens in competition. Okay, so typically what we find when we're working down on the floor is that most of the entries are reactive. So for example, if my opponent shoots for a leg down on the knees, boom, this would be a good example of working into a front headlock type scenario. If my opponent comes up from a pin escape, if he turns over and turtles when I'm trying to pass his guard, these would all be good examples of reactive entries when we're working down on the floor with front headlocks. So always bear in mind when we work down on the kneeling position, down on the mat, the overwhelming majority of your entries in the front headlock will be reactive entries rather than the proactive entries that we saw predominate in the standing position. We're making our way through the front headlock system that I teach. So far, most of our effort has been in getting into the front headlock situation. Now we're down on the mat in a front headlock and we're ready to go into some of the most distinctive and interesting parts of the front headlock system. I want to introduce you to a key element of our approach to front headlocking and in particular guillotine strangles. This is the so-called high wrist position. That's wrist as in wrist, not risk. High wrist position. There's always been a bit of a mystery with regards guillotines in the sport of jiu-jitsu and grappling. Have you ever noticed there's a variety of guillotines out there? We'll be looking at almost all of the main varieties of guillotine later in this video. There are many great athletes who are associated with particular kinds of guillotine. My own teacher, Renzo Gracie, was legendary for his arm-in guillotine. Many of his students were also very, very good indeed with arm-in guillotines. But my teacher never had a good high elbow guillotine or a good low elbow guillotine. He had one kind of guillotine at which he excelled, and he used that for all of his success with the guillotine. Then you'll see another great guillotine expert, like say for example the great Marcelo Garcia. He had an outstanding high elbow guillotine, but he had no arm-in guillotine and no low elbow guillotine. You'll see another athlete like Kron Gracie who has an outstanding low elbow guillotine, but was mediocre at high elbow guillotines. When you look at the great guillotine specialists, they all seem to have one kind of guillotine at which they excel, but they rarely use or don't use as well the other forms of guillotines. Why is that? I always used to wonder. Well, the answer is pretty simple. The mechanics of each guillotine are actually quite radically different. And to excel in all three is rather like excelling in three different kinds of moves, and that's not an easy thing to do. Most athletes tend to specialize in one or two favorite moves which they use to get their big breakthroughs. When I started using the high wrist position, something interesting started to happen. The athletes who I taught to use high wrist started to excel in every version of the guillotine. By repositioning their wrist and putting the primary focus on the positioning of their wrist, suddenly athletes could be extremely effective at high elbows, arm-in, and low elbow guillotines, along with many other forms of guillotine. Most people focus on a variety of factors as to what's going to make them successful with their favorite guillotines. But I always urge my athletes, particularly in the kneeling position from front headlocks, to focus on what I call the high wrist position. Once they focus on this, I quickly find they become highly proficient in many kinds of guillotine and can use whichever one is the appropriate one for the context with equal results and equal effectiveness. So, let's start by examining what is the high wrist position and what's so special about it. Well, a high wrist position refers to any situation where I take my strangle arm and from here I take my wrist high over my training partner's clavicle, just like so, rather than the traditional front headlock chin strap position. What I find most athletes do is they work from a chin strap with their wrist in a fairly low position. Then from here they lock their hands depending upon which kind of guillotine they favor, whether it be arm-in, high elbow, or low elbow, or any other form of guillotine which they might fancy, and they work from the chin strap with their hand, their wrist in particular, relatively low. Then from there they use locked hands to try and get their wrist higher to get a complete coverage of their training partner's neck. That's certainly not a wrong way to operate. Many great athletes have had tremendous success with that over the years. But it does tend to create situations where different kinds of guillotines have very different kinds of strangle mechanics. And so you get this commonly observed phenomenon where people can be very good at one guillotine but unsuccessful with other kinds of guillotine. As opposed to the high wrist position, which puts your hand in a position where any form of guillotine will be equally effective, and the strangle power for each one will be more or less the same. What we have to focus on is off that initial front headlock, taking our hand and getting up here. Once we get our hand into the high wrist position, something very interesting happens. It's what I often refer to as double closure. Thank you. When we go to strangle someone, our goal is to reduce as much as possible the supply of blood into your training partner's brain. It's impossible to completely stop the traffic of blood to the brain. Okay, there are 4 arteries leading to the brain. Most people think there are 2. Most people think there are 2 carotid arteries running up the front which carry blood to the brain. They neglect to mention there are also 2 vertebral arteries that run up inside the spine, and these also contribute a significant amount of blood supply to the brain. So a strangle applied to the front of the neck is going to completely miss those vertebral arteries. So you're not cutting off 100% of the blood to the brain, even if you did apply a very efficient strangle to the front. What you are doing is you're cutting off a percentage. You're reducing the blood flow to the brain. Now the brain only constitutes about 2% of our body weight, but it requires 20% of the oxygenated blood of our body. So it requires a lot of upkeep, and there has to be a considerable amount of blood passing through those arteries running through the neck in order to maintain its functions. When that blood supply is even moderately compromised, we start to get bad effects leading towards strangulation and eventually unconsciousness. The higher the percentage of the blood that you cut off, the quicker and more efficient the strangle will be. I'm sure that all of you watching this video have had the experience of being caught in a partial strangle, where you feel there's some compromise to the blood supply, but not enough to render you unconscious. And as a result, you identified this fact and fought your way out of the stranglehold successfully. You've also probably had the opposite effect, where you misjudged how much blood supply was being caught off and you fought bravely and then passed out cold. And that's happened to me on quite a few occasions. What happens here is that there's a certain percentage which, if that blood is cut off, you get rendered unconscious. Again, the only way to completely cut off blood to the brain, because there's 4 arteries running to the brain, not 2, is to physically cut off the human head, and we're not allowed to do that in jiu-jitsu. So what we can do is cut off a percentage. The higher the percentage, the more successful we're going to be. When most people work with a low wrist position, they're cutting off one of the carotid arteries very successfully, but they're leaving the second one somewhat open. You can see, if we come closer to the camera, that my right wrist is covering my opponent's left carotid artery. And when I lock in, let's shift our body a little bit this way. When I lock my hands here, I have to do work to come up and cover the second carotid artery. Now, that work is typically being done against the resistance of my opponent's hands. Okay, right now my opponent has his hands on the floor, but in a combat situation, if I start low and he grabs my hands, it's very, very hard for me now to cover the second carotid artery because he's covering the hands. If the hands weren't there, sure, I could go around now and cover the second carotid artery. When we cover the second carotid artery, I often refer to this to my students as double closure. 2 carotid arteries are being closed instead of 1. So a higher percentage of blood flow is being restricted to the brain. You're going to get more efficient strangles. I'm not going to say that it's impossible to strangle someone covering only 1 carotid artery. Okay, the neck, everything inside the neck is very close together. So when there's compression on one side, typically there's effects on the other, and I've seen people strangled unconscious with what appears to be one carotid artery covered, provided it's done sufficiently well. But let's not kid ourselves. If we cover two carotid arteries efficiently, it's going to result in a much more higher percentage of the blood being cut off to the brain and a more efficient strangle. So what I love to see my students do is this. From any situation where they have any kind of front headlock, right from the bat, create a strong strangle threat by taking the hand up so that both sides of the neck, both carotid arteries, are immediately covered. In addition, because I have the high wrist position, when my opponent goes to fight my hands, it's so hard for him to get to the hands themselves. The most he can do is get to the wrist, as opposed to a low wrist position where it's easy for him to access the hands and start to interfere with my strangle. So what I like to see is first a more efficient strangle with the high wrist position, and then when he goes to interfere with the hands, it's so much harder for him to get in there and stop that strangulation process from beginning. When you're working from the front headlock position, from two knees, make the high wrist position your first opening gambit. From the front headlock, once you've attained control, take the wrist and move it in. If you can do this, you will immediately create a strong threat of strangulation that your opponent has to react to. In addition, you will find that any form of guillotine you attempt, whether it be low elbow, high elbow, arm in, is suddenly dramatically more effective than the standard versions. Immediately, having locked that front headlock, you will see my students from here quickly take the hand up into the high wrist position. And now, whether they work high elbow, low elbow, arm in, they're all going to be extraordinarily effective for one simple reason. You've attained double closure. Both carotid arteries are very nearly completely closed. A big percentage of your opponent's blood supply to the brain is immediately compromised. Moreover, your hand is positioned in such a way that it's very difficult for your opponent to interfere with that process of strangulation and stop it. Make the high wrist position your number one priority whenever you work from the front headlock on the knees in these kinds of situations, and you'll find your strangling percentages go up dramatically. We're starting to get into the heart of the front headlock system now. From a kneeling situation, we've identified one of the keynote elements of our front headlock system, the high wrist position. We've seen that when our wrist goes from the traditional chin strap grip into the high wrist, you immediately create double closure and a massive threat of strangulation right from the start of your control in the front headlock position. Now, there's something you really need to understand about this high wrist position. Really, there's only one way for you to get it, and that's a movement which I often refer to as the centerline shift. What is a centerline shift? Well, for a right-handed front headlock, most of the time, if I want to control my opponent, I want to keep my head on his right-hand side. So for example, if you look at a basic front headlock, I have a right-handed front headlock here, you'll see that my head is on my training partner's right-hand side, regardless of whether my hand is inside or outside. Sometimes you'll see this exaggerated, where the head goes inside the hole, etc., etc. But whenever I go to control my opponent, most of the time, a right-handed front headlock, my head will be on his right-hand side. Now, if I have my head on his right-hand side, I cannot achieve the high wrist position. So if my head stays here next to my training partner's right shoulder, it's almost impossible for me to get a successful high wrist position. What is required is that my head move across his center line and shift to the other side. Only then can I get my knuckles up above his clavicles into a true high wrist position. We're going to demonstrate this from a variety of angles. When I perform the high wrist position, you should be able to see the knuckles of my hand, the first knuckles. Okay? So when I have a classic front headlock, you can clearly see that my head is on my training partner's right-hand side. When I perform a centerline shift and my head goes across the centerline to the other side, you can clearly see the first knuckles of my hand. Once my hand goes into that high wrist position, There are a wide variety of very, very powerful guillotine attacks that I can use, but they all rely on this idea of a centerline shift where my head goes from my opponent's right shoulder across to the left shoulder. Once the centerline shift occurs, then my hand can follow the head and go into the high wrist position. The evidence of the high wrist is simple. Can you see the first knuckles of my hand? If the answer is yes, I've got a high wrist. If you cannot see those first knuckles, no, not high enough. Okay, you're working from a low wrist. So once again, in a centerline shift, my head starts on Placido's right hand side, and then as my head shifts, we get the high wrist position. And from here, so many ways for us to go on the attack that we'll soon be looking at. It's time for us to start going into actually using the high wrist position. We've seen why I favor it, how it generates double closure of my opponent's carotid arteries, creates an incredibly efficient coverage of the or interference of my opponent's blood supply to the brain, and creates an immediate threat of strangulation that my opponent has to address. It's difficult for him to address because the hand is positioned in such a way that it's hard for him to get through to hand fight me as I'm attempting the stranglehold. We've seen that the way to this high wrist position is through a movement called the shifting of our head, okay, where the head moves across the centerline shift, and as a result we're able to get our hand up into this very, very fine attacking position and go into work. Now, we're going to start looking at actually using this now in a practical context, and we're going to go through one of the most high percentage ways to strangle from a front headlock situation, the high elbow guillotine. Now, the high elbow guillotine is a very, very effective method, even in its standard forms. Done in the form I'm about to show you, it's a very difficult thing to get away from. We'll look at it in the context of someone in turtle position, down here on the elbows, a fairly common scenario in the sport of jiu-jitsu. And we're working here, we've hit what we call the centerline shift, where our head moves across, and as a result, we get into this high wrist position. Now, from here, we're going to take our foot and we're going to step here so our knee touches our training partner at the lat muscle, just like so. So you'll see I have a high wrist position and I have an angle where I'm lined up across my training partner's center line. Let's change the angle. So here's my training partner's shoulder line. I want to line up with his shoulder line. Okay, so I start on my training partner's center line in the front headlock. I go in, I hit a center line shift, and there's that lethal hand position, the high wrist position. Now from here, I take a big step and my leg blocks his primary defensive hand. As a result, we have high wrist and I'm lined up across his shoulder line. As a result, we can lock our hands. I'm not going to do what most people do, which is to fold and sit down to the floor. And after they sit, then try to throw their leg across their opponent's body. That takes a little too much time, and it's very easy for me to counter my high elbow guillotine by falling to his back, and now you've lost the position. What I prefer to see my students do is to throw their leg over their opponent's back prior to sitting down to the floor. So it's a situation where we start off just like so. We hit that fundamental head shift that gives us the high wrist position, and we step up to our training partner's shoulder line. Then from here, with our hands locked, we take our leg and we throw it right over our training partner's back. From the throw, I take my right foot and curl my foot inwards so that I sit back in a way where it's very, very difficult for my opponent to, I have to let go, it's already strained because of that high wrist position. It's very, very difficult for my opponent to slouch over to his back and avoid the force of the strangulation. Let's have a look at that sequence again. I'm sorry, the high wrist position is a very efficient strangle. It covers the carotid arteries right from the start, so I had to let go of that halfway through it. From that initial start, we lock up like so. We've seen the centerline shift, gives me high wrist. Now, a lateral step lines me up with my training partner's shoulder line. Then right from here, I take my left foot and flick it over my training partner's back. Then I curl my foot inwards, and now we have the perfect high elbow position, and we're in a strong finishing position, ready to go. In this way, you get tremendous coverage of your training partner's carotid arteries. Moreover, it's done in such a fashion that it's extremely difficult for your opponent to access your hands and fight the hands as people normally do when they first go in to defend the guillotine. In addition, by stepping over our opponent's back first, it's somewhat difficult for my opponent to slouch over onto his back to try and relieve pressure on his neck. All the standard methods of defending the high elbow guillotine become extremely difficult to employ. Let's have a look at the whole sequence again from another angle, just so we can see what it looks like. We've seen from a front headlock situation. We go in on our training partner, we make the center line shift, and as a result, we get that nice high wrist position. Now I line my body up with his shoulder line and step right over my training partner's hips and back, so that when we sit back away from the force of our training partner's defensive turn, and then from here we get the high elbow position for the finish. With a complete coverage of our opponent's two carotid arteries, it creates an immensely tight stranglehold, like a ligature around your training partner's neck, like a tourniquet, which just cuts off an abnormally large percentage of your opponent's blood to the brain and results in a highly efficient strangle that's very difficult for your opponent to interrupt. Now we've just seen a high wrist position, high elbow guillotine. Let's look now at a situation where you cannot get the high elbow guillotine. You have to work with a low elbow guillotine, but you still have that high wrist position. Let's look at the differences and relative effectiveness. If you come on this side. Okay, we've seen that one of the central features of our front headlock system is the so-called high wrist position, which occurs anytime I'm able to take a center line shift and move my head from one shoulder across to the other, and we get this precious high elbow position. Now, in the previous move, we were able to step over our training partner's defensive arm and lock a high elbow position. Okay, there's always going to be times your opponent does a good job of throwing their defensive arm over your shoulder, and now from here I can't get the high elbow even though I had a high wrist. My elbow is blocked out by his arm. Okay, in these situations you might well be tempted to go into the low elbow guillotine, and with good reason. It's done properly from a high wrist position. It's an absolutely shockingly effective strangulation method. Elbow position. In a high elbow guillotine, obviously we're trying to get the elbow high and pointing down our training partner's center line. In the low elbow guillotine, we're taking our elbow back to our own rib cage. So we have two retracted elbows to our own rib cage, as opposed to flared elbows down the center line with a high elbow. So we start off as we did before with a front headlock situation. From here, I take the high wrist position, but before I can get to the high elbow, he throws an arm over my arm, cancelling this idea of the high elbow guillotine. So watch what I do in response. I take the padding of my thumb from the high wrist position and I put it here on the second carotid artery so that I have double closure. So my thumb takes the place of my wrist and the high elbow guillotine. Then my hand, my elbow retracts, and I physically push my thumb into the carotid artery. So my low elbow position still does a good job of double closure because my elbow, left elbow, goes back to my ribs and pushes my bent wrist and thumb into the second carotid artery to achieve double closure. Once again, I come in, I get the high wrist position. So we've got an initial double closure. Then, before I can get the high elbow position, he blocks my high elbow arm. So now I come here, I push my elbow to my own ribs, and I physically push my thumb of the bent wrist into my training partner's second carotid artery. Then when I sit, I fall back and I lock in here. I've chosen a closed guard, but I could have chosen an open guard too. Now, as my opponent grabs my wrists, other hand, and covers my arm here, so I'm with my low elbow position, all I do is lift my feet off the mat, and the strangle is every bit as tight and every bit as good as covering both carotid arteries as the high elbow guillotine that we saw earlier. This is an incredibly effective way to strangle when your opponent does a good job of blocking the high elbow position. Let's have a look at it from another angle. from a situation we have front headlock, two athletes on two knees. We've seen this idea of a shift that creates the high wrist position. He blocks my high elbow arm. So from here I cover with my thumb my opponent's second carotid artery, and from here we lock up. Now as he takes his left hand into my wrist, scoops over my shoulder with the other arm, stacks me, does all those things that people do to defend themselves in these situations. From here we quickly get to the stranglehold and through. Very, very difficult for your opponent to resist. Please understand that done in this fashion, the low elbow guillotine, which gets very little attention these days, is every bit as effective for the purpose of strangulation as the high elbow. Both of them incredibly effective out of this high wrist position. We're looking at this high wrist position, which is one of the centerpieces of our approach to the front headlock and to the various guillotine strangles that we use. We've seen the advantage of high wrist position is great closure of our training partner's carotid arteries, and at the same time much more difficult for him to engage in a defensive hand fight to reduce the effect of our strangle. So far we've seen high elbow guillotines out of high wrist. We've seen low elbow guillotines. Now we're about to look at one of the moves that my academy is very famous for, the arm-in guillotine. My version of the arm-in is a little different because it's done out of high wrist situations. If you're on this side. Okay, typically one of the key elements to success with the arm-in guillotine, especially as it was taught by my sensei Hensel Gracie, is elbow position. Everything for him was elbow down tight to the hip. My own approach is to use a situation where we work from the high wrist. You will often hear people disparage arm-in guillotines as inherently less effective than high elbow or low elbow because you're strangling into your opponent's armpit. The concern that people raise is that when we work from an arm-in situation, a lot of my strangle power goes into my training partner's armpit rather than directly onto his carotid arteries. Now, if you do put your hands in behind the armpit like this, there's a lot of truth to that criticism. A lot of your strangle power does get diffused into the armpit rather than where it should be going, which is into your opponent's carotid arteries. However, if we use the high wrist position, almost all of the strangle power goes directly onto the carotid arteries, regardless of your second arm position. So we're going to start off, as we always do, from a front headlock situation, and like before, we're going to start off with a centerline shift that gives us the high wrist position. Now, I would love to go into a high elbow from here, and just step right into it and finish. Okay, he knows that, so he reaches up and tackles my waist, and now I can't get behind. His shoulder is in a position where now I can't lock the usual strangleholds, so I'm going to go in behind my opponent's armpit and grip my own wrist, just like so. Now, I'm going to curl my foot underneath me and sit with my legs in here. When my training partner goes in to defend the strangle in the usual fashion by stacking, grabbing the wrist, etc., all I'm going to do is pull in with my two legs, and as a result, we get an enormously powerful strangulation that goes directly onto your opponent's carotid arteries and not at all into the armpit. It's because my hand occupies the high wrist position, my second arm just comes around the corner and solidifies its position, and we get an enormously strong strangulation. Let's have a look at it from the other angle. Okay, from this situation we start off with a front headlock. As before, I use the centerline shift to get the high wrist, but when I try to come around the corner, my opponent cuts me off with his right arm. From here, I'm going to put my chin over the far shoulder and grab my own wrist. I pick my foot up off the floor so that it goes straight through, and we lock on the far side. Now, as my opponent goes into his defenses, we just pull in with the legs, and we get an enormously tight strangulation. Now, Placido, I think you'll agree with me. When this arm-in variation is done, you literally feel no difference in strangle power from the high elbow that we saw earlier, the low elbow that we saw earlier. All three strangles done from the high wrist position have the same strangle potential. What I do with the second arm is not nearly as important as what I do with the first strangulation arm. I'll say that again, it's so important. What I do with my second control hand is much less important than what I do with my primary strangulation hand. If the strangulation hand is placed in the high wrist position, you're going to find that almost all of the main forms of guillotine have roughly the same amount of strangle power. You won't get big discrepancies between one form of guillotine strangle and another. What you're going to find as a practicing student is that suddenly you become very effective with all the main varieties of guillotine instead of just one of them, because they're all being done out of essentially the same strangle arm position. They're all being done out of the same high wrist. And so suddenly arm in, low elbow, high elbow all have roughly the same power. Again, once I hit that center line shift and we've got that strong coverage of both of my training partner's carotid arteries, where the second hand goes, whether it's high elbow, low elbow, or arm in, is not really that important. All that matters is that both carotid arteries are covered, and from here we get enormously tight strangulations as a result. We're looking at the high wrist position series, which is one of the centerpieces of our approach to front headlock position. We've seen that when we work from a front headlock, we like to get this high wrist position that renders what we call double closure and makes almost all of the main forms of guillotine equally effective. And so students for the first time can have confidence in a wide array of guillotines rather than just one or two which they favor. This allows them to go into strong guillotine attacks regardless of the kind of defensive operations your opponent brings to bear against you. I want now to show one of our team's favorite forms of guillotine attacks, and one you don't see so often. These are one-arm guillotines. I'd like to show you that if I attain a high wrist position, one-arm guillotines without any lock of the hands become extremely effective. Bear in mind always the central message of the high wrist situation, the idea that the placement of the first strangle hand is much more important to your success or failure in this kneeling position than the placement of the secondary supporting hand. Whether I go high elbow, low elbow, arm in, or as we're about to look at now, one arm, you can still be deadly effective if you get this high wrist position. Again, from a front headlock situation, we take our head into a center line shift and lock up like so. Now, from here, I'm going to step over to the side. I'm going to put my hand on the far lat muscle and just hold so that my elbow and my knee form an effective frame over my training partner's body. Now, I take my foot and throw it over my training partner's back, and we just sit down here. When he tries to fall over to get away from me, it's difficult because I control the lat muscle. And then from here, I just bring the elbow straight back towards myself, and you have, I think you'll agree with me, Placido, a strangle, which is every bit as strong as locked hands. Okay, it's an intimidatingly strong strangulation. So once again, from a front headlock situation, we move our body with the so-called centerline shift, where my head moves across the centerline and gives us a high wrist position. Now, instead of taking my time to lock hands, I just step to an angle and my second hand catches my training partner at the lat muscle. And as a result, the casting of my foot over my training partner's back means my arms cross. You can see I still have the high wrist position. When my training partner tries to interfere with his defensive hands, it's so difficult. And from here, as the elbow comes back towards my own body, you get enormously strong strangulations. It has some similarities to the rotational finish that we saw in the back system in an earlier video series. Let's have a look at that sequence one more time in a speed a little more applicable to actual combat. From front headlock situation, as always, we start off in the usual kind of front headlock. Initially, our focus is on control, but the moment we go towards the direction of submission, we get that centerline shift and we cover both carotid arteries. Right from here, we step to an angle where I go across my training partner's shoulder line and catch. And then in one motion, I just throw my body through, the elbow comes back, and the strangle is set. Okay? This stands in contrast with, say for example, the high elbow that we started this series with, where we hit the centerline shift, locked up, we stepped in like so, and then from here with locked hands, I went over my training partner's back, and then we finished in the regular high elbow position. What you're going to find is if I attain this high wrist position. Even one-handed guillotines are enormously strong. I'll say it again. The placement of the first strangulation hand takes precedence in the effectiveness of your strangleholds from guillotines over the placement, or even the lack of placement in the case of a one-arm guillotine, of the secondary or supporting hand. We're looking at the high wrist position. From there, we've seen a variety of guillotine strangles. We saw arm in, we saw high elbow, low elbow. We just saw one-handed, one-arm guillotines. Let's look now at power guillotines. These involve a very direct coverage of your training partner's carotid arteries. As my strangle arm comes around, I turn my hand in, and instead of taking my hand high in a conventional 5-finger grip and pushing across like so, we take a low elbow and we physically join hands and push across like so that we get a very direct coverage of the second carotid artery and a very strong form of double closure. These kinds of strangles were made very famous by a guy who I taught in the Ultimate Fighter series when I coached alongside George St. Pierre. Cody McKenzie was a fascinating fellow who was on our team. He probably is the most famous exponent of this method of strangulation and was very proficient with it. Let's have a look at the details behind the power guillotine and why it represents an interesting addition to your guillotine arsenal. The way I personally like to use the power guillotine, because I'm not the most flexible person, Cody McKenzie had very flexible arms and very long, thin forearms, and as a result he could finagle his hands in, even with mixed martial arts gloves on, from a variety of positions. I like to do it from a high wrist situation. From any standard front headlock we've seen, the center line shift gives us a good coverage of our training partner's carotid arteries. From here, we're just going to sit down to the floor and we're going to lock our hands palm to palm, a very unusual grip for guillotines. The standard grips for guillotines mostly involve, there are other grips, but the most commonly seen forms are 5-finger grips, where 5 fingers grip the hand, sometimes the wrist, but usually the hand, just in like so. Here, we're locking thumbs involved, locked up like so. Okay. From this situation, I sit down towards the floor and I can lock either one leg, even the wrong leg, and lock in like so. It doesn't really matter, because in situations like this, both carotid arteries are very, very cleanly covered. Now I physically push with power into the second carotid artery, and as a result, we get a very, very strong coverage of our training partner's 2 carotid arteries, and as a result, a very efficient stranglehold. Let's have a look at that sequence again. Coming on the other side, from a different angle, we walk in on our training partner, and again, there's that fundamental movement of the head. It's that center line shift which makes it possible for me to sit down and go into a strong finishing position. Now, even if my opponent jumped over my legs now, it would mean nothing. Any kind of entanglement on my part, regardless of which leg it's on, we just take our hand and push our hand towards the back of the neck, and as a result, we get enormous strangulation power. One more time. Front headlock situation. Center line shift gives me the high wrist position. From here, the 2 hands lock in. Okay. Now, wherever we fall, even in disadvantageous situations, okay, where my opponent jumps over my legs like so, from here, I just push inwards, and the strangle power is immense. You can see that once I attain the high wrist position, all 5 of these forms of guillotine, high elbow, low elbow, arm in, one-handed, and this power guillotine, are all equally simple to use. It's very realistic for you, if you can reliably attain this high wrist position through the use of the center line shift, moving the head across your opponent's center line, that you can be highly adept at many forms of guillotine with equal effect. And you can break that curse which has been following jiu-jitsu for so long, that most of the great guillotine masters tend to be very strong in one form of guillotine and one form only. It would be nice to see a generation of athletes come up who are equally adept in all the variations of guillotines, so that they could pick and choose the appropriate one for the given scenario that they're in. I think if you work on this high wrist position, you're going to find your finishing percentages go up dramatically, not just with one form of guillotine, but all of them. We've been looking at the front headlock situation where two athletes are on their knees in front of each other, probably the most commonly seen front headlock, elbows down. And from here we've seen, from this position, one of our primary methods of attack, probably the first one that we employ in the front headlock system, is always the high wrist series. Okay, so whenever we have a front headlock situation, the onus is on us, once we've entered in, we've accomplished step one of the front headlock system, to enter in, to get, or to overcome the height problem, put the crown of our opponent's head lower than our armpit, and enter into the front headlock. Then we go to step two, to establish the 3 points of control, where I manage distance through the positioning of my shoulder on the back of the neck. I manage distance away through the chin strap grip, and I control my training partner's arm here at the elbow, so that the real estate between the neck and the elbow is completely controlled by the front headlock. Okay, so once again, the 3 points of control, back of the shoulder, so that I ensure weight is put on my training partner's head. The head is adequately controlled through weight. It also controls distance. When he tries to move into me, it's difficult because my shoulder maintains the distance between us. When he tries to move away, the chin strap and the elbow make it very, very difficult for him to pull away successfully. And so we've established excellent control. So those are the first two steps of the system. The third step is to negate my opponent's attempts at escape. We'll go more into that later in this video series. But at some point, we've got to make the fourth critical step, this tactical decision. Will we go in the direction of positional attacks, or will we go in the direction of submissions? I always encourage my students to begin with the high wrist position, which immediately takes things in the direction of submission. It does so through the principle of double closure, where I take a high wrist position, immediately both carotid arteries are under attack. Both are being closed off very, very efficiently. And we saw that from there we can go into a wide array of guillotine attacks, almost all of which are equally effective. Now, at some point, you're going to run into strong resistance, especially if you get known as someone who favors the high wrist position. People are going to start hand fighting very, very early, so that when you go to the chin strap position, the hand fight will start right here, before you even get a chance to go into the high wrist situation. Okay. In addition, you're going to find that your opponent's elbow becomes a strong marker of whether you'll go to high wrist or into other moves. Let's observe something very important. The further my opponent's elbow goes backwards towards himself, the more easy it becomes, the easier it becomes for me to bring my hand into the high wrist position. Again, as the elbow retracts, the high wrist becomes easier and easier. And from the situations like this, it's very easy for us to start stepping into our guillotine attacks. The opposite is true when the elbow starts coming forward. When the elbow starts coming forward across to the center line, now it starts to block many of my entrances into the high wrist position, particularly when it's done in conjunction with hand fighting. As my opponent locks up on my hands, it's very, very difficult for me to work successfully here. Okay. So as a general rule, as the elbow goes backwards and away, we tend to favor guillotine attacks. But as the elbow goes forward and across the center line, we tend to favor katagatame attacks. Now, you might be struck by the fact that I'm using the words katagatame in this situation, because typically, if you just lie down, we typically associate katagatame with the shoulder strangle, the arm triangle as it's often called, with positioning like so. Okay? But bear in mind that katagatame is a generic term. It simply means the shoulder hold. And essentially, what we refer to when we use the words katagatame is not a given move or a position, but a means or a methodology of strangulation. And that methodology of strangulation is one where my arm forms coverage of one carotid artery. By going elbow deep around my training partner's head, my bicep covers one carotid artery, and my training partner's shoulder and bicep blocks the other carotid artery. Okay? Katagatame refers to the means of strangulation rather than any one strangle. So there are many variations of katagatame. In the case of front headlock, thank you, the three most well-known variations are the Das strangle, named after a student of mine, Joe Diassi, the anaconda strangle, and what I'm going to be calling the seated katagatame, which is often mistaken for a guillotine. We'll spend some time on that strangulation later in this video. All of these are incredibly effective ways for us to work whenever we feel the elbow is moving across towards the center line and we're losing the hand fighting battle, and as a result we can't get our favored high wrist position and go into guillotines. So the more we tend to fail with guillotine attacks due to our opponent's defenses, the more we'll be tempted to switch off into variations of katagatame and use my opponent's shoulder as part of the strangulation attack on him. We'll be spending a considerable amount of time on this in the next few parts of this video. We're starting to look now at katagatame, which we're using in a generic fashion to refer to the method of strangulation rather than a single move. We've seen there are many, we're going to see that there are many variations of katagatame. 3 of them in particular stand out in this front headlock scenario. Let's look at a method of strangulation which is well known in the jiu-jitsu community and has many variations, one which I favor very strongly among my students. It's often referred to as the anaconda strangle. There are variations of it, we'll be looking at them. Most people know it in terms of a figure 4 lock, but there are other variations we'll be looking at very shortly. I usually refer to this among my students as a front katagatame because the strangulation is a katagatame, but it's popularly known in the jiu-jitsu community as an anaconda, so I'll go back and forth between front katagatame and anaconda since that's probably how you refer to it. From a situation where my training partner is kneeling in front of me, we know that the more the elbow goes back and retracts, the more we'll go into high wrist positions and go into the various guillotines that we saw in the previous section. The more the elbow comes forward and the more my opponent vociferously hand fights and stops me getting the high wrist position, the more tempted we'll become to go into katagatame as an alternative. The first katagatame we're going to look at doesn't involve the use of the full figure 4. We're going to strangle in the front headlock position on our knees without any attempt to switch grips. And this means for the first time we're going to start working with locked hands. You'll notice that the initial controls that we use in the front headlock all worked on the principle of open hands, my 2 hands separated. And as a result we were very quick to make transitions into other forms of attack. Now, many people favor locking their hands in a front headlock situation. There's nothing wrong with that. The locked hands can be highly effective in a front headlock situation. I generally use locked hands when I actually want to put some kind of strangle pressure on my training partner. The first method we're going to look at involves strangling straight from the front headlock position. This is a move which was used legendarily by the Schultz brothers in the sport of wrestling, and it has direct crossover into the sport of jiu-jitsu. We're going to lock a palm-to-palm grip. I'm going to employ a right-handed front headlock. So my left hand will be palm up. That's very important. If you get the palms in the wrong direction, you will definitely diminish your strangulation power when it's time to work with your opponent. Essentially what we're going to do is we're going to use our wrist and forearm to cut off one carotid artery, and we're going to use our training partner's shoulder and bicep to cut off his other carotid artery. So it is based on the katagatame principle of his shoulder being part of the strangle and my arm being the other half. Now, we're going to have to use, since we're only using our hands to strangle, and hands, as you know, aren't the strongest part of the body, how are you going to strangle someone just with your hands? Well, you're going to have to use your head to back up your hands. Let's have a look at it now. From the situation where I start off with my training partner, I'm going to start in a classic front headlock scenario like so. I'm going to bend my wrist 90 degrees, and I'm going to take my pinky finger and slide it between my training partner's rear deltoid and the lat muscle. So that interface where the rotator cuff muscles of the shoulder separate the tricep and lat muscles, we bend our wrist and we slice our hand wrist deep into that zone. Now, we don't want to over penetrate and bring too much arm around. Only go in wrist deep with the bent wrist. I can't be too shallow. I can't go to the knuckle line. I have to go to the wrist, like so. Now from here, we're going to lock up our hands palm to palm. Again, one wrist is bent, one wrist is straight. Now from here, I'm going to start an action of putting my knee down and putting my head to back up, strong body. From here, I'm going to put my head right into the hole. And from this situation, I'm going to take my right elbow and draw it back towards myself. And as a result, we get a fine strangulation in this position. Okay? It involves my two hands locked up like so, and one elbow coming back towards the other. You are not pulling back towards yourself. No. One elbow comes in towards the other, and my head, looking around the corner, backs up the action of elbow, scissoring to elbow, and head applying additional pressure. This creates a very, very strong strangulation, surprisingly so, given that your hands don't at any point go into a figure four, and you can often surprise your opponents with this form of strangulation attack. Once again, we start off in like so. My hand bends 90 degrees at the wrist and slices in to this good position, going in wrist deep. Now we lock up. From here, I draw the elbow across a little, then I put my knee down and I insert my head into the hole. From this position, I just withdraw the elbow back towards myself, and we get an incredibly strong strangulation. We're going to switch the angle because there's some subtleties to this strangle that are difficult to pick up from any one position. Let's line up here. Watch how my wrist forms the strangulation pressure on one side. When my arms pull in, you'll see that my inner wrist creates a strangle on my opponent's left side, while my head forms a strangulation pressure on the other. So as my elbows close, my opponent finds himself strangling in this position. Once again, from front headlock, the hands lock, we send the elbow across, my head goes in, and now from here, I turn in a little and strangle. You'll notice there is a third pressure, which is extremely difficult for you as a viewer to pick up. This is the pressure of my shoulder down on the head. I physically push my opponent's head down into the strangle. This adds considerably to your strangulation power. The only way that I can employ this third form of pressure is if I come up off my knees and tripod downwards onto my opponent's head. So let's look now at this idea of my shoulder pushing forward and physically pushing my opponent's head down into the strangulation of my wrists. Notice how, as always, the shoulder is well positioned on the head. As I lock up, I send the arm bind. Now, as I come around the corner, my elbows close, and at the same time, my right shoulder pushes forward. And as a result, we get a surprisingly efficient strangulation. This strangulation works extremely well in and of itself. You can put people to sleep in fairly short order, even when you're working against strong resistance. It has a second beneficiary effect that we'll look at later today, where it distracts your opponent enough that you can set up more conventional forms of anaconda attack and go into a second form of strangle, even more effective than this. But it's a great initial way to put severe strangulation pressure on your opponent, either as a direct route to victory or as a lead-in to other forms of strangulation from the front headlock position. We're going through some elements of the front headlock position. The scenario that we're looking at is one where the two athletes are on their knees in front of each other and we're applying front headlock, probably one of the most common scenarios in which front headlocks are employed. We're starting to look at the idea of strangulation via the mechanism of katagatame, using our opponent's shoulder as part of the strangle. One variation of katagatame, of course, is the anaconda strangle. It's just a katagatame done from a different angle. But the principle of strangulation, the idea of using my bicep on one side to strangle one carotid artery and his shoulder on the other, is still there. So it's still a version of katagatame. The anaconda marries extremely well with the previous move that we just looked at, courtesy of another movement commonly seen in the sport of freestyle wrestling, the Olympic roll. If you're on this side, from the front headlock situation. A common move in the sport of wrestling which scores points by exposing my opponent's back to the floor is an Olympic roll, where we lock up a given front headlock, we take our training partner's elbow on by, and from here we turn our training partner through and expose his back to the mat. Typically there's a roll through and the two athletes move across their shoulders and points are accumulated. We can use an Olympic roll to set up a very, very nice transition into the anaconda strangle. Typically, when you see people employ an anaconda strangle, you'll see something like this. The standard method involves something like this. People will take an elbow, shoot through, and they will lock their hands first in a figure 4 grip. And then from here, they will roll in a given direction to finish the strangle. It's a proven method and it works extremely well. My general preference, however, is to start in a palm-to-palm grip and hit the Olympic roll first from this very strong palm-to-palm grip. And then once he's broken down to the mat, then I make the transition to the figure 4 grip. So my methodology is a little different from most. Again, most people start from here, transitioning in and locking up, and then they'll go into a roll from this position. As a general rule, I typically prefer starting with a palm-to-palm grip, and then from here I step my foot through so I can hit a good, strong, explosive bridge and send my opponent over. And once he's broken down to the mat, that's when I make the transition into a figure 4 grip. Why do I prefer this methodology? Well, part of it is because it's proven in one of the toughest contexts of grappling in the world, international freestyle wrestling, where turning people over onto their back is almost inhumanly difficult. No one in that sport wants to go onto their back, and the level of athleticism and skill at avoiding being put on the back is remarkable. So if you have a technique which is putting those guys on their back, that's going to be pretty easy to put your average jiu-jitsu player on his back, courtesy of the same move. Secondly, you can use the previous move that we looked at, the strangulation, as a setup. What I will often do is I will put tremendous pressure with that initial strangle that we looked at in the previous move, where I start working my opponent here in a strangulation. He's worried about the initial strangulation, goes into defend at the hands, and that's exactly when I send the man through. So he's already caught in a partial strangulation before I've even begun the anaconda strangle. Another reason why I favor this over the traditional figure 4 first, roll second, is that when you lock the figure 4 too early, there's a danger your opponent will take his elbow back to his own body and split your hands. Okay, so if I come in here and lock up a figure of 4, my opponent can draw his elbow back towards himself, my grip starts to come undone. Now my elbow's overextended, he's got a simple elbow post, and he can start to expose my back. Okay, not really what I was looking for. So as a general rule, I have a preference for first break him down to the mat with a palm-to-palm grip, Olympic roll, and then make the switch into an anaconda strangle with the figure 4 grip. So once again, we start off just like so. We go in and we get that initial head in the hole strangle where we go through, then I just punch my foot all the way through and bridge my training partner over. Now I end up perpendicular to my opponent, so I form a T relative to his body position. From here, there's a temptation for him to roll on through and come back up. So now I pull with my 2 hands back into his armpits. He tries to get up to his knees. I just pull and prevent him from doing so. Now, I take my hand. I don't want to disconnect my hands and grab my bicep. Okay? Any disconnection here will mean that my opponent can quickly get back up to his knees and pull his elbow back to his own hips, and he's gone. Okay? So it's very important when we hold our training partner in these situations, I don't disconnect, I just bring my elbow forward. So my elbow goes inside his elbow and my hands are always close together. And as a result, we can quickly lock up a nice tight figure of 4. When we lock the figure of 4, it is very important that the top hand come up to my training partner's shoulder. The further my hand is down his back, the less strangulation power I have, and the easier it is for him to pull his elbow to his own hips and start peeling out of here. So we want to make sure we maximize the effect of our strangle by having a hand all the way up here in the armpit. Then from this position, we go elbow forward, okay, never hand to bicep. That exposes my hand to my opponent's hands, and he can start working his way out of here. We go elbow forward, and then from this position, I shoot the hands through, my hand high up to my training partner's shoulders. Now, from here, as my opponent tries to resist the strangle, I want to focus on walking in towards his hips and compressing the head, my pelvis going forward. Okay, very important that my opponent's head be pushed forward into the strangulation. Okay, I don't just want to squeeze with my arms. I want to immobilize with my arms, and my pelvis and hips and stomach going forward is what strangles my training partner. I'm sorry, place again. Okay, so essentially what happens here is the elbows hold him in place, and the power of the strangle comes from my hips coming off the mat and everything coming forward with the hips. So there's a sense in which it's a hip and stomach strangle pushing the back of his head forward into the bar of my arms. Let's have a look at that from the other angle so you can see some more details. Again, we have a training partner. Let's come down here first. We have a training partner in a front headlock situation. Initially, we lock up as we did for the previous move. We draw his elbow across towards the center line, and we put our head down into the hole. Now, I send my foot through and turn my training partner over. I walk around so that we form a T relative to our training partner. I bring my elbow forward. I do not naively grab my bicep and offer him my hand. I make sure the elbow pops forward. As a result, when we lock, my hands never come apart in order to grip. Okay, there's no weakness on the part of our arms as we lock up the figure of four. Now, my hand must always come up to the shoulder. If your hand is not on the shoulder but somewhere below, you will start to lose strangulation, tightness, and power. So it's very important the hand always comes up. Most of the time, that means you have to move your head. If my head stays stationary, my own head gets in the way. So as my chin lifts, the hand goes to its proper position and my chin goes down. Now, from this position, look how, as my opponent tries to work his way out of here, we just lift our hips off the floor and we push our pelvis forward and push his head into the strangle, so to speak. This method of an Olympic roll to break my opponent down from a strong defensive turtle position down to his side greatly facilitates the entrance into the anaconda strangle. Let's go over the anaconda strangle, another variation. This is a particularly useful one, and it's probably, in my view, the best out of all the variations of the anaconda. It involves the use of our legs to overcome one of the main problems associated with anaconda strangles, which is control of our training partner's elbow. We'll start with our training partner over here, and we'll look at an entrance into it, a sagging entrance, which can be very, very useful. We just saw an Olympic roll entrance where we physically spun our opponent over to one side in a manner often seen in the sport of Olympic freestyle wrestling. Now let's look at a different method which would not be appropriate in wrestling because you end up falling to your back. So you definitely couldn't use this in wrestling, but of course for the purpose of jiu-jitsu it's just fine. From a front headlock situation, normally for a right-handed front headlock, my body faces out to my left and my head is on my training partner's right-hand side. We're going to do the exact opposite. We're going to lock our hands and we're going to put our head in the center with our knees down. Okay, so a very unconventional front headlock position. Now I'm going to take my knee, I'm going to put my knee over my training partner's head so that the crown of his head is covered by my knee. I use my knee to compress his head so that his head and shoulders are pinched together. This severely restricts his opponent, his ability, to be turned over in this direction here because his head is being compressed in a way where it's easy to turn him over on towards his back. Okay, so I'll just demonstrate coming around a little. From a front headlock situation, we change the very nature of the front headlock. We take our head from the side to the center line. Okay, so a very unusual front headlock position. Typically, we start off controlling our opponent like so. We're going to come in and lock our hands, and we're going to put our knee over our training partner's head, compressing it in place. Now, with our hands locked, palm-to-palm grip, or a wrist-to-wrist grip, just like so. Okay, we go in, and now from here I just point my knee down at the floor and we turn our training partner over. Once we get the turnover in this position, the main danger we face is that our opponent's elbow will start to retract. and create a deterioration in our strangle. So we want to hold in nice and close, just like so. He wants the elbow coming back, and if it does, there's a certain degree in which it's difficult for me now to make a switch. As the elbow continues coming back, the strangle pressure is lost, and we run into problems. So we're going to use our legs to control our training partner's elbow. Let's come back in this direction. Once again, let's start off with the change in front headlock position. Normally, our front headlock is open hands. We face out to the side. We're going to come through and lock a wrist-to-wrist grip and put our knee over the top of our training partner's head. Okay. Well, even if he bases out with his left hand now, it means nothing. We just sit and turn our training partner right over. Now, from this position, as we lock up, our opponent's trying to force his elbow back up and away. We're going to take our body into a kind of inverted north-south position, where both of us are north-south to each other, but we're inverted. This means that it's relatively easy for us to take our lower back off the ground, and from here our legs become weightless. As a result, we can split our legs around our training partner's elbow and watch my left knee catch over my training partner's elbow. Now my leg is controlling the elbow. When I back heel like so, when he tries to move his elbow around, it's extremely difficult. My leg should always be able to overpower his elbow. From this position, it now becomes very safe for me to go into the figure 4 grip with my arms, because he can't move his arm. His arm is pinned by my leg. And as a result, it's a simple thing for us now to go from locked hands. I bring the elbow forward, and now from here, we go into the traditional figure 4 bicep control. As always, from here, I want my hand coming up to his shoulder, locking in place. As my opponent goes to resist me and defend the stranglehold, as always from here, bring the pelvis forward and the strangle is set. Okay. Always remember, as the elbows close, what provides the horsepower of the strangle is my hips coming off the mat, driving forward, so that my forearm is driven into my opponent's neck and the back of his head is pushed forward, creating a strong scissoring effect around our opponent's head and arm. Let's have a look at the whole sequence again. We have an opponent just over here in a front headlock situation. We go in, as always, starting off in a classic front headlock. Now from here, we lock wrist to wrist, just like so, and we turn around the corner and put our head, compressing our leg over our training partner's head and compressing him in just like so. As a result, we get very clean turnover down to the mat. As my opponent fights for elbow position, we're going to go down into a kind of a quasi double north-south position, inverted, and from here my legs become weightless, so I can throw my leg over the top of his elbow and control his elbow in the crook of my knee. When he goes to move his arm around, it's well trapped, and as a result we can take our hand and shoot it so that our wrist comes all the way up to the armpit. Be precise. Don't let the wrist wander around the body and try and lock hands here. Make sure the hand goes wrist deep into your training partner's armpit. That's very, very important. Now, from here, I go elbow forward and grab the bicep. We never just put the hand on and expose my hand to my opponent's hands. Okay? We make sure always from here, the elbow goes forward, not the hand. And as a result, we can quickly lock up the figure of 4. Now, as my opponent tries to resist here, look, I take my hips off the floor and I chase his hip and push forward into an impressively strong strangulation. This sagging method of sagging my opponent over onto the back and then using a leg assist is one of the strongest ways for us to control that critical elbow position on the part of my opponent and work our way into a fantastically strong strangulation. We're working our way through the front headlock system. There are certain moves in the front headlock system that you have to know in great detail. And your success or failure using the front headlock system will largely be bound up with your mastery of those details. The first one that we're going to look at in extreme detail is going to be the anaconda strangle, because there's a lot that can go wrong with this move, small things that will severely detract from its effectiveness. And let's be honest here, you're taking a risk. You were on top of your opponent in a turtle position. Okay, you could have gone behind it, you could have taken his back, but you went into a stranglehold. This is not the kind of thing you want to screw up. If you end up underneath your opponent now, you went from a top position down to a bottom position. So there has to be a high percentage chance of success if you're going to commit to a move where you potentially could lose position. Let's look at the critical details of hand positioning, elbow positioning, and how we want to finish in this fascinating form of karagatame, the front karagatame, or anaconda strangle as it's often referred to. We'll start it off where we've actually broken our opponent down to the mat. Let's come on this side, please. Where we've actually broken our training partner down to the mat. Let's walk around in this direction. And we're interested now in a strangulation, okay? First, let's understand where a strangle is going to go wrong, where I'm going to fail. What we're really battling for here in this situation is control of your training partner's elbow. From his perspective, the more the elbow goes across his face, down towards the floor, the better my chances are of a successful strangulation. When I compress the elbow down, then that ensures that his shoulder is cutting off one of his carotid arteries. My right bicep is controlling or cutting off one carotid artery. His shoulder is doing the other. So the more the elbow goes towards the center line, the easier my task becomes as the strangler. So everything he wants to do is going to be to move the elbow against my elbow. So essentially, there's a battle here between my top elbow and his top elbow. When I lock up, if he puts his elbow just inside my elbow and locks his hands and pushes, he will split my grip and prevent me from strangling. So the whole question is, can I force his elbow down towards the center line using my elbow position versus his desire to open his elbow out and away from the center line and split my arms apart? That's the essential battle in this position. And as this battle is being fought, there's another battle. My ability to compress his head forward by crowding his hips. He always wants to walk away from my hips. So we end up in situations where we just circle around each other, like two cats chasing their tails. Okay? So there's these respective battles going on for the hip-to-hip position and for the elbow position, my top elbow versus his top elbow. These are the critical ones that we're working with. Okay? Once we get into this strangulation position, let's ask ourselves, how am I going to win the battle for elbow dominance here? Well, a common problem is that people unlock their hands and put the hand forward and grab their bicep. Okay? This, first off, surrenders my hand to my opponent. That's never a good thing. And secondly, it means it's very easy for my opponent to lock his hands and drive his elbow back into me. Why? Because his elbow is inside my elbow. Now, when his elbow pushes, lock hands, it's very, very hard for me to close my arm successfully. What I need to be successful here is to beat his elbow with my elbow. My elbow has to go further forward than his elbow. Again, if his elbow is directly inside mine and he forces his hands outwards, he will severely interrupt my strangle. Okay? However, if I beat his elbow with mine by constantly driving my elbow forward and inside his elbow, now when he goes to lock his hands and push, he's pushing against my tricep and armpit, a much shorter lever arm for him to push upon. Okay? I don't want him to work at the end of the lever. The end of the lever is my elbow. When he goes elbow to elbow and pushes, he's using leverage efficiently against me. When he tries to do the same thing on my armpit, he's working against a very short lever, and as a result, the strangle is immediate. So there's a battle for elbow position. He wants elbow to elbow, and I want elbow to armpit. Okay? So it's very, very important when we go and make that transition to the lock, I bring my elbow forward. I do not bring my hand forward, which makes it vulnerable to being gripped and surrenders bad elbow position to him. So when I go and make that transition, look how I take my hands around each other and the elbow goes first. Now when I lock, I never surrendered my hand to him, and when he goes to put his elbow inside mine, it's almost impossible. Now his last hope is to walk away from me. And I simply follow. I don't just follow and follow, I bring my hips off the floor. As he walks away from me, I just push the hips forward and we get our completed strangle. Those are some important details, but the detail you're about to learn now is significantly more important than even those valuable details. This is the rule of bottom elbow dominance. Do you remember when we went over the back system, the idea of a rotational finish and how it added greatly to the strangulation power of the rear naked strangle? Let's quickly review it. From a situation where I'm behind my training partner, we saw that when we lock up on our training partner for a right-handed strangle, I always want to use the elbow rotating over my training partner's shoulder to ensure maximal strangulation pressure. So that from here, rather than just squeezing my elbows together, which puts limits on my strangulation power, we saw the idea of rotating the right elbow over the right shoulder for extreme strangulation power. Okay? In this way, there was a drive forward with the head and a pull back. As the head and chest push forward into my training partner, there's a scissoring effect which created immense strangulation power. We use the similar idea of a rotational finish in the case of the anaconda strangle, but it's the bottom elbow which rotates. Let's have a look at the same position. Most people think, erroneously, that the power comes from the top elbow compressing down. Remember, there's a battle here for elbow position. He wants the elbow expanding back into my elbow, and I want my elbow forward, contracting down. If you make it just a battle of one elbow versus the other, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to strangle someone stronger than yourself. The real key to strangulation power in this version of katagatame is this elbow. This elbow, the bottom elbow, rotates, just like we did with the rear naked strangle, down over the carotid artery. This action of rotation across the carotid artery is where 90% of the true horsepower of this strangle comes from. So as my opponent locks up his hands and brings his elbow tight back to himself, this time watch my right elbow, the bottom elbow. As I move into my opponent, I focus on pulling that elbow inwards. And that's where true strangulation power comes from. This means that even if my opponent walks away on his hips, it means nothing. You simply pull the elbow back in towards yourself, and that rotational effect across the carotid arteries brings in tremendous finishing power. It also means that my opponent's best attempts to work inside my top elbow become less and less relevant. Let's have a look at the movement as a whole. We'll take an opponent and from here we'll sag him down to the mat. Now we know that from the situation we first want to bring the elbow forward, inside his elbow. Okay? When we do that, we bring the hand across his back and we get good hand position here on our training partner's shoulder. Now as my opponent locks his hands, walks away from me and goes into a strong defensive reaction, it all means nothing as I just pull my elbow, my bottom elbow, back into myself, and it simply cuts right through my training partner's defenses. Done in this fashion, a rotational finish which emphasizes the strangle arm rotating across my training partner's carotid arteries. This is how smaller, weaker people can strangle stronger, bigger people with the anaconda. Now we're looking at working out of front headlock situation, and we're spending quite a bit of time on one of the very best methods of strangulation directly out of the front headlock. This is the anaconda strangle. If you observe most people go into an anaconda, probably the most common method you'll see is people lock the figure of four and then they roll into the strangle. It looks something like this. If you sort of went in Jiu-Jitsu 101, you'll see people lock up the figure of four. Let's go on this. And from here, they'll roll the man over and finish in this position. Okay, it can definitely work. It has worked in high-level competition. we've seen alternatives to that, which I believe are slightly more mechanically efficient. Let's look now, since we started with the idea of an Olympic roll into an anaconda, then we saw a sag throw into anaconda. Let's look now at one of my favorite ways of entering into the anaconda. This is the elbow to elbow method. Why is this so special? Why do I put unusual amount of emphasis on this particular method? Well, we saw in the previous segment a huge part of what we try to do when we work with the anaconda strangle is the battle between my elbow position versus his elbow position. And whether it be my sliding elbow, which strangles my opponent, or my top elbow, which holds him in place, my elbows and their effectiveness against his elbows will largely determine who wins and who loses in an anaconda shootout. Let's look now at this elbow to elbow method, which I often favor. The big problem normally associated with most anaconda strangles is they'll come in and lock up, just like so, and now my opponent can move his elbow back against my elbow, and from here split my figure four apart. Okay? Why? Because his elbow has the dominant inside position. Placido's elbow is inside mine, so when he pulls that elbow back into my elbow, my grip weakens and ultimately breaks. Even if it doesn't break, even if my arms are very, very long here, it definitely weakens the strangle. As the elbow goes back, my coverage of his carotid arteries is diminishing rapidly. And you may roll the guy over, but you probably won't strangle him. So what I like to do is I like to take an elbow to elbow position where my elbow goes deep inside my opponent's elbow and prevents him getting dominant inside elbow position. And as a result, I can not only roll him through, but after the roll through, I end up in a perfect position to apply a very tight stranglehold and hopefully submit my opponent after the roll. So what we're going to do is, from a conventional front headlock situation, we're going to put our knee down. Normally, this is our control position for the front headlock, where we always, step number 2 of the front headlock system, establish control at the 3 points. My shoulder on the back of his neck, my chin strap in place, and my hand here controlling my opponent's elbow. Now it's time for us to go into a stranglehold. From here, we're going to go in and we're going to punch our elbow all the way through, so that my 2 hands come around and I hold elbow to elbow, just like so. My hand goes to an elbow and my other hand goes to an elbow. Hand to elbow, hand to elbow. This greatly lessens the distance between my elbows, as opposed to locking here where there's a massive distance between my elbows, or open hands and even bigger distance between my elbows. When we come in like so, the elbows draw very, very close together. This puts a very tight constriction around my opponent's head and arm and sets up both the roll and the subsequent strangle. So here we have the control position for the front headlock. I put my knee down, the elbow goes in deep, and we lock up. Now, from here, I just roll through on my training partner. You'll see that my elbow is now far inside my training partner's elbow. So when I walk around the corner, it's an easy thing for me now just to take my hand and whip it across my training partner's back. When he goes to move away from me from here, we know the secret to the anaconda strangle. It's the bottom elbow sliding across my opponent's carotid artery in a rotational finish. As Placido goes for his various escapes and tries to work his elbow inside mine, look how my hips come up and the right elbow rotates across in front and provides all the horsepower I need for a strong strangle. Even as he goes into maximal resistance here, we get a very, very strong strangle. Let's come around in this direction, Placido. Here's a common problem associated with anaconda strangles. Guys will put hands on the hips, like so. And as a result, I can't get the usual finishing pressure and I can't drive forward on my opponent. Don't worry, watch my bottom elbow. When the bottom elbow rotates through, hands on hips means nothing. Here's another common problem. People hug over the top. That'll stop a lot of anacondas in their tracks. But when we use the rotational method, my opponent comes up, it means nothing. When the elbow rotates across, all the usual methods of defense to an anaconda strangle simply run out of steam. Again, common scenario, guys post on the hip. That'll stop your average anaconda from working very effectively. Okay. However, when I use a rotational finish, watch my right elbow, the bottom elbow, it pulls back. Even if he pushes harder, my hips and walks away from me, it means nothing. The strangle is set. Even when my opponent goes over the top and locks, like so, this will stop. Any squeezing anaconda will be stopped in its tracks by this. But a rotational anaconda, where my elbow rotates inwards, will bite right through that defense and give us a perfect finish. Let's go back into the elbow to elbow method once again from a front headlock situation. Step number 1 of the front headlock system, always to get my opponent's head lower than the crown of my opponent's head, lower than my armpit, and enter into the front headlock. That's either done by him coming down to shoot on my legs or me snapping him down and putting the head in position. Step number 2, of course, is always to get the 3 points of control: the back of the neck, the chin strap, and the elbow, and put weight on my opponent and control him like so. Step number 3 is to negate the resistance we normally find in this position. We'll be coming back to that later in the video, don't worry. And step number 4 is to make the critical decision. Will I go into a positional attack or will I go into a submission attack? Obviously, we're in the submission phase right now. We're looking at anaconda strangles. The method we're looking at is the elbow to elbow method, where I put the outside knee down to the floor and I go in and get elbow position on my training partner, where my elbow shoots in so deep that I can grip hand to hand, elbow to elbow, and when he goes to move away from me now, it's almost impossible to prevent the turnover. Now, from this position, my hand whips over to the other side, even as he goes into all of his favorite defenses from here. It means nothing. We use the rotational method, rotating across the carotid arteries for an incredibly efficient finishing sequence. Let's change our focus now from anaconda strangles to another form of karagatame. This is one which is particularly dear to my heart because I was probably one of the, as far as I know, the first person to use this. I came up with this move in the mid-1990s when I just gotten my blue belt, training with Sean Williams. I called it the inverted karagatame because it's essentially a karagatame action, the use of my opponent's shoulder to strangle one of his carotid arteries and my bicep to strangle the other. I was struck by the fact that most strangles in jiu-jitsu always have an inverted version of it. It's always the same strangle principle used in different positions, some of them which are inverted. But there was no inverted karagatame. Okay, we all know, lie down, the basic karagatame we grow up with is this strangle here, where my bicep forms a strangulation on the far carotid artery and his shoulder forms a strangulation on the other. Someday in the future we'll go over this version of karagatame. It's not relevant to the front headlock position, but it's a very, very useful strangle. We'll look at it in a separate video in the future. But I was always struck by the fact that in the 1990s there was no inverted version of this. One day I was training with Sean Williams. He was working from open guard, and he was very proficient when I was coming around the corner to pass at using his top hand to post, and then he would heist up to his knees and avoid the finishing sequence of a guard pass. So I was struck by the fact that from a situation like this, we could go through and catch our training partner, just like so. Then from here, I would come over the top and hit a basic move from wrestling, the 3/4 Nelson, and turn our opponent's far shoulder down to the mat. And from this position, my hands came in, and I locked up a figure of 4 and started getting submission holds. That was the basic germ which gave rise to this idea, which I developed in time to develop what I called the inverted karagatame. That was the name I gave it. I had a very talented student a few years later called Joe Diassi. I showed him this strangle. He was impressed by it when I was doing some guard passing drills with him, and he became extremely proficient in its use. I'll come back to Joe's input into the inverted karagatame later on in this video because it's definitely worth looking at. Joe was a competitor. I never competed, but Joe certainly did. He went to California and had tremendous success. No one had ever seen the strangle before. It came out of a gym in New York City, and the Californians had simply never seen it before. He tore up the local competition circuit with it, and the locals started. They didn't know how to pronounce his name. His name was Joe Diassi, and they called him Joe Das. And they started warning each other, watch out for the Das, the stranglehold that he was employing. and the name stuck, and that's how it got its name. I all these years I called it the inverted katagatame, but it's more well known from my student Joe Diazzi, the Das Strangle. So when I teach it to you, since you're probably more familiar with it as the Das Strangle, I refer to it as the Das Strangle, as most people do. Let's have a look at it from a front headlock situation. When it's used in front headlock, one of the best setups to it is the 3/4 Nelson. So the first version of entering into the Das Strangle we'll look at will be done from a 3/4 Nelson. We'll spend some time on the 3/4 Nelson itself. That's going to be very important. And then the transition from a 3/4 Nelson into the actual stranglehold, the Das as it's often referred to. Let's start in a turtle position. I'm in a front headlock, as always. Our first thing here is to get good control of our training partner. We're going to hit an angle on our training partner where I take my outside knee and I put it down and I start to come to an angle on my training partner like so. I line my body up with my training partner's shoulder line. Okay, we'll be talking more about going behind our opponent later on in this video series. We're spending a lot of time on it, in fact. But initially, for now, we're not really going behind our opponent. We're just lining up with a center line. I'm not interested in taking his back. I'm interested in the Das Strangle. Once I line up with my training partner's center line from here, we're going to take our ear and put it down close to our training partner's back, just like so. And as a result, my hand can easily penetrate through and come up here, and we're going to lock our hands over our training partner's head. Once we get into this position, it's important that my shoulder be underneath my training partner's shoulder. So when he goes to pull away from me, we're locked in place. Now our whole thing is to pull his head in underneath us like so, so that we rotate his far shoulder down to the mat. Okay, I can't do this if my head is high and my shoulder is higher than his shoulder. That's a disaster. If my shoulder is higher than his, you'll never pull someone down to the mat. So it's very, very important we get through by getting our ear to our training partner's back. We get our shoulder underneath his. Now when I put up a drive leg next to my training partner, I pull his head underneath me. As a result, we get a tremendously effective turnover where he gets broken down to a shoulder, just like so. Let's have a look again at this idea of a 3/4 Nelson. Let's come around. So, from a situation where we start off going in behind our training partner, we have a front headlock in place. I come around, line up with my training partner's shoulder line, and then from here I put my ear down on his upper back. That is very, very important. The further my ear from the back, the higher my shoulder will be. And now, even if I lock my hands, put your hand out wide for base, it's very, very hard for me to break him down to the mat. Okay? So what I always want is to make sure that I rotate my shoulder underneath his. And now, as I tie up on my training partner, I take my elbow close into here. The further my elbow from my body, the less effective I'm going to be. I put up a drive leg, and the drive is not across, put your arm out wide for base, arm out wide. I don't drive into his base of support. Rather, what I want to do is to rotate his head underneath his armpit, and it's that which puts him down to the floor. Okay. Once again, the 3/4 Nelson. From a situation where we go in from behind our opponent, we need to get our shoulder underneath his armpit, just like so. I can only do that if my ear is touching his upper back. Now from here, as we go over the top, we put a bar behind the head and we lock up either palm to palm or 10 finger, depending upon the length of his body. Now from here, my elbow comes down, so we're controlling the head. I put up a drive leg, and from this position, I pull his head through and break him down to the mat. Now, the single most common mistake I see in this position is people will back off and the guy just simply returns back up to his base, and you've got to start all over again. So it's very important, once we've broken him down, we want to make sure we come up off our knees and obstruct him by getting in his path. So when he tries to get back up, there's something in his path obstructing his path back to the knees. I don't want to stay in a north-south position where he can quickly rotate back up and I have to repeat my work. Okay, so once again, he's in a turtle position. From here I get up, lining up with my training partner's shoulder from an initial front headlock, and I go in and get my shoulder all the way underneath his armpit. From here, as we lock up with our training partner, he tries to keep his base strong. I focus on pulling his head underneath his own armpit, just like so. Then I walk around the corner and obstruct him from getting up. Okay? Now, let's come around and stay close again. Other way. Now the transition. How I manage the transition is exceedingly important, okay? When I go to lock up, the single best thing that I can do to ensure a smooth transition, don't separate your hands. Don't let go and then try to lock the figure of four. The moment you let go in these positions, your opponent will spring back up like a jack in the box and it's back up to his base, okay? So it's very, very important. Once we've broken our training partner down, I keep my hands locked, and from here I take the back of my hand and I touch his upper back. Okay? So I take the back of my hand to his upper back. And as a result, when I make the transition to the figure four grip, there's almost no break in continuity and the grip goes right in. Okay? What I don't want is to unlock, lift, grip, grab, and try to strangle. Okay, that's when people just get away from you very, very easily. So having broken him down, look how my hand goes around the corner. My elbow punches through. I want my elbow as far through as possible. I keep my hands locked as I punch the elbow through. Do not let go, try to lift the head, and then punch through. The guy will just get away from me every time. So with locked hands, I punch the elbow through. The further the elbow goes through, the more effective your strangle will be. The only way you can punch through is to have your ear on his lat muscle. The further my ear from the lat muscle, the less capacity I have to punch my elbow through. Now I have to unlock my hands and try and do it. Okay? So I put my ear down and watch my elbow. I punch through the elbow. Only when the elbow goes through, now, without unlocking, my hands are always in contact with each other. I take a figure of four. I do not unlock my arms and try to do this kind of thing. My hands are always in contact. So at no point do my hands not touch each other. Now from here, I have to put my hand on his shoulder. The further my hand from his shoulder, the less effective my strangle. The moment my head moves out of the way and my hand goes to the shoulder, Placido will tell you it's becoming a strangle. The further my hand from the shoulder, the less effective I am. So the head moves, the hand touches the shoulder. Now, you know by now, I probably sound like a broken record. For the vast majority of my no-gi strangles, I favor a rotational finish. This is no exception. Once again, we're going to focus on a rotation of my elbow across the carotid arteries. I'll show a different angle very soon and you'll get to see that very clearly. But having broken my training partner down, my ear goes in place. Step one, punch the elbow through. Step two, make the adjustment to the figure of four without breaking contact. The arms and hands stay in contact. Step number three, my hand goes to the shoulder. Anywhere other than the shoulder, you will lose strangulation pressure. Now from here, we take our elbow and start rotating the elbow. Okay? There's another ingredient, critical ingredient, that we haven't gone over yet. Don't worry, I'll come to that very soon. But let's look again at the three-quarter Nelson breakdown and the first parts of the transition into a successful dart strangle. From a situation where I've gone from a front headlock and I've turned the corner and we're starting to come out alongside our training partner's shoulder line. From that initial front headlock, we put our ear on our training partner's back, and from here we lock up either palm to palm or fingertip to fingertip. Now, from here I put up a drive leg. I pull his head underneath his own armpit. So it's a pull. I don't push into his base of support. I pull everything through. I move around the body so that I can punch my elbow through. Once we get the punch through, my hands stay in contact. There's no break of contact. My head moves so that I can put my hand on the shoulder. Okay? Now, when I first started doing what are now known as dart strangles, inverted kata gatames, all the way back in the mid-1990s, I think it was 1995, 96, I initially, because my opponents didn't even know what the strangle was, I would use a sprawling method to finish. Okay, so from here, I would simply put body weight on my opponents and sprawl. Okay, and because people didn't even know what the strangle was in those days, it worked. That was a mistake.
If I use a sprawling method, my weight goes off my opponent. And as a result, he can easily return up to his base. And now you have to finish in, it's not impossible to finish from there, but it's difficult for a guy that's taller than you or has broad shoulders, okay? I don't use sprawling methods. What I use for many years now are step over methods. I like to see my students put their head on the floor, come up into a tripod, and either place a knee on belly, or better yet, step over into mounted positions. Once I line up with my training partner from here, the rotational finish is so much easier. And no matter where my opponent goes, it means nothing. Even if he fully rolled me over and ended up on top of me, it would mean nothing. You're lined up with your training partner and the finish is set. You'll still see people using sprawling methods. Try to get away from that if you can. I'm not going to say they won't work. They worked for me for many years, but it was more because of my opponent's naivety in the mid-1990s when they just didn't know what the strangle was. Nowadays, everyone knows what a Dart strangle is, and many people defend it very well. So I favor step-over methods where I either put a knee on my opponent's stomach or a step over. A good example of this occurred when Chris Weidman fought in a UFC fight, which he finished, I think, in like 10 or 15 seconds. He was incredibly effective with his stranglehold, and he used the knee on stomach method to enact a powerful strangle. And obviously won the fight very, very easily with that. So let's look at the whole sequence again. We're going to start off just in like so, in a classic front headlock position. We're going to move around the corner on our training partner. We're going to put our ear down on our training partner's back so we can lock up a good 3/4 Nelson on our training partner. When he tries to resist from here, it's an easy thing for us to put up a drive leg and suck his head underneath his own armpit to put him down. Now we've put him down, that's good, but we've got to keep him down. So from here I bring my knees off the floor and I walk around perpendicular to him. If I stay north-south, he'll just get right back up. So it's important we walk around. Now from here, the critical transition. I put my ear on his lat, ear on the lat, and I punch through. My hands are still locked. When I punch through, my hands stay in contact. I don't move my hands apart, and I start working my way into the figure of four. I put my knee down, my head moves out of the way so that I can critically touch the shoulder. The further my hand from the shoulder, the less effective I will be. Now from here, instead of a sprawling finish, I put my head down, tripod, and I either put my knee on his stomach, that lines me up with him pretty well, or even better, I step over his body. So we're fully lined up and locked in place by our legs. And now to finish, I take my right elbow and rotate it across the body. And as a result, we get a tremendous finish. Let's talk a little bit more about the idea of a rotational finish. I'll come close to the camera so you can see exactly what I mean by a rotational finish. Line up in this direction. Okay. We saw, when we looked at anaconda strangles, that if we pull the elbow across the carotids, you could go through even very strong resistance. The usual methods of resistance just didn't work. When we lock up here and here, watch how my right elbow, the bottom elbow, rotates up into the armpit. When we use this method, even if I don't step over my opponent's body, even if I just stay here on my knees, the strangulation pressure is immense. It's like we're hanging our body weight off our training partner. So even if I slouched next to my training partner and just threw a leg over his back, the strangulation pressure would be immense because I'm rotating the elbow across the carotid arteries and hanging my body weight off the elbow. Anytime I step over my opponent's body, put a knee on belly, or even just slouch next to him and use that rotational method, the strangulation power is immense. It's very difficult for me to use the rotation if I'm sprawling. As I sprawl back in a way, now not only can he get up easily, but my rotation isn't very effective here. Okay? But as we crowd forward on people and step over their body, now the rotation is just immense. And as a result, the strangulation pressure it's impressive. I often hear people say, karagatame requires tremendous strength. It's a strong man's move. Done in this way, it has nothing to do with strength. It has to do with just
efficiency of directionality of force, and becomes every bit as efficient as strangles applied just purely to the neck itself. Let's have a look at the whole sequence one more time. We'll go further away from the camera. So, from a front headlock situation, we form an angle on our training partner. Then from here, we bring the head and ear down to his back, and as a result we can quickly lock up that powerful three-quarter Nelson. The three-quarter Nelson is the mechanism to break him down to the mat, okay? And as a result we can pull the head under his armpit and put him down to the floor. As he goes to struggle back up to his base, we make sure we take our knees off the floor and get in his path. Now from here, this critical notion of punching through. If I just try to lock the move from here, you're going to need long arms and your strangle will not be effective. Often I hear people say, I can't do Dart strangles, my arms are too short. Well, this is why, because you're not punching through. When I punch the elbow through by putting my ear on the lat and touching the back of my hand to his spine, now even short arms can go through quite easily. From this position, we lock up, the head moves so I can cover the shoulder. The head goes down so that I can start to walk and line my body up with his. And from here, I step over the top. Now, the rotational finish, my elbow across his carotids, and you have a strangle that will work exceptionally well. I just mentioned a common criticism of Dart strangles. You need to be very long-armed to do it. I'm not going to lie to you, if you do have long arms, that definitely does make your job easier. But bear in mind that my student, Joe Diazzi, after whom the move was named, did not have long arms at all. He's actually quite short-limbed, has short legs and short arms. And yet he had one of the absolute best Dart strangles I've ever seen. Don't think that short arms are going to be the limitation. The limitation is always your technique, not your body. There's always a way to make it work, despite what your body is. Yes, certain body types will favor certain moves, but no body type will prohibit a move. It's a matter of you finding a way to make it work. And the single best way for you to get this to work, pay attention to the punch through. Lay down. If I was gifted with long arms, if I was 6'5", yes, from here I could just lock my hands and finish people. But I'm not. I have short limbs too. But if I punch the elbow through, now good elbow position will make up for my lack of limb length. And as a result, I can easily go through and enforce a strong stranglehold. In those few cases where your opponent's body is so big through the chest and shoulders that you cannot form an effective figure four hold, it is permissible to grab your own forearm. So for example, if my opponent was so powerful through the chest and shoulders that I could only grab my forearm instead of my bicep, I would just place my hand in the center of the back and use the rotational method. I'll put my head down, walk, step over, and still the rotational method will make up for the less than optimal arm position. We're looking at the inverted karagatame, or Dart strangle as it's often referred to. Let's look at a different way of entering into it from a front headlock. Most of the attacks, both anaconda and darts that we've looked at, involve breaking our opponent down from a turtle position so they were broken down to a hip or a shoulder, and then we apply the stranglehold. This method doesn't involve a breakdown. Rather, we rotate underneath our opponent and strangle from underneath. So, from a front headlock situation, as always, we start off with the initial control, but we're going to switch to the elbow position that we saw earlier. We go in on our training partner and we put our elbow inside our training partner's elbow. Now, from here, make a strong body, sitting like you don't want to fall over. From here, we're going to start a rotation around our training partner's body, looking up at the ceiling, like so. My opponent doesn't want to be turned over, so all we're going to do is turn our body through, and then as our hands emerge out the other side, we're going to physically pull our hand and lock him in place. Then from here, I'm going to walk around to 90 degrees and throw my elbow forward. As always, my target is my hand to my training partner's shoulder. When he goes to pull away from me, stand up, and all those things that people do, it means nothing. We just walk around the corner and use the rotational method to strangle our training partner for the finish. Once again, from a front headlock situation, rather than break my opponent down to a hip or shoulder and then perform the strangle, we're going to spin underneath our training partner with an elbow to elbow grip. And as a result, we end up in an immensely powerful strangle from underneath. So we start off with a right-handed front headlock. I go through and our hands lock, elbow to elbow, just like so. Now I'm in the perfect position to form an angle, and then from here, I simply slide. He has a strong body, doesn't want to fall over. Watch my hands make the switch and lock in place. Now, I bring my elbow forward, I put my hand on his shoulder, and as always from here, we work with the rotational method, rotating the elbow through into the armpit, and we get a very, very strong strangulation indeed. Let's have a look at it from another angle. Right-handed front headlock. From here, I go through and lock. As my arm makes the transition from a control grip into a finishing grip, it's an easy thing for us to start that rotation. And we hold in just like so. Now, from here, I line my body up with my training partner's shoulder line so that I form a T relative to my opponent. That securely traps his arm in place. Then from the locked hands, we put the elbow in front. I never separate my arms and try to grab. We don't want his head going up on us in these situations. So from that initial grip, we bring the elbow forward. Then we move around the corner and my hand finds the shoulder. Now, it's just that simple rotational method. And we get an immensely strong strangulation finish. This is a great way to take someone who's strongly resisting being broken down to the mat and strangle them from underneath in the bottom position. Now we're looking at the use of karagatame in front headlock situations. So far we've looked at the front karagatame, or anaconda as it's commonly referred to. We've looked at the inverted karagatame, or das strangle as it's often referred to. Now we're going to look at a fascinating variation of karagatame, a seated karagatame. Now, when you first look at this move, you're all going to say the same thing. You're going to say, that's not a karagatame, that's a guillotine. No, you're going to have to see the difference between the guillotine action of strangulation and the karagatame action. On the surface, it absolutely looks like a guillotine. And when most people see the move being performed, they identify it as a guillotine for reasons that will soon become obvious. But understand that the strangle action, which is actually putting your opponent to sleep, is absolutely a karagatame action, not a guillotine action. Once you make this mental breakthrough, your performance of the move will start to increase quite dramatically. First, let's just have a look at it, the general move, and why it's so easy to mistake this for a guillotine. From a front headlock situation, we're going to take a standard control position for front headlock, and we're going to come in and we're going to lock our hands in just like so. We're going to lock our hands palm to palm. That's an important detail. We're going to sweep our training partner's elbow on by, and we're going to replace his elbow with our knee. As a result, we're able to put our foot up, punch the elbow through, as we always do with those karagatames. Off the punch through, we're going to sit down to this position here and bring our hands in close. Now you can already see why most people believe this is a guillotine. Let's move around this way, Considine. It looks on the surface like any other guillotine strangle. My arm has gone around his neck like a guillotine. We're sitting on our butt like many forms of guillotine, and our hands are locked like many forms of guillotine. But observe that our hands are locked in a palm-to-palm grip, and my hip is pressured against his shoulder. So that, like any karagatame, not a guillotine, any karagatame, my bicep is restricting one carotid artery and his shoulder is restricting the other. I happen to be in a seated position with my arm around his neck as it would for a guillotine, but the strangle action is a karagatame. Then, when my hands lock, from here, my feet go into positions usually associated with a guillotine. And from here we use a rotational method. My elbow goes across my training partner's shoulder, and we get a beautiful katagatame finish. Let's have a look at it from another angle so you can see this katagatame action more clearly. I know it looks confusing. I know when you look at it, surely that's a guillotine. Okay. Remember, it's the strangle action that we're interested in. We're not performing a strangle like a guillotine into the neck like so. Rather, we're performing a katagatame rotational finish using his shoulder as one of the mechanisms of the strangle and our bicep as the other. So the actual strangle mechanism, despite the appearances, is much closer, or actually is, a katagatame action rather than that of a guillotine. Let's have a look at it from this angle here. My training partner is in front of me. We lock up in the usual kind of front headlock scenario. We clear the elbow to the side. That's an important first detail. My knee cuts in and replaces his elbow. We put our body up and watch as I punch through and lock. Now from here, my foot goes across my training partner's hip. My second foot goes over the top of the far hip. And now, watch my right elbow. It rotates across in front of my training partner. I am not lifting up as I would for a guillotine. When you try to lift up as you would for a guillotine, you lose a tremendous amount of strangle power, because essentially what you're trying to do is you're trying to guillotine his armpit rather than his neck. That's a losing formula. What we want to do is move everything away with that rotational finish, and we get an immensely strong strangle. So once again, the strangle is done by his shoulder restricting one side and my bicep the other. So that if we move in this direction, you will see we have the classic katagatame action. His shoulder restricting the near carotid artery, my bicep restricting the far. Because we happen to be in a position typically associated with guillotine strangles, it's usually mistaken as a guillotine. But once you understand what you're actually trying to do here is a katagatame variation, you'll soon see what will be required to make for a successful strangulation. Watch as I go down to the floor. I take my elbow and pull in this rotational fashion to create a very, very strong strangulation. This move is not only very effective against a turtle position where my opponent's elbows are on the mat, it's also very good against the referee's position when my opponent has elbows off the mat and he's interested in standing up. Standing right. So we go in on our training partner from the front headlock. We lock up our hands. I sweep the arm to the side and I place the knee around behind my training partner's arm. As before, we lock up. He goes in to grab my wrist and defend, thinking he's defending a guillotine or what have you. And look how the elbow rotates, and we get an immensely strong finish. Let's have a look at it from another angle. We start off, elbows down for now. We start off, classic front headlock situation. We sweep our opponent's elbow out to the side. We replace the elbow with the knee. We punch through. Foot goes to near hip. Second foot goes to far hip. And then from here, as he goes to defend himself, goes to stack knee, etc., etc., we bring the elbow in that rotational fashion, and we get an immensely strong katagatame finish that on the surface looks like a guillotine, but if you treat it like a guillotine, your strangle pressure will rapidly diminish and you'll run into all sorts of problems. Once you clearly identify the strangle action for what it is, a variation of katagatame that happens to be done in a seated position that looks superficially like a guillotine, you'll start strangling a lot of people. We just looked at the seated katagatame that on the surface looks like a guillotine and is often mistaken for guillotines for that very reason. It's a move where we started on top of our opponent in a front headlock and we finished underneath them. Now there's some degree of risk involved there. Anytime you start on top of your opponent, you go into a submission hold, you end up on bottom, there's a sense in which you've traded top for bottom position, and many people are reluctant to do that. The good news is when you use the seated katagatame, there's a tremendously effective transition out of a failed seated katagatame that takes you right to your opponent's back and into one of our favorite strangulation sequences from the back. Let's have a look at it now. We'll have an opponent in a front headlock. It's coming down this way. And we'll go into the same seated karagatame that we just saw. From a front headlock situation, we clear the arm by and we go through and look to strangle. For whatever reason, the move is not working. The bad news is you've gone from top to bottom position. The good news is you've got his arm trapped across the center line. So there's a degree of back exposure. Okay. The question is, how am I going to use this? Well, as my opponent goes in to defend himself, and usually they're tripoding and doing things like this, we're going to take our foot and put it here across our training partner's calf muscle. So my foot cuts into the calf muscle. My second foot goes down here, shoelace to shoelace, and I stretch and I put his foot down to the mat. Now, from the situation, all I'm going to do is take my hand through and around and grip, like so. Now, I shuffle using my left foot, a simple shrimping movement outwards, and I pull with my two arms. And as a result, we break him down into a situation where we can easily go through, secure the one-on-one, and now we find ourselves right on our training partner's back in a position where we can go into one of our favorite attacking positions, the rear naked strangle from the back, and finish. Okay, so don't fear if you lose the seated karagatame position. Don't think that you're taking some huge risk where you're going from top position to bottom position. The risk is not nearly as severe as you think, because the opponent's arm is exposed across the center line, creating back exposure that we can easily exploit to move from the bottom position to our opponent's back. So I often encourage my students when they're going in here to go into the original strangle, working. See, it's not panning out the way I wanted. I cut through, hold, and put his knee down to the mat. Now I come through and catch, and we lock up. I shrimp out, catch my training partner's arm, and then we find ourselves in the perfect attacking position behind our training partner, ready to finish in the usual fashion from the back. So don't be intimidated by the idea that there's a danger of going from top to bottom position. There's a simple escape route back into an even more efficient strangle sequence should the move fail. Let's look now at the use of a move commonly seen in various forms of wrestling, but particularly in the American collegiate forms of wrestling, the cradle. It's long been my belief that the cradle is one of those great wrestling moves which can easily be adapted for the sport of jiu-jitsu. Now, unfortunately, cradles are often taught in a way where they're expressly designed to pin people for short periods of time in the sport of wrestling, and as a result, jiu-jitsu people don't see the potential that they have. If you look at like a wrestling 101 cradle, the guy goes to a 4-point position, for example. From any given situation where my hands lock in here and I sit my opponent down to his back, the idea is to put his back down on the ground and hold my opponent's shoulders to the floor long enough to get points or a complete end to a wrestling match. Done in that fashion, it's not very useful for the purposes of jiu-jitsu. The truth is, you're only required in the sport of wrestling to hold a cradle for a fairly short period of time, and then the match is over. But for me to hold someone's legs in place with my fingers or hands, you can't really realistically expect to do that for long periods of time. If a jiu-jitsu match can go for 10 minutes, and the match is not going to be ended by my opponent going onto his back. And so the move kind of gets dismissed a lot. That's sad, because variations of the cradle that employ my legs to control my opponent rather than just my hands do, I believe, have a definite place in a no-gi grappling arsenal. Let's have a look at cradles first, where my opponent is down on the floor on his knees, and for whatever reason I'm having a hard time employing my strangulation game. The guillotines aren't going for me, and the various versions of karagatame that we're doing, they're not working out for me. So a variation of a cradle can often be used in these situations to enter into our opponent's legs and go into the leg system, so we can make a nice interface between the front headlock system and the leg system. So from a front headlock situation, I'm here working with my training partner. and for whatever reason the thread of strangulation just isn't panning out for me. In these situations, what I will often have my students do is put their head in the hole, just like so, and control their training partners with this classic head in the hole position, like a strong body. And then from here, we're going to sit through on our training partner. So his arm is restrained by my head position. His head is restrained by my chin strap grip. And from here, we're in a nice sit-through position where it's possible for us now to reach and catch our training partner right here at the calf muscle. Now, all I do is a rotational drive where I use my left foot to drive and sit and walk my training partner straight down into a kind of a cradle type entry. Now, I could just put him on his back and pin, but that's obviously not the idea here. What we're going to do in this position is step up to our training partner and slide our legs into the familiar Ashigarami position. Now, as always, as we work with the leg system, we look at our opponent's head. If my opponent sees the threat of the Ashigarami and the potential for heel hooks, many of them will move their head away from you and try to panic run out of the move. That's a disaster, because from here, my second foot is inside his leg. It controls the speed of his spiral, and now we have heel exposure. And as a result, we can continue to chase our opponent across the mat, lock, and make a nice switch into the outside Ashigarami and get a very strong breaking position. Alternatively, if my opponent is perhaps at a slightly higher level, we put the head in the hole, we move around the corner and sit through, and then from here, once again, we tilt our training partner down to the mat, and we enter successfully into the legs. This time his head comes towards me, and as a result there's no heel exposure. Okay. In these situations, we might be better served taking the cross buttock position, my right foot to his buttock, and my second foot goes across into a false or reverse X guard, and then from here we focus on bringing his hips directly over our head, and as a result we can go around the corner and drop our training partner into a cross Ashigarami attack. Which one you choose will largely be determined by the direction in which your opponent's head moves. Does it move away from you? Does it move towards you? Because the primary focus of this video is the front headlock position itself, we won't go too much into the legs. You've seen a lot of that before. But let's look again at this cradle entry and how it enables us to make a nice clean entry into our training partner's legs, courtesy of the Ashigarami. So here we are, we're locking up, we have an initial front headlock with our training partner. For whatever reason, we're not confident we're going to be able to get an effective strangle, and then from here, look how I put my head in the hole, going on through all the way on my training partner. Now, we hit that quick sit-through position, and now we're in good position to scoop our training partner's leg and drive him straight down to the mat. Okay, I walk up to the legs, and then from here, simple pull, and we're into the Ashigarami situation that we favor. From here, not a difficult thing for us to bring the legs through. The hand goes up on the opposite side, and from here, we drop our opponent into a winning position. So this is an excellent way for us to go from the front headlock situation and make use of the interface between one system that we espouse, the front headlock system, and another, the leg system. Let's go further into the use of the cradle to set up submission holds out of a front headlock situation. One of the reasons why I favor cradles so much is because they deal extremely well with one of the most difficult aspects of the front headlock situation in general. When we first started off this DVD, we saw that the front headlock is incredibly effective for controlling movement forwards and backwards. We saw a theory of distancing, and perhaps one of the most important insights of the front headlock video, the idea of the 3 points of control. It's got to be, so we've got to take the head and put the head back into the front headlock. So many times I see people putting their chest on people's backs, okay? If I'm going to constrain and restrain a tough, physically active opponent, I've got to put weight on the head. You all know the great cliche of combat sports. He who controls the head controls the body. Well, people say the cliche all the time, but they don't do a good job of acting it out. What we want to do is put weight directly on the head. The way we do that is by taking our shoulder forward and putting it right there on the back of our training partner's neck. So when he tries to move forward, the distance between us is controlled by my shoulder position. If my shoulder is out of position and he moves forward, he'll go right into my legs every single time. Okay? So that's the first point of control. The second point of control prevents him from moving backwards. If the shoulder prevents him from moving forward, it's the chin strap that prevents him from moving backwards. When I retract my elbow and hold, that's what holds him in place. This is backed up by control of the elbow. Okay, so these 3 points of control: elbow, chin, and the cervix, the back of the neck. Those are the 3 elements that I want to focus upon with control. Now, these do an incredible job of stopping my opponent going forwards and backwards, but 2 things they don't do a good job of controlling are circular motion. My opponent can circle left and right. That's not really constrained by the 3 points of control. And the other one is tripoding. Your opponent can tripod. I don't care how much weight I put on the head, there's no weight on the hips. So from a front headlock, he can easily tripod on me. And now he's more mobile, his knees are off the ground, he can circle more effectively, he can cause all kinds of problems for me. Okay? So one of the most common control problems that we face when we're trying to implement the front headlock system is the problem of tripoding. That's where cradles come in. Cradles are an incredibly effective way to counter a tripoder. Moreover, they break the opponent down to the mat where they can't re-tripod, and then they start taking us directly in the avenue of submission holds. So let's have a look at how we can use cradles in these situations from a front headlock. My opponent's working here and defensively, and I see him go into a tripod position. We're going to move around towards the leg opposite my front headlock. I've got a right-handed front headlock, so I move around to my left. From here, I'm going to go in, I'm going to capture elbow deep around my training partner's knee. I'm going to lock my hands. Okay. Now, locked hands are good, but they're not the strongest grip in the world. So what we're going to do is hit a quick sit through, just like so, and tilt my training partner and break him down to a hip. Now, I could just hold on with my hands, but then it's his legs against my hands. You can only hold for a few seconds before eventually his legs will overpower your hands and he's gone. The idea is never to fight your opponent's legs with your hands. It's a losing battle. It's okay in wrestling because I can hold him for a matter of seconds, okay, and long enough to get the pin. But in jiu-jitsu, you've got to hold people for long periods of time. So what we do instead is we use a leg assist. This is also seen in the sport of wrestling, by the way. This is not exclusive to jiu-jitsu. From that cradle position, we're going to take our leg and step over. And we're going to put a leg behind his leg. So now it's no longer his legs versus my hands. It's his legs versus my legs. Moreover, his legs are in a mechanically very weak position. So when he goes to extend his legs now, it ain't going anywhere. It's locked in place. I can do a double leg assist where I take my second leg and also put that in behind. Now it's even worse for my opponent. When he goes to extend his legs, just nothing's going to happen. And you're going to be able to hold people here for long periods of time. Okay, so this is a great way for us to restrain our opponent, and then very shortly we'll see how we can use this to enter into submission holds. So once again, we have an opponent in a front headlock type situation. He's down on the floor, elbows and knees. We've got a standard front headlock, and he's tripoded up. Okay, so now he's more mobile. He's more likely he's going to get out of this position. So from here, I'm going to move around to the side. I'm going to go elbow deep around my training partner's leg and lock my hands. From an initial kneeling position, I put a foot up and I sit through. Just enough, I don't fall on my back, just enough that I can hit a turning force that breaks my opponent down to the floor. Now I step over my training partner's knee and we retain the cradle. So when he goes to move out, it's very, very difficult. We can also come through with the second leg, and now we find ourselves in a leg assist cradle from where we can go into submissions. Now, if that's the cradle, let's start to look now at the submissions that come out of it. So, we've got a man tripoding. We move around to the corner. We lock up and break him down to the mat. I step over my training partner's leg. When he goes to move his legs out of here, it's very, very difficult now. As he fights to free his leg, I'm going to take my hand out. I can do that because my leg is holding him in place. I shoot my second hand through, and I go into the elbow to elbow position. And as a result, I can quickly switch off into the Das strangle, or inverted karagatame as we like to call it. From here, I lean forward on my training partner. When he tries to kick out, it's almost impossible. It makes for an easy step over, and as a result, we can quickly apply very strong strangulation pressure on our training partner. Let's have a look at that again. Moving out this way. From here, we have an initial grip on our training partner. I move around the corner I go in elbow deep on my training partner's leg, and from here I circle him down to the mat. I step over his leg, and as a result, when he goes to free himself, it's a very difficult thing. Now I come through, shoot my arm around the corner, we're elbow to elbow, we lock up. As always, the hand goes to the shoulder. Now whenever possible, we always put our head down and step over the body, and as a result we can hit an enormously strong rotational finish. Another sequence which I greatly favor out of here brings in the interface between different systems of attack. Again, my opponent goes into a strong tripod. We go in elbow deep and twist our training partner down to the mat. This time we bring in the double leg block, just like so. I'm going to step over my training partner's body, and as a result, as my opponent tries to work from this position, we've still got that excellent control of our training partner. As before, we have the very same finishing holds. Okay. Whenever we see our opponent working in these positions, as he tries to work his way out of here, he's always looking to free his head. As I see his head is starting to come free, I just come back and pin the elbows. As the head and arms move away from me, my body steps over his legs, and we find ourselves in the perfect position to switch off into leg system. And from here, we're ready to attack the legs. Okay, so we have a nice interface here between front headlock and legs. Once again, my opponent goes up. As before, we lock up on our training partner. As before, we tilt him down to the mat and use a leg assist cradle. I come into a double leg assist and I pommel my feet into position. I start to lose my training partner's upper body from the head. From here, we just come down, pass the foot through and around our training partner, and find ourselves in a winning position to roll through. And from here, we have a fine finish down on the floor. So those are some ways in which we can use the cradle to stop our opponent from tripoding out of the front headlock, break him back down to the mat, and go into different aspects of finishes. One was to stay within the confines of the front headlock system and use the inverted katagatame or da strangle, and the other was to switch to another system, the legs, and go in and finish there. We saw earlier in this video that the front headlock system is a pretty simple 4-step system. It's based on the idea of first, if you're up tall, of bringing our training partner's head to a position lower than my armpit, in particular the crown of his head. Okay, and if we can do that, if we can move on our training partner and say perform a snap down, that's one good example that we looked at of bringing our opponent's head down. If we can bring our training partner's head down to that low position, then we can go to step 2, which is to enter into the front headlock and establish those critical 3 points of control. My shoulder on the back of our training partner's neck, my chin strap in place, my hand here on my training partner's elbow, constantly breaking the elbow down towards the mat. So if my opponent's coming up and the elbows are off the floor, we're constantly looking to pull and bring the elbows down to the mat and exert control. We're always putting the opposite leg up so that we have mobility. So if my opponent goes to circle out, we're always in a position where we can circle with them as the hands come up, and from here we can always break them back down to a mat and exert control. So our responsibility is always to get that second aspect of control. The third aspect that we've looked at in the front headlock situation is to negate resistance. Okay, we've seen, for example, our opponent can try to circle out of the move, and we've seen by having a leg up, when he goes to circle, we can stay aligned with him. We've seen our opponent can go to tripod, and when we see that tripod, we saw that there were ways to counter this. For example, with cradles, if the elbows come off the mat, then from here we can go into a front body lock and bring it back down to the elbows and back to a front headlock. So we've seen ways to negate our opponent's resistance. And then the fourth step of the system is the one which is probably my favorite step of those 4 steps, and this is to make the tactical decision between going for submission holds. We've seen that our favorite things to do there are to initiate with a high wrist position. If we can't do that, then we go into the katagatame series. And the other great choice, if we're not going to go in the direction of submission, is to go in the direction of position. Now, the single biggest positional advance that I can make from a front headlock situation with both of us on our knees is to go behind my opponent. Going behind your opponent plays a similar role in turtle situations from front headlock as passing your opponent's legs does when he's lying on his back and we're going to pass guard. It represents a positional advance. I'm closer to my opponent's back. And of course, you guys all know that back is, in my view, the ultimate position in Jiu-Jitsu. That's the one we're always looking to strive to achieve. When I try to make a transition from being in front of my opponent, front headlock, to being behind my opponent, the single biggest problem that I have to overcome is how to get past my opponent's arms. His hands and arms can reach for me as I try to go behind him and get a hold of me. They can tackle my legs and put me back down to the floor, etc., etc. Okay? So it's always a question of how am I going to pass my opponent's arms, similarly to how am I going to pass my opponent's legs when he's lying on his back. One of the key elements of the front headlock system is this simple principle or insight. You will only maximize your effectiveness with submissions from a front headlock when you have strong positional go-behind attacks. Because as your opponent reacts to the threat of positional advance, his neck will come open and make it easier to go into your submission holds. Conversely, the only way you will maximize your chance of getting positional advance and getting behind your opponent is you start with a threat of submission, and your opponent has to bring the arms in and defend his neck. And now that the arms are in, it's very easy to go around those arms and get your positional advance and get behind your opponent. So it is absolutely critical that you be strong in both submission attacks and positional attacks from the front headlock position. You have to have strong, effective methods of going behind your opponent. If he's in my front headlock, he should constantly feel the danger of me going behind him and taking his back, which is a much bigger threat than me being in the front headlock position. The front headlock is good, but the back is the king. That's just as good as it gets. So the moment I get the front headlock, once I establish control, one of the first things I'm looking to do is to make that decision. Will I go high wrist and threaten the stranglehold? That's usually where I start. As my opponent reacts to that, I'll go back into a positional advance and try and go behind him. And as he reacts to the go behind, I'll play off, and you get this dilemma between the threat of strangulation from the front and the threat of positional advance to the back on the other hand. When you play those two off against each other, that's when you become truly effective from the front headlock. I'll say this again, you must have strong positional attacks, and the king of all the positional attacks from front headlock by far, nothing else is even close, is the go behind. The ability to get past your opponent's arms and get towards his back. Now there are many forms of go behind. I could sit here all day and show you 1,000 different ways to go behind your opponent, but I'm going to focus on the most high percentage ones, the ones which work best in high level competition and which you tend to see in world championship level jiu-jitsu. We're going to start off with the single most important go behind, the one which I preach to my students as the most valuable of all the methods of going behind your opponent. If I only had one method, thankfully we don't, we have many methods, but if I only had one, this is probably the one I would choose. This is the knee block go behind. From a situation where my opponent's in turtle, let's understand very clearly that the biggest problem that I face is how to get past his arms. I want to go behind him. The single biggest impediment that I have is my opponent's arms reaching out to grip me, and then from here I can't get behind him. I've got to start all over again and free my legs and go back to a front headlock. Okay? So that's always the thing that I'm battling against. The knee block go behind represents one of the absolute most effective ways of getting past, trapping your opponent's arms, and setting up subsequent attacks from the back. The idea behind it is fairly simple. From an initial front headlock, we're in here just like so. I'm going to change my body position. I take my leg out and my head goes across my opponent's body like so. So whether my hands are open or locked doesn't really matter. What does matter is that my head shifts across and my knee goes in as a wedge behind his tricep. My second hand retains the chin strap and holds his head in place. When he goes to pull his right arm out, it's blocked by my leg. The only leg he can grab is my forward leg, and that's not a smart idea, because that gives me the back crucifix, one of our favorite methods of restraining people. That's just not a smart idea on his part. We'll look at this soon, don't worry. But a well-trained opponent is unlikely to make such a basic error. Typically what happens is they keep the hands down, and now my knee is wedged behind my opponent. And as a result, we're in perfect position to go behind. I have now passed both of his arms, and we are now technically behind our opponent in a position where we can go on the attack. Let's have a look at this sequence again. From a front headlock situation, we're in here. Look how I move my body to an angle. So I'm not lined up. I use my legs to move to an angle, and then from here my head moves over the other side, and my knee wedges deep behind my training partner's armpit and tricep. When he tries to pull the arm free, it's enormously difficult. My second hand goes over my opponent's body and goes through and secures the one-on-one on the far side. If my opponent was so foolish as to grab inside my leg, he would be giving me one of our best methods of attack. Okay? Probably an experienced opponent is not going to make a basic error like that. And then from here, we're behind our opponent, ready to go on the attack in any way, shape, or form we want. We could, for example, come around and cover the hips. We could go directly into a back crucifix. We'll have a look at all of those fairly shortly. But let's have a look again at the knee block go behind, facing this way, like so. We're in here, we have a front headlock situation. We move to an angle and we go in and trap the arm. I go over the top and take the one-on-one on the far side, and we're now behind our opponent. Okay, we're in the perfect position now to go into attacks that we saw in the back system and go in and finish. This is one of the absolute most effective ways for us to operate when it's time to go behind an opponent in a smooth and efficient fashion and make a positional advance that leads to another system, the back attack system. We've been looking at the positional skill of going behind our opponent. We're strongly emphasizing this skill, one which has to be as well developed as your submissions. You can't just threaten in one direction. It can't just be all submission threat. It can't just be all positional threat. Only when you mix the two will you maximize your effectiveness with either one. Now, let's have a look at another highly effective method of going behind an opponent, a hand block go behind. If you're on this side and we're working from a right-handed front headlock situation. As always, we get our first initial 3 points of control when we're working here. We're going to take our hand and post it with this V grip on our training partner's tricep. I'm going to move my head up a little, and we're going to come up off our knees, and I'm going to take my hand and put my whole forearm behind. Don't put the back of the hand in, put the whole forearm in here like so. My second arm goes over my training partner's spine, right down the middle. And as a result, we're in a position to walk around behind our training partner, and when we get behind, we can put in a tight waist, post on our training partner's knee, and now we're in a perfect position to go into the various forms of back attack that we saw when we went over the back attack system. So, once again, we're working here from a classic front headlock situation. I post on my training partner's tricep. I bring my hand all the way so that my forearm is behind him and my arm goes here down his spine. Do not make this common mistake of reaching too early around your training partner's waist. Now he can trap my wrist and from here roll me through and end up pinning me in this position here. Okay, you often see people making this basic error. Once again, I don't want in these situations having posted and coming around the corner to reach too quickly through the waist. He just traps the wrist and pins me. That's why we keep our arm down the spine. The moment I come in here, it's an easy trap, roll and pin. So we must be disciplined with our hand position. Once again, front headlock, post, angle, forearm, good arm position. I walk short choppy steps around behind my opponent until I'm in behind. Once we get behind our opponent, we're in good position now to take that tight waist, and from here so many ways for us to go on the attack and start utilizing that back system that we enjoy so much. This represents a very fast, very simple, and highly effective way to go behind our opponent in the blink of an eye in any front headlock situation. Now, let's look at a third excellent method of going behind our opponent. Again, a blocking method has to be involved. Remember, it's always your opponent's elbow that we're trying to control. So, in the first method, we used a knee block, where my knee blocks behind the elbow. It helps us get behind. Then we looked at the idea of blocking with our forearm and going behind. Now, let's look at the head block, go behind. This is another outstanding way to go in behind an opponent against strong resistance. Now, we're going to put our head in behind our training partner's elbow. We're always trying to control that real estate behind the tricep and elbow in order to go behind our opponents. As before, we start off with our classic 3 points of control. This time I'm going to go in on my training partner and I'm going to put the head right there in the hole, just like so. So my head is blocking behind his arm. When he tries to pull his arm out, it's my head that's blocking it in place. Now what we're going to do is sit through. From the sit through position, I'm going to reach over my training partner's back, and as a result, we end up behind our training partner in the perfect attacking position. From here, we can go in the usual fashion and start to insert hooks, etc., etc. Okay. Once we go in on our training partner from here, it's not a difficult thing for us to start employing the various methods of control that we spend so much time on in the back attack system. Once again, just lining up with the camera, it's about something's got to block the area, the real estate behind his tricep and elbow. We started off with the knee, then we looked at the hand, now we're looking at the head. So, from front headlock situation, look, I put my head aggressively inside, so it's blocking all the way in behind my training partner's arm. When he tries to extract the arm, it's very, very difficult to do indeed. Now, we sit down to a hip, and as a result, it's an easy thing for me to reach over my training partner's back. So I simultaneously have the head and the tight waist. When he goes to pull away from me, it's so difficult. And as the head comes out, you're right behind your opponent, ready to attack. From here, as always, we just break our training partner down to the floor and find ourselves in a winning position. And from here, so many ways for us to go in and start finishing people. This is the head block go behind, and it represents yet another method of blocking our opponent's elbow and tricep and going behind our opponent to make a strong positional advance towards the back. Now, a truly effective way of making positional advance towards our opponent's back from a front headlock is the arm drag go behind. This one is applicable in so many different ways, whether my opponent shot in from my legs, whether I've snapped him down to a front headlock. One of my favorite times to use this is in a tricky situation where my opponent's elbows are coming up off the mat. That's usually a precursor to him coming up into a 4-point position and trying to stand up on me. Okay, so many of the go-behind methods we've looked at could be tricky to employ on someone whose elbows have left the mat. That's exactly when the arm drag go-behind kicks in. You can use the move when the elbows are on the floor. Nothing wrong with that. It works just fine in that context. I'll demonstrate that shortly. But one of the main times that I will switch from the other forms of go-behind, say for example a knee block, to an arm drag go-behind, is when the elbows start rising. Because that's a signal to me that my opponent's interested in starting the action of standing up and looking for his various escapes. Okay, so we're going to look at a front headlock situation. We'll come around this side again from a right-handed front headlock. We have an opponent in here, and I see his elbows start coming up off the floor. The moment we see that, we got to respond. I can't stay down here on my knees and he's coming up. That's a disaster. Okay, so when he starts coming up, I come up. I post on my training partner's elbow just like so, and I form an angle across my opponent's body. I don't want to be dead straight onto him here. So I post, I move around to an angle, and my chin strap grip comes off and the hand comes in, and we block here. So there's still something blocking behind it. It's an arm drag grip. Off the arm drag grip, my second hand shoots either to the leg or, my favorite, over my training partner's back, and we make those short choppy steps around behind our training partner. From here, so many ways we can go on the attack. Because the arms are extended, one very natural form of attack here is a back crucifix. Okay, I'll demonstrate that because it's such a natural thing to do when my opponent's elbows come off the floor. Once again, from a situation where we have a conventional turtle position, he's down on the elbows. And we notice in this situation, he's coming up. That's usually a precursor to him coming up completely And now from here, things start getting tricky, okay? So as soon as we see those elbows come up off the floor, we post, we go to an angle. My hand comes through, we take an arm drag grip. I don't drag the arm, I just hold it so we can't move it. Then from here, I move around the corner, I take my jab step around the corner, and I shoot my arm over my training partner's back. When he tries to follow me with the arm, that arm drag grip makes it almost impossible. And then from here, we're in perfect position now to go through and attack our training partner from the back. Let's have a look at it from another angle. We've got an opponent, front headlock situation. From here, we lock up, and I see the elbow starting to rise. I find angle, drag grip. Don't try to pull the arm, just hold it. Then from here, jab step, hand goes over, and we're in perfect position now to block. The leg comes around, hook, and down to the mat we go. Now we're in the perfect position to roll that man through, and as we saw in the back system, this is a perfect way for us to go into strangles and finishes. Now, that's one of my favorite times to use it, when my opponent's elbows come off the mat. A natural question is, what if his elbows don't come off the mat? Can I hit an arm drag go behind? Absolutely. Very, very effective in that situation. Let's have a look at it. In this direction here, if the hands don't come up, no problem. I just stay down on a knee this time. I come in and I hit that same drag grip. Okay? From here, second hand goes over, and once again, we find ourselves in the perfect position to go in and attack our training partner. Once again, this time the elbows stay down, so my knee stays down on the floor. I don't come up off my knees for this one. Okay? From here, we have the 3 points of control. I switch grips, we come in and lock. Now we move around behind our training partner, and we're in perfect position now to go in and make the various forms of attack that we like in this position. It's the arm drag go behind, another incredibly effective way of going behind a resisting opponent and getting to positional advance. Now, we've seen a lot of material with regards to the standing scenario for front headlocks and the kneeling scenario for front headlocks. It's probably a good thing at this point to show the idea of putting everything we've seen together. We know that we're engaged in a 4-step system in the front headlock. The first thing we need to do is enter successfully into the front headlock. The central problem here is, how am I going to get the crown of my opponent's head lower than my armpit so that I can enter safely into the front headlock? Once we've done that, we've got to establish control. We've seen the basic theory, the 3 points of control that govern distance between us and our opponent, so we can't move away, can't move forward. We've seen then the main lines of resistance come from circular movement and tripoding, and then we have to negate those, break our opponent down to the mat, and from there make the 4th step, this critical tactical distinction or decision. What am I going to do? Am I going to go into submissions, in which case we favor the high wrist position? If we can't get high wrist, we typically look for variations of karagatame. Or are we going to attack with positional attacks, which almost always involves some method of going behind our opponent? As a general rule, the more he defends a go behind, the more vulnerable he becomes to a submission. The more he defends a submission hold, the more he becomes vulnerable to a go behind. So let's take all these concepts we've looked at and just look at a practical example of this. We'll start from standing situation. We know that in the standing position, the basic idea we work with is the idea of snap downs and fakes to get our opponent's feet back and head forward. Okay? The dynamic we're constantly working with in the standing position is the push-pull dynamic, that we're constantly using tie-ups to push-pull on my training partner and looking for a push-pull reaction. Once I feel I'm pushing into my opponent, I get a push back, then it's just my legs away, I take an angle on my training partner and I step into the space created. Now from here we go in and we establish an initial control on our training partner. I've got to break him down to the mat. We saw, for example, the sprawling method, where I move out and circle my opponent down to the floor, and as a result, we can break him down. Now, from here we've established, the second part is to establish the 3 points of control. I take shoulder position, hand position, chin strap position. I put my leg up, so when my training partner goes to circle out of here, I can follow the circular movement very, very easily. Now, if he goes up to his knees, Like so, gets up from here. It's not a difficult thing for us to continually break him down to the mat. I switch to a body lock, I pull, and those knees come back down to the floor. If his hands come up, elbows come up off the mat, just the elbows, then from here we constantly use a pulling motion to consistently break him down to an elbow. So we're negating that resistance. Now, once we've done that, now it's time to make a decision. Will I go behind my opponent, or will I go into the submission holds that we favor? As a general rule, our first thing from here is to look to bring our head across the center line and go in and lock up. As a result, from here, it's not a difficult thing for us to go into any one of the various guillotine variations that we looked at. For example, a high elbow, and get the finish. If for whatever reason my opponent's doing a good job gripping my wrists and I can't get into the various moves that we looked at, this is exactly the time we'll go in and employ a positional attack. As his hands come in to defend strangleholds, now we're in the perfect position to roll through and start going on the attack from a positional advance and strangling. So you can see in operation there all the concepts that we're working with. Bring the head down, enter into the front headlock, establish the 3 points of control, negate your opponent's resistance. Then from there, make a decision. What do you see in front of you? Do you see a vulnerable neck? High risk position. If I can't create vulnerability in the neck because of the elbows going across, that might well be a good time for us instead to go through into some form of katagatame attack and strangle with katagatame. If none of the submissions are working, or we're having a very, very hard time working from here, that's a good time for us to go into a positional attack. And then after positional attack, we can go in and attack from the back instead of from the front. When we play all these concepts together, the front headlock position starts to be maximized. Its combat value starts to get maximized. You're constantly off balancing your opponent, dragging him down into these physically tiring positions. This front headlock is an exhausting position to be caught in. Once you establish the 3 points of control, from there he has certain predictable lines of resistance, and you can overcome those in the manner in which we just specified. And then of course comes the submission threat. Initially it's from the front. The more he defends that, the more we go behind him and then start threatening strangles from the back. If my opponent doesn't address the submission threat or overreacts to a positional threat, then it's easy for us just to hit our strangles, katagatame or guillotine variations from the front. You play your opponent off between these various elements, and the front headlock position becomes an absolute torture hold for your opponents that is so difficult for them to get away. Constantly they're stressed about bringing the head forward. They become afraid to shoot for your legs. They become afraid to put their head down for fear of being caught in this trap where you get sucked inexorably further and further into either a positional advance or the threat of a submission. Now, we've done a lot of good work going through front headlocks in the standing position. We've gone through front headlocks where both of the athletes are on their knees. Those scenarios, we're looking at 4 scenarios for front headlocking. Those scenarios are most commonly seen in the sport of wrestling. One scenario, which you don't often see in the sport of wrestling for obvious reasons, is a situation where one of the athletes is seated. Okay, remember in the sport of wrestling, if I'm sitting on my butt, I'm very close to having my back put on the floor, so it's not a favored position in wrestling. But in jiu-jitsu, of course, it's one of the absolute most common positions. So from a jiu-jitsu perspective, a lot of the front headlock we go to work with will be done from a seated position, usually from some kind of guard as our opponent's trying to pass guard. From here, front headlocks can be an incredibly valuable and useful addition to your arsenal. They do have a different nature than front headlocks in the kneeling position. The reason is simple. The fundamental problem that I face when I go to use front headlocks in a seated position, just rise a little, is that your opponent's hips are mostly higher than yours. Okay, most of the time when someone goes to pass your guard, they're not sitting with their butt on their ankles, they're trying to be mobile here. And so in the overwhelming majority of cases, their hips will be higher than your hips. Your hips are on the floor, they're in a kneeling position. Even if he's shorter than me, his hips will be higher than my hips. In addition, because his hips are higher, there's a very good chance that the crown of his head will be significantly higher than my armpit. And as a result, we have to do work to make our opponent's head come down. The snap downs have to have a little more work to them. On the other hand, there's some good news too. A lot of times your opponents are trying to grab your legs and control your legs, and so the head will naturally come down and offer opportunities for a front headlock. So that's some good news. as always, it's mitigated by bad news. If I take a front headlock in a seated position, there's a danger my opponent will jump past my knee line. Okay, just sitting up for a second. Remember, the knee line is the line that joins my two knees. There it is. If my opponent's body passes the knee line, I can only cover one of his carotid arteries, and I can't even do it very effectively. And as a result, most forms of guillotine become ineffective here. Not all forms. There are some forms of guillotine that will work just fine in this position. We'll look at that later. But many forms of guillotine become significantly less effective when someone jumps past the knee line in this position. So that's another concern that we have when we work from a seated position. Thank you. Now, we want to be effective with the front headlock here. But from the seated position, the game is significantly different than it was in the kneeling position. For example, I can't go behind someone when I'm sitting on my butt like this, at least not in the conventional sense. There's other ways I can go behind, but not the methods that we saw earlier. I have to get up off my butt before I can use any one of those methods of going behind. So the positional advance from a seated position is very different from a positional advance from the kneeling position. In addition, and this is perhaps the deepest point that we'll look at, it is significantly more difficult for me to get the high wrist position that we favored for guillotine attacks in the kneeling scenario. The reason, as we've specified, is that my opponent's hips are typically higher than my hips. So even when the head comes down, it is hard for me to get all the way through with my hands if I'm not significantly taller than my opponent. Typically, as my opponent goes to resist me here, I may have to work with what we call a low wrist position, where my hand is simply chin strapping my training partner. Okay, and now I have to figure out ways to get double closure and close both of my opponent's carotid arteries. Remember, if I just cover one of my opponent's carotid arteries, I'm significantly less efficient in my strangulation than if I cover both. Okay, don't worry, even from a seated position, there's very good ways, even with a low wrist, to cover both carotid arteries. Don't worry, we'll go through that and cover it. But just be aware that when you work from a seated position, things do change significantly. This is a very different scenario than working from two athletes on two knees that we spent so much time on previously in this video. Going over some of those details in the next part of this video will be quite eye-opening, and it will provide you with many opportunities to use the front headlock position very effectively in that oh so common jiu-jitsu context, seated guard. Now, we saw in both standing position and on the knees, snap downs are an incredibly effective way of bringing my opponent's head down and overcoming the problem of height, so that the crown of my training partner's head goes lower than my armpit and I can enter safely into the front headlock situation. Now, when we were in standing position, it was easy for us to use significant amounts of movement and moving body weight to impart momentum and a push-pull dynamic where we could snap our opponent's head down very, very easily. Obviously, if I'm sitting on my butt, I can't use movement to the same degree, and the use of push-pull have to be a little bit different. Don't worry, there's still ways you can be effective with snap downs from a seated position. When I work like so, from a seated position, I have to ask myself, how am I going to bring the crown of his head all the way down below here to my armpit? Well, you've probably guessed already, it's going to be something to do with push-pull. When we work from this position, what I will often do is reposition my legs from a square butterfly stance to a staggered butterfly stance. I'm going to take the heel of my hand, just like so, and I'm going to position it, just turn and face towards the camera, right here where the front deltoid meets the pectoral. The rounding of the deltoid and the pectoral provides a good handle for the heel of my hand. It provides a good pushing surface where the heel of my hand tends to stick. My fingers point outwards. Don't have your fingers pointing towards your opponent's neck. It will tend to slip off, especially if your opponent is wearing no rash guard. So I have the heel of my hand here and my fingers pointing outwards over the deltoid. When we position our hand like this, it provides an excellent pushing surface. Okay, I put a brace hand behind me, and my first hand takes the inside position. So for example, if he has a hand on me, I take the inside position just like so, and I give a push-pull here. If my opponent doesn't react to the push, I'll push all the way up on him and off balance him. So once we start going into a push in this position, he starts pushing back. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Now I put my hand in here it creates a hole between my knee and my elbow, okay? And then in one motion we hit a cross snap. Off the cross snap, I generate movement where my head rises and his head comes down. And now we've caught the head right in front of us. As soon as we make the catch from here, I want to bring my head across to the other side and bring my hand into the high wrist position, at least as high as it'll go. It may not be that high because we're in a seated position, but high enough. Now from here, we're ready to start our attacking game. So once again, from a situation where we start off in front of our training partner, look how I put the heel of our hand in here and we start a push. Okay? I create a hole, and then from here my head moves and we snap the head down. Off the snap down, make sure your head is right over his neck. I don't want situations where my head is back. Now his head can slip, and more importantly, if he drives forward, he will flatten me out, and my bicep, as I get flattened out, watch my bicep, he flattens me out, the bicep tends to come right in over the head and we lose the front headlock. In order to keep a front headlock, my shoulder has to be in the position we talked about earlier. My front deltoid here. The only way my front deltoid can make contact with the neck is if my head is forward over the scapula. If my head moves back, I lose contact of my shoulder to the back of his neck. So the shoulder comes forward, that puts my head in the right position. Now, when he goes to drive forward and flatten me out, it's quite difficult. And in the time available, I can always get into our favorite attacking position. So just as we did for all the other front headlocks, there's still that same initial point of control where my shoulder goes to the back of his neck. When he goes to pull away from me, it's incredibly difficult. When he goes to drive forward, he'll drive forward into the various forms of guillotine that we favor. So once again, from a situation where we have an opponent here in front of us, we're going to position the heel of the hand on our training partner, and I start a push reaction. If he doesn't react, he'll fall backwards. Okay, well, maybe not that far, but he'll go backwards. Now from here, we come through and we snap the head down, cross snap. Okay, remember this is a cross snap where my left hand feeds his head to the right arm. It goes across the center line. Immediately, shoulders in position. Okay, when he tries to pull out, everything's locked in place. It's so hard. When he tries to drive forward, he'll drive forward directly into the various forms of guillotine that we favor. Okay? This is a very, very effective way of snapping an opponent down and overcoming the height problem, even from a seated position. Now, we need effective ways of bringing our opponent's head down so we can enter the front headlock from a seated position. We just saw a push-pull dynamic where we use pushing and pulling to cross-snap our training partner. Another very effective method when my opponent's working here is for me to put my hand on my training partner's head, just like so, and we're going to angle out and put our foot on our training partner's knee. And as a result, we can push the knee outwards and snap his head straight down towards the floor. The moment the head is in this vulnerable position, we go straight through, connect our shoulder to our training partner's neck, and as a result, when he goes to pull away from us, it's incredibly difficult. When he goes to drive into us, he'll give us exactly the kinds of finishing holds that we like to employ from this position. So anytime my opponent's in posture and it's hard for me just to bring his head down by the regular method, this is an excellent way for us to act. I put my toes pointing outwards. Do not have your toes pointed up at the ceiling. This will tend to slip off when you push. Do not kick your opponent's knee. When I kick the knee, it doesn't move very far. I'm sorry if I said it. What I want to do is point my toes outwards and push the knee. Okay? As a result, we're able now to attract the leg, go through into the cross snap, and catch. When my opponent goes to yank away from it, it's such a difficult thing to get away from that grip. Bring the hand up as high as possible. It may not always be possible because you're in a seated position to get a true high wrist, but you should certainly aim for that. Now from here, regardless of whether he tries to pull away or whether he tries to come forward, in either case, we'll be in the perfect position to go into our favorite attacks from bottom position. This leg assist snap is an excellent way to bring the head down and into a front headlock from seated position. we've been looking at the action of snapping an opponent's head down to overcome the height problem from a seated guard. Let's look at it now, starting with a supine guard. Very often you'll have a butterfly guard and your opponent will have flattened you out and you're working more or less from your back, just like so. In here, we're going to take our hand and put on a collar tie on our training partner. As my opponent brings his body into me and puts forward pressure to pass my guard, I'm going to take my feet and I'm going to raise them slightly off the floor and bring my knees a little to my chest. Then I'm going to extend my legs along the mat. It looks like I'm trying to lift him up. I'm not. I lift him along the mat. And as a result, I can go from flat on my back to a seated position in a very short time frame. So I take my feet and I take my training partner's weight in towards me. Then from here I extend my legs and come right up. Right off the forward shift, I go straight into the snap and lock up. When he goes to pull away from me, it's incredibly difficult. And then from here, it's so easy for us to go into our favorite finishing holds. So once again, from a situation where my training partner has basically forced me down to a supine position, as he comes in close, from here, we're going to take our hand and bring it through and take the collar tie. Now, my feet lift, then they extend, and we bring him up. Because he's in mid-air, he has no means to stop the snap. Immediately off the cross snap, we're in good position to go around the corner. We get the hands as high as they'll go. They may not be quite as high as they were before in the positions we looked at, but certainly high enough for us in these situations to start bringing our body into some of our favorite submission holds. There are certain essential skills which, if you master, will greatly help your success rates in the front headlock position, regardless of whether you're on the knees or in a seated position or what have you. One of those essential skills is the high elbow guillotine. We've seen many forms of guillotine as we've been working, but the high elbow is unquestionably one of the more popular and one of the more effective variations of guillotine in modern jiu-jitsu. They've been massively popularized by the great Marcelo Garcia. I actually learned them through one of my great mentors, Matt Serra. When I was a white and blue belt, we used to call the high elbow guillotine the Serra guillotine. And it was one of his most effective weapons when he was pre-UFC fighting in ADCC and as a jiu-jitsu specialist. I saw him on so many occasions use the method of high elbow attacks in the gym on world champion black belts at a time when he was only purple brown and early black belt with tremendous success. It left an indelible impression upon me. It's always been this incredibly effective attack. Marcelo Garcia used it in many different contexts in international competition and greatly popularized its use. It's a very, very effective method of strangulation that does a great job of covering both of your opponent's carotid arteries, getting double closure, and making for a very, very efficient strangle. In addition, it's very difficult for your opponent to fight your hands effectively because of the hand positioning that results from the high elbow position. Now, when we looked at the high elbow guillotine in the kneeling position, we did it from the high wrist. But realistically, when I work from a seated position, it's not always going to be possible for me to get the high wrist position. So a natural question is, how do I get a high elbow guillotine to work when I can't get the optimal high wrist position, when I have to work for my hand in a chin strap position in a relatively low wrist position? Don't worry, there's simple ways to make it work and get double closure and make it an incredibly effective move. Let's go through in quite some detail the various things, properties, techniques and concepts that will make a high elbow guillotine work for you. Let's start with Placido on this side. I'll work with a right-handed high elbow guillotine so that you can see the small details that are going to make this work. Let's first off just understand what the main problems are that we work with in this position. Okay, ultimately in a high elbow guillotine, what I want to do is, from a locked hand situations, I want to create a situation where my elbow comes high over my opponent's back, as opposed to a classical guillotine where my two elbows are roughly the same height and I pull inwards. In a high elbow guillotine, everything comes in high up, just like so, and my elbow points down my training partner's center line. And I can fall into a closed guard, an open guard, a half guard. Even my opponent can even jump across my knees, and I can still get it to work. Okay, so it's an incredibly effective way of attacking the neck. What many people complain about is they say, well, you need extraordinary shoulder flexibility to be able to get the high elbow position. That's not true at all. Other people say, well, I can never even get my hand inside because my opponent's shoulder gets in the way and I can't get my hand into the high elbow position. Don't worry, there's simple ways around that. What we need is to start off with a clear set of, or rather a clear understanding of what the main problems associated with the high elbow guillotine are. Once you understand the problems, the solutions actually come pretty easily, and you'll soon find that this is one of the most effective additions to your front headlock arsenal that you can make. Okay, let's look first at a situation where we've successfully trapped the head, we've got a chin strap, and we want to go into the high elbow guillotine. Now, previously we've seen the idea of a high wrist position. Now, if you get a high wrist, the high elbow is incredibly easy. You just have to simply connect your hands and point the elbow down. It's done, okay? But let's look at a situation where I couldn't get high wrist. Okay, I'm working here with a chin strap grip, and my hands lock in here. Now, you can see what the problem is. When I work like so, I've only covered one of my training partner's carotid arteries on the far side, the side that the camera can't see. But the near side carotid is completely unobstructed. So I can lock in here, and one carotid artery is not compromised at all. And as a result, there's a low likelihood of success here. So what I need to be able to do is to be able to take my hands around the corner and cover both carotid arteries. When people try to get into the high elbow position, the number one reason why I see people fail is because they don't understand the center line shift, the movement of the head from one shoulder across to the other. Okay? The basis of your ability to go into a high elbow position from a low wrist start is your ability to shift your head across the center line, to go from his right shoulder to his left shoulder with your head. If my head stays on the same side, my own posture will prevent me from getting a high elbow position. The only thing that makes the high elbow possible has nothing to do with flexibility. It has to do with my head moving. As my head goes across my training partner's center line, that's when the high elbow becomes possible. Only when the head makes the center line shift from right elbow to left elbow, make your body strong, like so. Only when I make that shift does it become possible to get the high elbow position. The other thing, which is super, super important, is shoulder position. If my opponent's shoulder touches my chest, it will block my ability to get the high elbow. If the shoulder is back and there is distance between his shoulder and my chest, I will always be able to do this, to take my wrist inside his deltoid. If my wrist can go inside the deltoid, I can effortlessly get the high elbow position. So these are the two most foundational insights that will make it possible for you, regardless of age and regardless of flexibility, to hit the high elbow successfully on opponents. First, can you get your head across the center line? The answer should almost always be yes. It's not a difficult thing to do. So when I start off like so, look how the head goes across the center line. The other, can I get distance between his shoulder and my chest? If I can't, then from here, high elbows will be impossible. If I can, high elbows will almost always be possible. So if I can combine these two things, distance between his shoulder and my chest, and my head moving across, the high elbow is extremely easy. How am I going to get these to work under combat conditions? Well, if my body is square to my opponent, it's very easy for him to make his shoulder touch my chest. So what I want to do is present a bladed body to my opponent. When I lock my hands at the chin strap, the first thing I do is I take my shoulders forward. Then I turn my body bladed to the side. Look what happens when I go from square, where there's no space between a shoulder and my chest, to a bladed position like so. When I put my shoulder forward where it should be, putting weight on the back of his neck, there is now space between his shoulder and my chest. Again, if I'm square to him, no chance for a high elbow. If I put my shoulder forward and blade, now we're in a good position to go. There's space. All that's required now is to bring the hand in, like so, and my head across to the other side. Now, we find ourselves in the perfect position to get that high elbow. My forehead goes to the opposite shoulder. When he goes to pull away from me, it's so difficult. And as a result, we get an enormously strong strangulation that truly covers both of my training partner's carotid arteries, creates double closure, and an incredibly efficient strangle. We did all of this without the benefit of the high wrist position. Everything was done from a low wrist position down off that chin strap grip, which shows us very clearly, even though the high wrist is very, very desirable, there's going to be times you can't get it. You can still hit a great guillotine without the high wrist. Okay? Once again, from a situation where we've successfully snapped our training partner down, we used any one of the methods that we looked at, a push, pull, and we bring the head down and lock it in place. Okay? His thing is always going to be to drive forward on us. So from here, when my hands lock, I present a bladed body. I turn blade side forward. Okay? Not square. If I'm square, his shoulder will come in, and now I have no space to get the high elbow position. So our thing is to bring our shoulder forward and turn my body side on. From that side on body position, my hands lock. Now, my head goes from one shoulder across to the other, and from here, we're in the perfect position to flare the elbows high and strangle. I'm going to demonstrate the move facing this way so you can see more of our hand action. From a situation where we start off like so, first we need to bring the crown of the head below our armpit. So we engage in push-pull, bang, and bring the head down. We go in and make the initial catch. From here, my body is square to him, and as a result, no space for the high elbow. So from here, I bring my shoulder down to the back of the neck, and I turn my body side on to him. Just enough that from here, my head can go from one shoulder across to the other. Now, we go through, lock up, the leg goes across my training partner's back, head goes forward, and we're in the perfect high elbow position. From that high elbow, the two elbows come back, and we've got a perfect finishing strangle. You can see there's a lot more detail to the high elbow than simply pointing your elbow high behind your opponent. It always struck me as strange that despite the tremendous role model of Marcelo Garcia as a high elbow guillotine specialist, relatively few people have mimicked him. Isn't it strange to think that a guy had so much success with one particular move and was so well known for that success, and yet so few people have been able to replicate what he did? Even among his own students, relatively few of them have exhibited a strong high elbow guillotine. That always struck me as strange and a curious thing. What I see when I teach the high elbow guillotine is that many people had no idea of these two fundamental desiderata, the idea of space between the shoulder and the chest, and the idea of the center line shift, where the head goes across the center line from one shoulder to the other. And as a result, they had to rely on strength, flexibility, or whatever, some kind of individual attribute to get into the high elbow position and finish people. Once they were taught these simple concepts, suddenly they became very, very successful with high elbow guillotines. I've always been proud that all of my students had a strong guillotine attack in all the various forms of guillotine. As I said earlier in this video, I've always believed that's one of the hallmarks of a good attacking jiu-jitsu player. You've got to have strong guillotine attacks. You've got to have a strong front headlock, because the possibility of attack is just always there in every match. If any grappling match, no gi, goes longer than 3 minutes, at some point there's going to be an opportunity for a front headlock. It's just always there. Every time the guy shoots for your legs, every time there's any kind of reversal from bottom position, anytime there's some kind of a scramble situation, that's pretty much every match. At some point, there's going to be an opportunity to take a front headlock. And if you've got a dangerous high elbow guillotine out of a front headlock, whether it be in seated position or kneeling position, you will be a serious threat to everybody you face. It's just such an innately high percentage way of attacking and finishing an opponent. You must take the time to understand the nuances of this strangle. Let's just very briefly run over those key elements one more time. We know that we need space to work effectively with a high elbow guillotine. Okay, I can't have a situation where there's no space between the shoulder and the chest. That means there's no space for my elbow to go inside. Ultimately, I need my wrist to be inside his deltoid. The only way I can do that is to first create space. So we've got to bring everything forward and turn side on. On that side-on motion, there is now space between his shoulder and my chest. Now we need the centerline shift. As my head moves from one shoulder, because if it stays on this shoulder, there's no way I can get a high elbow. I don't care how flexible you are. You're never going to get a high elbow. Once the head moves across, I will be able to get the high elbow even if I have dreadful flexibility. It's just the movement of the head across. Now, all we need to do is tie up his lower body with our legs, and now we're in the perfect position to take that high elbow and finish it right down there on the mat. Done in this way, you will be able to hit very high percentage, high elbow attacks on your opponent, regardless of your flexibility, age, or what have you, and add a truly useful addition to your front headlock arsenal. We just looked in significant detail at the high elbow guillotine and the main problems that people have when they try to enact it and how to overcome those and get to success. Let's look now at the low elbow guillotine in similar detail. This is another guillotine that you have to excel in. You have to have a strong low elbow attack. There's always going to be that time your opponent covers your arm so you can't get to the high elbow position, and you're going to have to get the breakthrough without the benefit of the high elbow position. So once again, we've successfully snapped our training partner's head down, we've caught the head, and we're locked in like so. When we looked at the kneeling front headlock scenario, we worked with the benefit of the high wrist position. But when we work from a seated position, you may have to work from a chin strap, where you simply have your opponent's chin. The problem with chin straps is they leave one of your opponent's carotid arteries open, and as a result, the efficiency of your strangle is significantly less than double closure when both carotids are closed. So what are we going to do to make this more efficient? Well, unlike a high elbow guillotine, we don't need space between the shoulder and the chest. You don't need it. You can just lock right from here. Unlike a high elbow guillotine, there's not the same demand to move my head across, because all I need is to touch my elbow here to my own ribs. However, in order to get coverage of my opponent's second carotid artery, I have to learn to gooseneck my wrist. My wrist has to come around so that the thumb covers the second carotid artery and we achieve double closure. Then we lock the hand in place and my elbow locks to my rib cage. If my elbow comes forward, my opponent can put his forearm inside my forearm and interfere with the strangles. So what I want to do is lock everything back in. My motivation for using the low elbow is usually because my opponent has used his arm to reach over my arm and pull my elbow down so that I can't get the high elbow position. So then I focus, just rising up a little. So then I focus on taking my thumb around the corner so that we achieve double closure with this minimal movement. So no, my elbow didn't move, no, my head didn't move, but I did achieve double closure. Okay, so once again, from an initial start, we hit a cross snap on our training partner and bring the head down. From here, he goes over the top and stops me from getting the high elbow position. No problem. I bring my thumb onto the carotid artery by necking my wrist. I form an effective seal around the second carotid artery. Now, from this position, as I fall back on my training partner, I don't need to move my head across the center line. Instead, I focus on taking my leg around the corner and locking over the far hip. Now, as my opponent goes in to grab my wrists, the other hand, the other hand. Now from here, as he gets a hold of my wrist and goes into a standard defensive position in the sport, from here I focus on pulling in with my legs, and we'll get an excellent strangulation as a result. I'll demonstrate it on the other side. So, from an initial start with our training partner, we hit the push into the snap. From here, when we go to achieve the high wrist position, there's no chance. My butt is on the floor and it's hard for me to get the high wrist. If I could get a high wrist, that would be the preferred option. But instead we're working here with a chin strap, where I just hold here so that my hands lock on the far side. Okay. Now, as my opponent goes to cover my arm, I'm blocked from taking a high elbow position. So I keep both of my elbows back and close to my body like so. Now I focus on taking my thumb around and closing the second carotid artery. Now, my favorite way to finish with my legs in a low elbow guillotine is with a closed guard. So what I do is I bring my knee back like so. And as a result, when I fall to my side, I get an opportunity to lock my guard over the far hip. I do not lock my guard over my opponent's spine. I want to be on my side. Okay. Now you can see what's happening. There's a real compression of my opponent's chin to his chest, and his neck is bent forwards at 90 degrees as he grabs my wrist defensively and then hugs over my shoulder defensively and then stacks me defensively. It means nothing. I just pull in with my knees, and the strangulation is incredibly effective. What I'm trying to do is to create a sense of compression in my opponent so that the neck bends vertically down towards the floor to the greatest degree possible. The more my opponent's head is up, the less compression effect we get. I maximize the compression effect by pulling with my legs so that as his hips are brought forward, we maximize the compression. Remember, the lower his hips and the higher the head, the less compression effect we get. Compression is maximized with head down, hips up. Okay, so as we work in this position, we start off like so. We hit the cross snap and bring the head down and lock it up. From here, my opponent intelligently defends the high elbow guillotine. No problem. We gooseneck our wrist, so we take a chin strap grip, lock it, and gooseneck around and touch our thumb to the near side carotid artery. If I only cover one carotid artery, that gives him access to my wrist, and now it's very hard for me to finish. So our whole thing here is to hide the wrist. Now, as he goes to defend himself in this position, he's probably going to grab my wrist, etc., etc. We bring our legs out, and from here I point my knee down at the floor. So I have my toes pointed down to the mat. I have an inverted knee so that when my feet lock, they lock on the far side of his hip. Now, I draw everything in with my knees to compress him. At the same time, we get a nice rotational finish with the elbows, and as a result, we get a strangulation almost as efficient as a high elbow finish. In this way, by looking at these small, pertinent details that truly make a difference when we're working, you go right through your opponent's resistance. You could see that Placido was holding my wrist. That's always the standard advice. Hold the wrist, cover the elbow, cover the shoulder, and go into a high stack, and you'll defend the guillotine. But you saw that even when my opponent applied all three defensive elements, it had no effect on the strangulation whatsoever. Let's have a look at the whole sequence one more time. We're looking at an idea where we're working from a seated position. It's going to be hard to get the high wrist situation. So off the initial push-pull, and we snap our training partner's head down, we lock it up in place. From here, I would love to get the high elbow position, but my opponent throws the arm over, grabs a hold of my wrist, and now we're stuck in what could be a difficult situation to finish. From here, as always, we bring our knee out, we throw our inverted knee pointed down to the floor, means that when we go to lock our feet, they lock over the far hip. Now, Placido will stack, hold tight. Don't be polite, Placido. Go in to stop me from strangling you. Go as hard as you can. Now from here, I just pull in with the legs, and we get this enormously tight strangulation. It's so hard for my opponent to stop. And you can see it goes right through the standard defensive structures that most people put in place to stop a low elbow guillotine. We're trying to put forward the idea that if we're going to maximize our effectiveness with the front headlock system, there are certain key moves that you must be highly competent in. So for example, we spent a lot of time on snap downs. We spent a lot of time on high elbow guillotines, low elbow guillotines. Now let's look at another form of guillotine that we're going to look at in considerable detail, get the nuts and bolts of it right so we can be highly effective. This is the arm-in guillotine. This is a move closely associated with the career of my sensei, Henzo Gracie, who's had spectacular success with it over the years. He was one of the first people to truly systematize its use and popularize it. Let's look at the dynamics of an arm-in guillotine when we cannot achieve my preferred position, the high wrist position. You guys know from earlier in this video, if you can get the high wrist position, that's a huge advantage when you go into guillotine attacks. And if you score the high wrist position, you're going to find that your high elbow, low elbow, arm-in, power guillotines, one-arm guillotines, etc., become extremely easy. It's the single most efficient hand position that I know of to get into your guillotines and work. But when you work from a seated position, it's not always going to be possible for you to get that high wrist position because there's a height discrepancy. I'm sitting, my opponent's kneeling, and as a result, in some cases, you're going to struggle to get the high wrist position. Then you've got to be effective from a low wrist position, from a chin strap, and you're still going to have to be able to break through and finish people. We've seen ways to modify the various guillotines from a low wrist chin strap position and get double closure, close both of my opponent's carotid arteries and get the finish. Let's look now at how we do it in the case of an arm-in guillotine. You'll start on this side. Okay, first off, what would motivate me to use an arm-in guillotine rather than, say, for example, a high elbow or a low elbow? Well, a big part of it has to do that off the snap down, very often from here, we'll trap our training partner and his shoulder will come forward and lock tight to my chest. And in these situations, it's going to prove very, very difficult indeed for me to get into a high elbow guillotine or even a low elbow, particularly when my hand starts outside, like so. It's hard for me now to dig my hand in and get inside my opponent's shoulder. Whenever his shoulder has beaten me and gotten to my chest and has maintained tight contact and I cannot penetrate in front of the shoulder, I will go behind the shoulder. The problem is that I don't have our preferred high wrist position. If I had a high wrist, the arm-in finish would be very, very easy. However, all I have is a chin strap grip here. So how am I going to finish the high elbow guillotine now in this less promising wrist position? Well, you've probably guessed it always has to do with that goosenecking of the wrist, which enables me to cover my opponent's second carotid artery. Here, I'm covering only one carotid artery. When I gooseneck the wrist and bring the thumb around, now we're covering both, and we've got double closure. So as we go in here, we put the hand in, and I physically push my thumb up. If you just move away, we physically push the thumb up to cover the carotid artery. So his shoulder comes in, we lock. My hands from a low wrist position physically push up, and now we've covered the second carotid artery. Once we achieve this position, as my opponent goes to drive into me and flatten me out, we're always looking in these situations to turn onto our side and bring our hips out so that my toes point down towards the mat. And as a result, even as I lock my guard and my opponent goes in to grab a hold of my wrist, goes into a traditional stack position, from here I just bring the knees in, and as a result we form a tremendous compression of our training partner's head, bringing the head into this compressed action, and as a result we get a tremendous strangulation pressure. You'll hear something happen to my vocal cords as my head gets compressed down and my chin touches my chest. You'll hear my voice change as the larynx is compressed by that simple action and then relieved as my chin rises. Just the simple action of compression forward will immediately create pressure in those areas that create strangulation. It adds immeasurably to the power of your strangle. We always want to look to use our elbow to compress our training partner's head down to our hip. If we have Placido on this side, watch for this compression element as we lock up with our training partner and cover the second carotid artery. Look how as my elbow goes in, we get excellent pressure. Now my knee supports my elbow, just like so. Now, even as he goes in to defend the lock, as my knees pull inwards, we don't push away, we pull in. Watch as the head becomes compressed down by my hip. And as a result, we get a tremendous strangulation pressure. One more time. From a situation where we hit an initial snap on our training partner in cover, he does a good job of driving forward, and as a result, we now have to get double closure by goosenecking the wrist. Now as he grabs my wrists, stacks me, defends, and all those things that people like to do, from here we come up and we pull inwards with the two knees, and as a result, we get an enormously strong strangulation for the finish. Now, that's the key elements of the arm-in guillotine. Let's look now at a common problem associated with an arm-in guillotine when you have a more experienced defensive opponent. First off, why do I generally favor a closed guard? Almost everyone who's proficient in the arm-in guillotine generally prefers a closed guard over open guards. Well, if I have an open guard in an arm-in guillotine situation, it can definitely work from here. I'm not going to say it can't work, but there's a problem here that my opponent can backstep with the left leg, and from here it's much harder for me now to get strangle pressure on my opponent. Okay, I'm not going to say it's impossible, you can, but when they start grabbing the wrist and defending themselves, they slouch over to the side, and now it's very hard for me to get finishing pressure, and they go to the weak side of the guillotine and can generally escape. That's why we generally prefer a closed guard around our opponent to prevent that kind of backstepping action. But even when I have a closed guard, a knowledgeable opponent can still walk his body towards the weak side, and something interesting starts to happen. Let's have a look at this. As I lock up, if my opponent goes into a traditional stack and then from here starts backstepping with the left leg, you see how it takes my wrist and exposes my wrist to Placido's left hand. Now he can grab my wrist, pull, and separate my hands. Okay? What he did is he used a backstep to expose my wrist. He took me from a compressing position, which is optimal for straining with the high elbow guillotine, and he backstepped and exposed my wrist so he could break my hands apart and defend himself. This is a classic way of defending an arm-in guillotine, and it can be quite effective. So even though I have a closed guard on my opponent, as he moves away in that direction, he exposes my wrist, and now from here there's a good chance he'll separate my hands and defend himself adequately. Now, whenever we see someone using this method, it's very important we understand what should we be doing from our perspective to continue through to a successful strangle. The answer is simple. I want to take my elbow and strangle by taking the elbow downwards in a straight line. From a situation where I have an initial arm-in guillotine and I cover the second carotid artery, Placido goes into that back step motion. From here, watch my right elbow. Don't panic, don't let go, just take your right elbow, and even as he grabs your wrists, pull in with your knees and just press the elbow downwards. And from here the strangle will go right through it, even on the weak side. Okay, he's run towards my weak side, but I'm holding him in the closed guard. From here, make strong resistant body posture. I pull in with my knees and I just fold down on the elbow. So we create an extreme compression between upper body and lower body, which folds his head and makes it very difficult for him to use this strangle successfully. So obviously we have an optimal side. If a right-handed strangle, I should always collapse towards the right side. If we get that, that's best. Okay, so when we work with an arm-in guillotine in this position, optimally I want to finish on the same side as the strangle arm. So I'm engaged in a right arm strangle. As we go down from here, as he goes in to grab my wrist, I want to finish on that right hand side, compressing downwards. If my opponent backsteps and takes me to what most people describe as the weak side, the elbow comes down, the knees pull in, and we still get a fantastically strong strangle as a result. So don't be intimidated by the opponent who backsteps into what most people call the weak side of the arm-in guillotine. Proper elbow position and a continuation of that compression will still result in a highly successful strangle. we're looking at the use of front headlock from a seated position. There's a body movement common not only in jiu-jitsu but also in the sport of wrestling, which is absolutely central to your success with front headlocks from a seated position. This is the hip heist. A hip heist is just a generic term that refers to any motion where I go from a seated position, like so, and using a prop, in this case my hand, it could also be my elbow, I heist from a seated position up to a knee or up to my feet to a standing position. Okay, but essentially what involves here is a change in level of my hips from as low as they can go on the floor to either a knee or up to a standing situation. It looks like simplicity in itself, and it is. But when it's going to be applied on someone who's trying to hold us down, then things get a little more sophisticated. The beauty of the hip heist is that it's a relatively simple, energy efficient method of changing the level between myself and my opponent. Now, you guys should understand at this point, and I'm sure you have just by watching the first parts of this DVD, level is a huge deal when it comes to front headlocks, because everything in the front headlock game starts with that simple insight over the height problem. What is the height of my training partner's head, in particular the crown of the head, relative to my armpit? Remember, ultimately every front headlock is the passage of the crown of the head into the armpit. If the head is not lower than the armpit, I have to go into convoluted, inefficient methods of trying to jump into moves, and my opponent can easily counter me and easily escape. So everything we want to do in these situations is always some method, for example a snap down, which puts the crown of his head lower than my armpit and creates efficient catches of the head from where we can go into the front headlock. Now, this should alert you to the fact that a hip heist, which is all about a change in level upwards, should be a very, very important part of this game. One of my favorite times to start using front headlocks is in situations where I cannot snap my opponent's head down. Now, we've seen many good methods of snapping the head down, but there's always going to be that guy, you get a hold of the collar, you try to bring the head down, it's just not happening. In these situations, instead of trying to continue pulling him down, we're going to heist up. If I can't bring him down to me, I will go up to him. So from here, I'm trying to pull down, I put a hand on the floor, and in one motion I heist, and now, magically, I'm taller than he is. My hips are higher than his hips. My head is higher than his head. And suddenly, my armpit is higher than the crown of his head. And as a result, it's a very easy thing for us now to go into our standard forms of attack and work into the various submission holds that we favor. All that's required is a simple insight that from an initial situation, I need a post, a heist, a change in level, and then the catch. Okay, and this will create many, many front headlock entries in situations where ordinarily you couldn't do it because his head was too high. We'd love it if the conventional snapdowns worked every single time. Life would be easy. But unfortunately, jiu-jitsu, like life, is never easy, and there's always resistance. And in those situations where I cannot bring the head down, I will come up to him. Okay, if my opponent should move back and away from me now, you can always sit back to guard. There's nothing saying you can't sit back. But if I see an opportunity from here to rise out of that heist and catch the head, that's a great opportunity for us now to go back into the front headlock and go to work. There are many ways that we can use hip heists to end up higher than our opponent, change level upwards. Remember, we always talk about changing level downwards or into takedowns. Well, changing level upwards is how we enter into front headlocks from bottom position. The hip heist is the mechanical means by which we do so. Over the next few minutes, we're going to spend a lot of time on this hip heist. Let's start off with just the basic hip heist drill. Okay, if you just move away. From here, we start off in a symmetrical seated position. From here, the first thing we need is a change in body posture. Here, I cannot hip heist with my 2 feet right in front of me. So the first thing we need is a change in posture. Okay, I need a support hand behind me, and from here, a hand which typically manipulates my opponent through push and pull, and then a movement forward of the hips. Don't just try to come straight up from your buttocks on the floor. When that happens, there's always a clumsiness associated with the movement. I want to impart height in the hips first by going forward, and then heisting to a knee and back down. Then forward and heisting to a foot and back down. That's our first essential drill, typically done from a shadow guard position. So as we work from guard position, we change our body posture. We have an action hand which pushes and pulls, and we have a prop hand which maintains the height of my body. So I play my opponent between prop hand for me and action hand push-pull for him. Then up first. Never just heisting straight from your ass, where you typically don't move very well. We go up, forwards, and then back to a knee or back to a standing position. And in this way, we radically change levels from the lowest possible level, sitting on your butt, to a level where my hips are typically higher than his hips, since he's on 2 knees. And from here, we can go into our front headlock series. This fundamental movement will be used in so many useful ways. This is not the only way of hip heisting. It is one way of hip heisting. But what all hip heists have in common is this movement upwards of the hips in ways which facilitate some of our best attacks. Now, we need to go into some detail on the hip heist. We're going to start first with the collar tie hip heist and its various manifestations. Let's look first at a very common situation where my opponent does not have any serious contact with me and therefore has no weight on me. Now this often occurs in butterfly guard because often they're trying to pull away from the various attacks that we're trying to enact on our opponent. So for example, if we have elbow 2-on-1s and we're pulling people into triangles, etc., etc., they're often trying to pull away from these situations. Okay, and as a result, there's going to be quite a few periods of time where there's no real body contact. Okay, as opposed to situations where your opponent's crowding forward, trying to flatten you out, etc., etc., where there's substantial body contact. In a situation where there's no serious body contact, it's enough just to simply take the collar tie and get to the hip heist. I'm going to recommend, in most cases, hip heist to a knee. That gives you more than enough height, but it makes it easier for you to sit back to guard if the hip heist should fail, and it makes it less likely that your opponent will be able to score subsequent takedown points if you should miss with the front headlock. So from a situation where we work like so, we're going to come in and get a hold of our training partner at the collar. We're going to have our post hand down, and now from this position, I bring my foot back, and we come up, and now we're in the perfect position to bring a cross snap into play. As always from here, we start with that push action, where we get a push reaction back. That's exactly when we cross snap and lock and cover. As soon as we get the cover, from here we have to make up our minds what we want to do. Because my left foot is very close to my opponent's body, it's usually not a good idea in these situations to try and drive forward on your opponent. It's easier to tackle your legs. So what I generally recommend in these situations is locking up, putting our chin over the far shoulder, and now we're in the perfect position to take that high wrist that we favor so much. I go into the high wrist position, and then from here, any guillotine where I fall back, I'm choosing a low elbow in this position, will prove to be extremely effective. Okay? Now, that's one very, very effective form of hip heist snap. Let's look at another one which I also favor. From a situation where I get a hold of the collar tie, instead of just using my foot for nothing here, I'm going to distract my opponent with a little kazushi, a little off balancing. I'm going to put my right foot inside his knee, and as a result, before I heist, I will off balance him. Okay, so he has to put hands down on the floor out of balance. And as a result, the heist now is even more effective than before. And now we can snap our training partner. He won't have that same foot position where he can grab a hold of my leg, and now we're in perfect position to start breaking him down to the mat and going into the various forms of attack, positional and submission that we saw in the earlier parts of this video. So again, we have a collar tie, but instead of just heisting right from where we are, we go the extra distance and we put our inside foot here at our training partner's knee, and before we hit the heist, we quickly get our opponent out of balance. As a result, we can bring our legs out, and then from here, the heist works in a situation where my legs are back. So when we snap our opponent, he won't have any control of our legs, and as a result, it's an easy thing for us now to go into our usual forms of attack out of the front headlock situation. Whenever we work in these situations, quite often it'll be the case that our opponent will go to shrug the hand off the collar. Okay, so he'll put a hand on our forearm, and then from here to shrug the hand off, and we might lose a given collar tie. Whenever we see we're losing collar ties in these situations, I will let the hand go, and then from here catch a hold of our training partner's wrist and replace it. Okay, so we play a hand fighting game, whereas I lose a collar tie, I catch and I come back. Now he can't take the hand off. You're holding the wrist, and then from here we go right back into that initial catch, and we're into the perfect finishing position. As we go around the corner now, we throw the legs over and find ourselves in the perfect position to go in and get our various finishes. Once again, from the situation where I start off with my training partner, I go in and I take a collar tie. He knows if he doesn't contest the collar tie, there's no reason why I can't start a heisting game on my training partner. I can heist and leave my foot inside. That's one way to do it. Or I can withdraw the foot, snap down, and work like so. Now, your opponent knows this collar tie is a strong pulling mechanism, so often he'll go to remove it. When we see it getting removed, we go through, catch the wrist, and go right back into the collar tie. Now when he goes to take it off, there's no way you can do it. I'm holding the wrist. There won't be sufficient time for our opponent to recover, and as a result, we can snap. From here, we go in, and we're in that perfect attacking position. From here, we saw earlier so many ways to attack out of this position. So effective from that high wrist. Using methods like this, the collar tie becomes an incredibly effective way of heisting and getting up to our base, gaining a height advantage over our opponent, and working our way into the various front headlocks that we've seen. Now, we looked at the idea of hip heisting, courtesy of the collar tie, when there was no real contact between his body and myself. So we were working from a seated guard. He was just kind of hanging out in front of our guard, and as a result it was pretty easy for us to use variations of the collar tie to snap the head down after our hip heist and go to work. Now there's going to be a lot of times your opponent does have grips on you. They're interested in passing your guard after all, so often they will have lower body grips, tackling the legs in various ways, shapes and forms, and there's substantial contact here. In these situations, we have to hit a different kind of hip heist. The concern here is different. My number one concern whenever I hip heist in these situations is what is the positioning of my training partner's head. What I don't want is my opponent's head pressuring forward into my upper body. That puts my body in a position where it's very, very hard for me to hip heist successfully. What I need to hit a good hip heist is to create conditions where my head is higher than his head. And from here, his head is as far down my body as possible. The further his head comes up towards my head, the less successful I can be in terms of hip heisting. This is not a position for me to hip heist. The further the head comes towards my head, less successful I'm going to be. So what we need to do in these situations is continuously push our opponent's head down and away from our head. So what we'll do is we'll go from the simple collar tie and put the heel of the hand anywhere from trapezius, shoulder, neck, even the head, and we're going to start an action of physically pushing the head away. Now, I want his head moving down towards my knees. When my opponent goes to hold on to me in situations like this, as the head goes down to the knees, it's always going to be possible for us to start a heisting game and get up to our base. When the head starts coming up above my hips, up above the chest, that's when I can't get anything going here. Even if I was up on my hand, it would mean nothing. A simple push on his part, and he'll break me straight down to the mat. So what we want to do in these situations is always ensure that his head goes down and away towards the knees as much as possible. So we're going to bring the head down, and then we start a pushing action. I want to maximize the space between his head and my hips. So I first shrimp to get my hips away. And then from here, I heist into him. Off that initial movement in, that's when from here, we start that heist up to our knees, and we're up and away from our training partner like so. Now we've got a nice little front headlock, and we can do any one of those things that we saw to put our opponent down and go into the various attacks we saw from a front headlock position. Once again, when he's wrapped up around our body, locked up like so. Okay, now he's got a good grip on us. From here, we always want to make sure the head is being controlled. We want our bottom knee free. If he's capturing the bottom knee, that's never a good thing. So we need the bottom knee free. Now we start heisting away from our training partner. When we come up, we always want to come up in these situations at least to one knee. And in many cases, we want to be able to heist back to two knees or even to our feet. However we do it, we now have the height advantage that we're always looking for. When he goes to pull away from us now, we've got those 3 points of control. And as a result, it won't be a difficult thing for us now to go into the various attacks that we saw in this position, with every high elbow, low elbow, etc., etc. So that's the rule of the head. We always want his head going down the body, down towards our knees, down towards the floor, so that we can create a good heisting situation, bring our hips off the mat, and either go to one knee, two knees, or even up to 2 feet. Okay? So as our opponent comes in on us in these situations, there's always that battle for the head. We're pushing down on the head like so. And as a result, from here, we can start to work effectively out of the front headlock position. Now, everything we've done so far has been from a seated position. Let's go down to a supine position and employ that critical motion of a forward shift to take us up seated so we can go into a hip heist. So that ultimately we can go from a situation where we're flat on our back and get up to our knees and into front headlocks. So from a situation where my opponent has successfully flattened me out here, like so, I'm going to take my hand inside and take my collar tie. As always, as with any any forward shift, we want to take our knees back to our chest and get our opponent up so we can quickly pop up. Right from the seated position, 2 feet go back. Now we're in the perfect position to snap our training partner's head down, and now we're ready to go. As our opponent goes to move away from us in this situation, it's not a difficult thing for us to start hitting the usual kinds of attacks that we saw earlier in the video, to go into various forms of advantage position and go into the various strangles, etc., that we saw. Once again, we start off, our opponent has us in a supine position. I take my hand to the inside, so I have my collar tie ready to go. I take my feet and give a small lift, and then we take his legs along the mat. Now we have the collar tie, everything goes back. There's the heist, snap, and now we're into the front headlock. In this sense, we can go directly from a supine position through the forward shift and the hip heist to go directly into a front headlock from a situation that most people don't really equate with a front headlock, where we're flat on our back. But within just a few seconds of movement, forward shift to hip heist, we're right into the front headlocks that we favor. We're looking in some detail at the notion of hip heisting, a fundamental body movement that takes us from a bottom position to a position where our hips and head are higher than our opponent, and as a result we can start to lock up front headlocks from bottom position. Very often we'll have opponents who have close grips on us, and we'll be working from overhook situations. So for example, if we're working here from butterfly guard and we're in relatively close, and I lock up an overhook just like so. As the overhook locks in, he has tight grips on me, tight waist grip, and I have an overhook on him. Okay? Now, from here, we're going to put on a thigh whizzer, where my hand grabs my own thigh, just like so. As my opponent starts pushing into me and moving around, etc., we're going to take our bottom leg out, and we're going to hit a quick heist and slam our training partner's hand down to the floor. And as a result, we can quickly lock around the corner and put our head across to the opposite side. As a result, we're in perfect position here. Just to take our body back, and from here we lock up. He goes into his standing defensive positions, and from here we get an excellent suppression and stranglehold. So once again, from an initial situation when we're tied up with our training partner, we go through, and there's the overhook. Off that initial overhook, from here we put on a thigh whizzer where my hand goes through and grips my own thigh. This gives us a tremendous ability to exert downward pressure through that hip heist that brings my opponent's hand to the floor and the head down. You can clearly see now my hips are higher than his hips and my head is higher than his head. As a result, it's an easy thing for me to bring my head across to the far shoulder and lock my hand in. Now we're in perfect position just to slide through it around and lock up in the usual fashion. And as a result, we get a fantastically strong strangulation finish. The key idea here is this idea from an initial seated butterfly guard position, we go in and lock that initial overhook. Then from here, I take my hand and grip my own thigh. Now, as my opponent tries to drive into me, we get a good opportunity to bring the bottom leg through, and there's the height that puts his hand down on the mat. Now my chin goes across to the far shoulder so that we make sure we get a good deep bite around our training partner's neck. That gives us the perfect high wrist position. And as a result, it's a simple thing for us to slip around the corner and lock up our closed guard over our training partner's far hip. In this way, we can use that close proximity to come up, thigh whizzer in place. There's the hip heist. It gives us good position. It gives us the height advantage we need. Our hips higher than his hips, our head higher than his head. And as a result, it was a very easy thing to close a very convincing strangle and use an arm-in finish. Now, we saw when we looked at the front headlock position that one of the single most common problems associated with a front headlock is that it's very strong at controlling movement forwards and backwards, but it's not nearly as strong at controlling circular movement. Many of your opponents will take advantage of this, and when you lock a right-handed front headlock, they will jump to your left-hand side, and as a result you feel your guillotine attacks become substantially less effective. The single best way of protecting that angular change that your opponent has brought about is through the use of hip heisting. You must become strong at hip heisting for this reason alone. Forget about the other reasons we've looked at. Let's look at a situation where from a seated guard we've managed to successfully bang our training partner's head down and tie up the head in some variation of the front headlock. But before we can go in and use it for some kind of submission attack, my opponent quickly jumps across my knee line. Now my guillotine is going to be radically less effective. It's too late for me to lock the high elbow guillotine. The high elbow would have protected me in this position, along with some other variations of the guillotine, but it's too late for that now. His shoulder has touched my chest. So what am I going to do? In this situation, I'm going to post my hand behind me. I'm going to take my right foot and move it up like so, and we're going to scoot our hips out. And in one motion, I heist, and then I throw my two legs back so that I go down to my right knee and my left leg comes out. And now we find ourselves right back in the front headlock situation. As with any front headlock, we start with the 3 points of control. I take shoulder position, chin strap, elbow control, and now we're in the perfect position to move around on our training partner and take that high wrist position. Now, because I have angle on my training partner, it's me who dominates the angle, not him. And from situations like this, it's not a difficult thing for us to go in and connect our hands, step over our training partner's body, and finish with the high elbow, or any other of those guillotines that we saw earlier in the day. So from a situation where we start off like so, I go in and I hit an initial cross snap, but unfortunately my opponent reacts well and jumps over my knee line, so he's gained angular advantage. Let's understand something, come back. If I had locked the high elbow early on, that would protect me as my opponent jumps over my knee line. From here, even though he's past my knee line, the high elbow will protect me and I can finish him right here. Now he's committed to jumping back to the other side to protect himself. Okay, and we can go into other forms of attack off that. But if I'm too late to get the high elbow, then I've got to go into my hip heists. So again, if I manage to knock my opponent down and lock up, and from here I get the high elbow position, Or say for example a power guillotine, that's another one that'll work well in these situations. Even if he does jump all the way past my legs now, even further, the high elbow will still take effect and you'll still successfully strangle your opponent. Okay? But we're looking at a situation where we're banging the head down and he got shoulder to hip first. So I can't get the high elbow here, it's too late. So as my opponent runs around my knee line, from here we're going to put a hand on the floor, we're going to keep our head over his head. Now we push into him to put weight on, and then in one motion we heist, and now we've got our own angular advantage. As we score on our training partner here, look how we take the high wrist position, now we have the angle. And as a result, it's an easy thing for us in this situation to step over my training partner's body and finish with a nice high elbow to recover that loss in angle. In this way, we can use hip heists to get around one of the absolute most common problems associated with using a front headlock from the seated position. A knowledgeable opponent who, the moment we get front headlock, jumps across and makes good on that position. If he passes my knee line and he's prevented me from getting to a high elbow position, for example, or a power guillotine or any other guillotine that will work when my opponent has passed my knee line, the best thing we can do there is a quick hip heist, get squared up to our opponent once again, and then from there go into all the attacks that we saw earlier in the video from the kneeling front headlock scenario. You'll remember from earlier in the video that I made a big point about the idea that step 4 of the front headlock system is this tactical decision I have to make. Will I go towards the direction of position, or will I go towards the direction of submission? And my general view here was that you have to be strong at both, because only when I create a viable threat of positional change will the submissions really start to open up at World Championship level. And only when I create a strong submission threat will it suddenly become easy to make positional advances. We looked at this in the context of both athletes kneeling in a front headlock, and the big positional move that we looked at was the go behind. We saw that as we threaten go behinds, opponents will start reaching to stop go behinds. Their neck will go open and we can go into guillotines, katagatame variations, etc., etc. Conversely, if we threaten strangleholds right from the start with a high wrist position, they all shell up. They bring everything in tight and defensive. And the more their arms come in, the easier it becomes to go behind people. The more they try to grab our wrists, the more they try to control elbows, the easier it becomes to hit those go behinds and get to our opponent's back and then use a positional game to attack our opponent. So you only maximize your use of submissions when you also threaten positions. And you only maximize your use of positions when you also threaten the submission game. Now, if the go behind was the number one method of positional advance when we were both on our knees, what's the number one method of positional advance when we're seated? What are we going to do now? I can't just spring up from my butt and go behind my opponent. That's not really realistic. So what am I going to do in these situations? Well, one of the very best things that we can get into the habit of is combining ground variations of hook sweeps, or what I refer to as variations of sumigaeshi, with our submissions game. Let's look, for example, at an arm and guillotine. I'm just going to use this as a common sense example. If I have an arm and guillotine on my opponent, a very common form of defense is for my opponent to get a hold of my wrist and hold the wrist to prevent me from exerting strong strangulation pressure, and ultimately even break my grip, and then the guillotine is lost. This comes at a price, however. The moment my opponent goes in to control my wrist, he now has no base of support on that side of his body. Let's contrast that with a guy who puts his hand out wide for base. This guy is going to be very, very hard for me to sweep because he's got a strong base of support in that direction. But on the other hand, there's nothing protecting his neck. So he's going to be very easy to strangle. If my opponent changes his mind, he goes in to defend the wrist, well, now it's going to be harder for me to strangle because he's grabbing my wrist. But on the other hand, there's no base of support out there. And so it's going to be very easy for me to lift him over and complete a sweep. So that's the basic insight. We want to create a dilemma on the part of my opponent. The more he goes in to defend the strangleholds with his hands and the hand fighting game, the more vulnerable he becomes to simple hook sweeps that bump him over and put him on his back. The more he defends the hook sweep by putting the hands out wide as a base of support, the more vulnerable he becomes to the front headlock guillotine variations. So we'll start, as we saw, with the idea of a quick snap that brings my training partner's head down, and then from here we lock up and we get into the arm and guillotine. I look at my opponent's hand. I notice he's put it down on the floor, and as a result there's no reason from here why I can't go directly into the stranglehold. As we bring our legs into a good attacking position, that's exactly what we get. This time we go in on our training partner, we hit that same snap, and he goes in and controls my wrists. When I see my opponent controlling the wrist, there's no reason now why I can't simply lift, elevate, and turn my training partner over. Now we have top position, and we can step and either continue the strangle or just be happy with the position itself. And as a result, we'll get a lot of success with this this dual threat between position and submission. We can do it off almost any one of the guillotines that we looked at. So for example, if I come in and I take a high elbow position and my opponent covers my high elbow, like so I'm having a hard time, and then goes in and controls the wrist, and as a result my high elbow is stalled out. I can't really get anything going here. When we see this kind of thing going on, there's no reason now why we can't hit that same hook sweep sumigashi action and turn my training partner over, and as a result we can step over into top position and either continue the guillotine or just be happy with the position. But you can see what's happening here. As my opponent addresses the submission threat and brings the hands in, his base of support is severely compromised, and suddenly the sweeps start coming easy. If on the other hand he does a good job of defending the sumigashi and putting hands out, well, now there's nothing protecting the neck. Okay, and as a result it's an easy thing for us to get the hands through and take up, for example, a high elbow position and go through into a submission finish. So what I often do is I look at my opponent's hands and I ask myself, what are his hands defending? Are they defending the submission or are they defending the sweep? And I play the opposite of his hands. When the hands defend the submission, there's no reason why I can't sweep. When his hands defend sweeps, there's no reason why I can't go directly into a submission. By playing the hook sweep, a positional move, against the various forms of guillotine and karagatame, you can create enormous amounts of success by playing the positional game against the submission game, creating dilemmas for your opponent. Ask yourself again that simple question: what are his hands doing? What are they defending? Are they defending sweeps or are they defending submissions? Whatever he's defending, you attack with the opposite, and as a result you'll get a lot more breakthroughs. Now we're going to look at a very, very useful method of applying sumigashi, a move that is typically associated as a standing sacrifice throw. It also has manifestations down on the ground. Sumigashi is just a generic term. It just means to reverse someone to a given corner. It's an action with the leg of flicking our opponent over at an angle while we're putting our own back on the floor. It can be used on the ground with great effect, especially in scramble situations out of a front headlock. I'm going to demonstrate it just first, the body motion involved, and then we'll look at actual scenarios where we might use it in this fashion. Let's start with Placido over here. Let's understand there's a difference in, there's different kinds of sumigashi. There's many different varieties. The one we're going to look at now is a variety of what we call yoko sumigashi. That's where my right foot hooks into my opponent's right leg and my right knee is on my opponent's right hand side. So we're going to start off in a front headlock situation, just like so, and we're going to put our right foot inside our training partner's right leg, and our right knee is out to his right hand side. From a situation like this, we're going to start just like so. I have a quasi front headlock with my right arm. I have a hand on the floor, like I've just come out of a hip heist type situation. And now we're here, we're ready to go. I'm going to take my second leg and I'm going to slide down to the floor. I'm going to clamp my elbow in close to my body. And in one motion, I'm going to come down towards my shoulder. As my right foot hooks into my training partner's legs, I'm going to sacrifice my back to the ground, and my right foot is going to take my training partner over my right shoulder. That's very important. I'm going to say that again. Everything goes right. Right foot takes my opponent over my right shoulder. Do not try and take them to the left. That's a disaster waiting to happen. We control the head. I pull his head down, and now I just sacrifice my back to the ground, and as a result, we can quickly and easily lift our opponent over. Typically in these situations, we now take the chin strap grip and use that to pull our body up on top of our training partner, and we end up either mounted or across our training partner's side. They're both good options. So once again, the generic movement which is involved, we're going to start off. We start with our body facing 90 degrees to our training partner, so we're side on to our training partner. From here, we lock up and we take a one-handed front headlock. We put a support down and we put the right hook inside our training partner's right leg. Our right knee is out to our opponent's right-hand side, and we're in the perfect position now to sacrifice our body down to our back. Our right foot is going to take our training partner up and over our right shoulder, and as a result we can follow our training partner's movement and end up in good position. Okay, now let's start to add a few more details to that basic picture. It's often a good idea whenever we hit the Yoko Sumigaeshi down on the mat to take our hand and put it inside here to the lat muscle. It's not essential, but it is often a good thing to do. You can do it off the initial post, the foot goes in, then when we make the slide, we'll just put our hand in like so. Okay, it's not essential, but it's often a good idea to do this. As we make the initial slide on our training partner, look how my right hand just touches my training partner at the lat muscle. We sit back, and as a result, we end up in a good pin position on top of our training partner. Now, you can see there's quite a bit of leverage potential in this move. I don't have any problem. You probably know this. I have a fake hip. I have a hip replacement, and I have a crippled leg. But even someone like me with rather severe physical disabilities can nonetheless easily take my opponent over using this move. It's very, very efficient in terms of leverage. Let's look at some simple ways in which this kind of movement can be used very, very profitably down on the mat utilizing front headlock principles. From a situation where my training partner has the beat on me and has angle, and we're kind of defending ourselves down on the mat, okay? Obviously he's not fully on my back yet, but he definitely is threatening the back position. This is a good time for us to come up and lock a reach back, where I take my hand, I bring my head higher than his head, and we lock in here and control our training partner with that initial grip. Now as my opponent tries to go in behind me, that head position makes it difficult, and then from here my first foot starts that action of entering the legs. Now I put my hand inside, we're in the perfect position now just to sacrifice down to our back and take our training partner over and end up in a mounted pin with the head track still in that front headlock position. So this would be a good example. My opponent's in behind me. Let's say, for example, he's in over the top, threatening to come around behind me, and from here we've managed to successfully fight the hands, and we've prevented him, lock your hands, we've successfully broken the hands apart and brought our body out, so our head is now higher than his head, and as a result we can go around the corner and catch. Now as my first foot goes in, look how we just sit, slide, lift, and from here we end up in good attacking position down on the mat with the head well trapped. Again, my opponent has a body lock this time. Body lock, body lock, and from this position, again, we're looking to fight our training partner's hands and split them, and as a result we go in and we've got that initial catch on our training partner's leg. As a result, we can sit down to the floor. There's that Yoko Sumigaeshi action that lifts, takes my training partner over, and as a result we end up across our training partner's side. From situations where, say for example, we're standing and my opponent goes in on a single leg with his head to the outside, like so. Okay, let's go back this way a little bit. very common situation. He picks up the high single leg. We're going to hook our foot here inside our training partner's leg, and then we're in perfect position now to sacrifice down to the floor. My foot goes inside my training partner's legs, and look how from here, right foot takes him over right shoulder, and we're in position to sacrifice him and ourselves to the floor in a front headlock. From any situation where we're in on a training partner, butterfly guard, working from situations like this, we hit a quick hip heist, my opponent goes in and tackles my legs, boom, we come up like so, and now we're in perfect position to enter into the same Yoko Sumigaeshi action. As always with every Yoko Sumigaeshi, we want to go through, penetrating, lifting, and ending up in a good pin situation across our training partner's side. This is a classic way for us to use the Yoko Sumigaeshi action down on the mat, using the idea of reaching around the head with the one-handed front headlock. Right foot hooks inside our opponent's right leg, and then you get beautiful elevations up and over, which result in beautiful pins with the ability to finish from top position from that pin. We've seen over the course of this video that there are 4 main scenarios in which we employ front headlocks in the context of submission grappling. There are others, but these are the 4 main ones we spend most of our time working with. I often think of the front headlock system as a scenario-based system. Yes, like the other systems, it has a predictable step-by-step pattern. Yes, like the others, it has central problems. It has the idea of these broad principles and concepts that underlie it. But there's a stronger emphasis on the application of the front headlock in specific scenarios. The main scenarios we've seen are the standing position. That's where we started our work. The situation where both athletes are down on their knees. That's probably the most common situation in which we employ front headlocks. Certainly that's the most common situation which they see in the sport of wrestling. Then we looked at the situation where we were seated from a guard position. That's also very common in the sport of jiu-jitsu. And now we're going to look at the 4th and final of the scenarios. This is also seen almost exclusively in the sport of jiu-jitsu and never really seen in wrestling for obvious reasons. This is where we're trying to pass someone's guard. And there's going to be opportunities for us to lock up a quick front headlock and take things in both the direction of position and submission. As always, there's that tension between the positional drive of the front headlock and the submission drive. And which way we go is going to be a very, very important thing. It's a big part of our tactical reasoning, the 4th step of the front headlock system. Let's start with a training partner who's down. The first scenario in which we're going to start using the front headlock as we're engaged in the active passing guard is going to be in a seated guard position. Whenever we work here, a move which I will often make use of is a simple cross snap, and I will feed into what I often describe as an underclasp guillotine. This is another form of guillotine which we haven't looked at so far in this video. The underclasp guillotine is not seen often, but it has several interesting attributes. First, the strangle power of the underclasp guillotine is very impressive. It puts on an immediate strangle and a very strong and vociferous strangle. But it does have some drawbacks. The head is not as securely covered in an underclasp guillotine as most of the other guillotine variations we've seen. In addition, the grip that we're going to employ, where I have a forearm on the back of my training partner's neck and I underclasp my own wrist, is a little more vulnerable to my opponent's hand fighting. So the grip itself is perhaps not as strong as the regular 5-finger grips that we employ. So it's a very, very fast strangle. You can go into it in the blink of an eye. The strangle potential, it's impressive. It's a strong strangle, but it's not as robust as the other guillotines we've looked at. But whether you use it as a means of submission or you use it as a means of distraction to pass your opponent's guard, it's going to be very, very good for you in either case. Let's look at a situation where we're working here in front of our training partner's guard and I'm up off my heels, and as a result I have a height advantage over my training partner. When we work from situations like this, there are often going to be a push-pull dynamic. If my opponent's shoulders are too far back, it's pretty easy for me to lower my level and start driving forward on my training partner and putting his back to the ground. And as a result, that will facilitate the many forms of guard passing that I can engage in when I touch my opponent's shoulders down to the mat. Now your opponents know that, and they also know that they would rather stay in a seated position than be flattened out with their back to the floor. And so you're going to get a lot of opponents, and when you start forward pressure on, they're going to start putting the hips back and putting the head forward. And that's exactly what we're looking for. Let's come closer to the camera. So when we're engaged in this initial action here and we're pushing, pulling, etc., there's going to be many times where from here I can get a quick change of level up, and I can put my hand here and create a hole into which I will cross snap and trap my training partner's hip and just lock it in just like so. Now, I don't want to have situations where the head starts to come out and then up, and then it's going to be hard for me to be effective. Okay, I want to make sure that having covered the head, we keep it covered right here in front of us. Okay, now we've got an excellent grip here across in front of our training partner. We're going to put our hand here on the back of our training partner's neck. I'll just show you the grip. My hand comes through. I put the back of my hand, the edge of my hand on my training partner's neck, and I come through and I grip my wrist with an underclasp. So I go through 1 and 2. From this position, I solidify my hands with head position. The further my head from my hands, the more my opponent can access my hands and start pulling them apart and break that relatively weak underclasp. So I want to make sure as we come through, I get a good grip as high up as possible towards my thumb, and I keep everything in tight. When my opponent goes to pull away from me here, it's a very difficult thing. We're locked in place. And now, whether I put a knee up or stay where I am, from here, we get a very strong strangulation. It's a turning strangle where I bring my shoulders forward to protect the hands, and as a result, we quickly get a good tight strangulation. So as we work here with our training partner, look how we bring the head up and we cross snap and catch the head just in like so. Now, as soon as we make contact in these situations, we want to get that underclasp in on our training partner. Look how the underclasp comes in and we tie up in the usual fashion. Anytime we get this grip on our training partner, we're ready to go. Now, from here, when he goes to move away from us, it's such a difficult thing. And from here, it's a simple thing now to go into a strong strangulation. There's the strangle again, grip, block, underclasp. Elbow goes forward, my elbow touching his shoulder. And now when he goes to move away from us, we get a very strong strangulation indeed. So once again, from a situation where we start off, we're passing guard on our training partner. Look how from here my head rises. We create the hole into which we snap down and capture our training partner's head. From here my hand comes all the way up, and now I put my head directly over the guillotine. When he goes to move away from us, it's such a difficult thing. When he goes in to fight and defend the hands, I want to focus on rotating my elbow forward, and that's where the strangle pressure comes from. As my elbow goes in, my weight goes over the hands. Remember, you're working with a relatively weak grip. Okay, it's just an underclasp. If I just try to squeeze and lift, that's not the way we're going to get a strangle. Okay, remember, the mechanics and the directionality of force of an underclasp guillotine are quite different from other guillotines. Normally, most people emphasize a strong lifting force when they go into the various forms of guillotine that we work with. This is not a lifting force. Rather, when I lock up, watch my right elbow comes down and everything goes down. We're not lifting up with this guillotine. We go down to the floor, and as a result, we get a very strong strangulation. So as we work on the kneeling position with our training partner, we go in and catch the head just like so. Now, from here, when he goes to move away from us, look how my head goes directly over his head, and as a result, we get a very efficient strangulation indeed. Now we're looking at this fourth scenario where we're using the front headlock as we're engaged in the act of passing our opponent's guard. Just because you're passing your opponent's guard doesn't mean you can't attempt submission holds to the upper body. One of the best ways we can do this is to employ various forms of guillotine attack. We just looked at the underclasp guillotine. Let's look now at more conventional forms of guillotine and how we can use those from a front headlock situation as we're passing our training partner's seated guard. As we start off in a seated guard scenario, we've seen that initial push-pull dynamic, which is going to create situations where we can snap the head down. I generally recommend the cross snap when we work in this situation. It's not the only way of snapping my opponent, but in general, when we work on the floor, a cross snap will easily bring our hands into a good attacking position, just like so. Now, as my opponent goes in to defend himself, we're going to get a hold of our training partner's hand, just like so. We're going to start coming around so that I put his knee between my legs. Okay, his knee positioned between my legs. Now, there's no reason why I can't transfer my head across my training partner's body and use that centerline shift that we've been looking at all day. Off the centerline shift, my hands are going to lock, and I'm going to take my shin and put it across my training partner's belt line. And as a result, it's an easy thing for us to sit right onto our training partner's hips, and we transfer into any one of the guillotines that we saw, whether it be high elbow, arm in, low elbow, doesn't really matter. They're all going to be incredibly effective. It's so hard for your opponent to follow your movements because he's sitting awkwardly like so, and then suddenly you've landed right on his lap with a full locked-in guillotine. They're stuck like so. They have to put their hands down. They can't defend the guillotine. They have to put their hands down and come up to their knees to start defending. And in that time frame, a lot of them are going to be submitted. So, once again, we start off. We're in this kind of generalized passing scenario, and we bang the head down and lock up. Now, from here, I need a change in level and a change in angle. So I pop up just like so. There's that change. Now, as he goes in to defend himself, look how my head goes across the center line. My hands go into lock, and now I take my right foot, I go around his knee line and step right over the top. And then from here, we find ourselves in the perfect position to go into very strong submission hold attacks. Let's look at it from another angle. Again, we have an opponent in a seated position. We're interested in passing this guy's guard, and it's proving to be a difficult thing. Okay, so we change up in level. We catch our training partner across, snap into the front headlock. From here, I pop up. I come across to an angle so that my 2 feet are on either side of his knee. Now, as the head goes across, we get the high wrist position that we often favor, and then our hands go into lock. Watch my right leg go in a crescent motion around the corner and step deeply into our training partner's hip. The second leg goes across, and he's taken completely by surprise by the strangulation from a situation where most of your opponents are not really expecting it. Most people work on the assumption that if someone's passing their guard, they're pretty much limited to, say, for example, leg attacks, and they're most interested in passing. They're rather caught by surprise by a guy who jumps into a guillotine, falls to his back, and puts on a very strong stranglehold in this situation. Using this method, you'll catch a lot of people by surprise and be impressed by the speed with which you can turn what seems like a positional game, a guard passing game, into a submission game. We're looking at this idea that when we approach a seated butterfly guard, we can profitably use front headlocks. So far, we've looked at underclass guillotines and more conventional forms of guillotine. We saw a simple cross snap out of a push-pull scenario, traps our opponent's head, and sets up either one of these guillotine attacks. Now let's look at the idea of using the front headlock as a mechanism to pass my opponent's guard, or at least create the pressure of a pass so that we can go into other things. From a situation where we're working here and we've seen this idea of a push-pull dynamic, that sets up a simple cross snap. From here, we go in on our training partner and we take front headlock. As my opponent goes to hold me off in these situations, we're going to take our knees up off the mat, just like so. And I'm going to take my hand across and touch my training partner right here at the thigh. As he tries to hold me off in these situations and defend the various guard passes from here, we're going to take a foot-to-foot step and then go around behind our training partner like so. When he goes to follow us, it's very, very difficult because your hand is wedged inside. And as you make a turn, we both turn together and he tries to get up. You're always going to find you're moving faster than he is, because he's held back by the positioning of your hand. And as a result, from here, it's a simple thing for us to go into some of our favorite attacking positions on our training partner's back. Once again, from a situation when we start off in front of our training partner and we're here, we go through and catch our training partner like so. Okay. From here, I put my hand through on my training partner and block here at the thigh. Now I change my level up, taking my knees off the mat. As I drive my hand through, we go in foot to foot and start moving around by our opponent. If he doesn't react, I'll take his back right here. Most of your opponents are going to react. We're going to look to come up quickly, and we put our hand right inside, like so. Now as we move around behind our training partner, we're in the perfect position to knock him down, go straight into an attack on our training partner's back. Once again, from a situation where I come through and I hit that quick cross snap and control my training partner, there's the initial front headlock. Off that initial front headlock, I bring my shoulder down, touch, and then I start moving around behind my training partner. Now my second hand goes inside the thigh. As he tries to follow me in these situations, that will always slow him down to an extent where from here, it's a simple thing to go in and control the back and win from that position. Let's have a look at it from the other angle. We're here with our training partner. From here we hit that simple cross snap. We go into a front headlock type situation. From here I go through with the shoulder and block. I find myself at an angle. My free hand goes over the top and blocks. And as a result, we're able to turn and go into the various forms of attack that we favor from the back. This is a beautiful way to use the front headlock, the pressure associated with the front headlock, to create a positional attack on our training partner. We're looking at the idea of attacking our training partner's guard, in this case a seated guard, with the front headlock, and creating a pressure between positional attacks and submission attacks that can be very profitably used whenever we're engaged in the act of passing our opponent's guard. We have a seated guard situation, descend like so, and from here we're able to take a foot and go inside, get good inside position on our training partner. So we're in a relatively close position now. As he works from this position, very often there's going to be times we can hit what we call a straight snap, where I take my training partner's collar, snap my training partner's head down, and we end up in a position where now I have a hand under my opponent's arm and a front headlock in place. We're going to use that hand underneath to post, and then from here I rise so that both of my knees come up off the floor. My hand chops in so that my thumb comes in here and locks my thumb to my sternum. Okay. Off that initial thumb to sternum catch, I'm going to put my shoulder down towards the floor, and I'm going to roll my body through, and we end up in a double inverted position, north-south. Both of us facing the ceiling in a kind of a quasi north-south situation. As my opponent goes to turn away from me, the elbow position makes it very, very difficult. As he goes to turn into me, the chin strap makes it very, very difficult. And as a result, you're able to hold people here pretty successfully. Now, as I see my opponent trying to pull his arm free, we're going to use our head to control the position and then quickly catch our training partner like so. When he goes to pull away from me, it's a very, very good controlling position. And from here, not a difficult thing for us to take our legs up into the air and catch our training partner's arm with our leg. And what have we got at this point? One of our favorite methods of going on the attack. My arm comes up nice and high, we bring the elbow forward, and we walk around the corner. From here, we go bottom elbow dominant, moving into our training partner. We've got a fine strangulation. If for any particular reason that should prove to be inadequate, we put our head down, we scissor our legs, prop, and step over our training partner's body. And as a result, we get an even stronger strangle for the finish. Let's have a look at that sequence again. From a situation where I advance a foot to an inside position on my training partner, we have an initial collar tie, and we come in just like so. So we're in nice and close. I snap the head down and I lock in. Now I post my hand down on the floor, I rise, and I put a good rolling motion that puts us into that double inverted position. Now from here I come around the corner and catch my training partner's arm. When he goes to move around from here, it's a difficult thing. It's a pretty good controlling position. As he goes to pull his arms back and away from me, I just let it happen and throw my legs up. And as a result, I can go over the top and catch my training partner's elbow. From here, we're in the perfect position to bring our elbow well forward and lock. As I advance around on my training partner, he goes in to defend himself in this situation. I want to focus on the elbow pulling backwards. If for any particular reason that should fail me, we know the right thing to do in these situations is to switch our legs and look down at the floor. And as a result, I can prop up to my knees and step over my training partner's body. from that step over position, it's a very easy thing to get immense strangling power. Let's look at a small variation of this move, facing this way. Sometimes, instead of me putting my hand underneath my arm, then having to switch elbow position, I'll just go from an over grip. So if we start off with our training partner in here, we've attained the inside position, we lock in. Instead of going under my training partner's arm, sometimes I'll just lock over the top. So I just hold, my hand goes in, and then from here, we start that action of rolling over, and now our hand is already in the desirable position here, holding the elbow. When he goes to pull away from us, from here we want to focus on bringing our legs up off that inversion position. We go in and track our training partner with the elbow. From here, we're in the perfect position to bring the elbow forward and lock. As my opponent goes to pull away from us, we want to focus on bringing the bottom elbow dominant. If that shouldn't work, we look down at the floor, we scissor our legs and prop up to our elbow. And as a result, I can easily step over my training partner's body. And then from here, we finish in our favorite strangling position where I'm lined up and aligned with my training partner's body. This represents an excellent way for us to use the katagatame, in this case the front katagatame or anaconda strangle as it's often referred to, in the context of passing my opponent's guard. Now, we've been looking at the use of front headlock while we're engaged in the act of passing. Most people in the sport of jiu-jitsu, and understandably so, see passing as an action more or less divorced from submission. You pass the guy's guard first, and then you go into your submissions. A big part of my teaching is to encourage students to go for submissions, whether they be lower body or upper body, while they're engaged in the act of passing. You don't need to completely pass your opponent's guard before you can start going into submission holds. When you start to use the combined threat of submissions and passing together, you'll get a lot more guard passes. Your opponents will react to the threat of submissions by withdrawing their limbs inwards, and suddenly it's a lot easier to pass their guard. When they start expanding the limbs outwards, then suddenly it becomes easy to submit them. And when you work between this law of contraction and expansion, suddenly both the act of submission and the act of positional advance become a lot easier. Make the two threats at the same time. It'll make your game a lot easier to apply on your opponents. Now, so far, everything we've done with front headlocks has been against the seated guard position. Let's start to look now at using front headlocks when we're in our opponent's half guard. In a situation where my opponent has my leg trapped in a half guard, many is the time your opponent's going to be interested in curling his body up towards you. Most of the classic half guards involve moving in towards your opponent. Often there's an attempt to get tight waist grips and come up to an elbow, for example. This is one common scenario. Other common scenarios involve scooping inside my legs, which again involves coming in towards me. If my opponent stays extended and flat, he's not going to be very effective from half guard. Okay, it's pretty easy for me now, extended and flat, just to go into basic passes. So most of the time, your opponent's going to be interested in coming in contracted and on his side. The more he comes in like this, the more exposure we get of the back of our training partner's neck. So, we're going to start in this position here, and as I see my opponent coming up towards me, we're going to withdraw our arm so that our elbow goes on the crook of our training partner's head, the crown, of our training partner's head, the crook of my elbow on the crown of his head. Whenever we get that elbow position, it now becomes possible for me to put my body over my opponent's back and look at his spine. Okay, so we're here working. I put my elbow right there on the crown of his head. I curl my body forward around his, and I shoot my elbow around his neck. Now, the natural tendency we all have is to go around the neck and hold. You must beat that tendency. The great problem associated with attacks of the guillotine from half guard is a problem of stability. When I commit my hand to his neck, I've lost one of my posts of support. When I come here, I've lost my right post. As long as I had my two hands on the floor when he goes to move me around, I have excellent base of support. The moment I commit here, I've lost one of them. I'm no longer as stable. So what do I replace it with? You replace it with your shoulder. I take my right shoulder and I put it down on the floor. Now he's got to lock his guard above my knee, otherwise it won't be effective. In this position, I have good base between my hand, my shoulder, and my head. And I have 2 feet down on the floor. When he goes to move his head around, it's wedged between my body weight, the floor, and my right elbow. There's no reason why I can't start walking his legs in this direction. So he was here. I start walking foot to foot, and I expose my training partner's knee. And as a result, he holds on tight. I simply push, and I free the knee of the trapped leg. That's all I'm looking to do. Once the knee of the trapped leg is freed, I can start going into my submission attacks. From here, I take my second hand and I look at my opponent's shoulder. If it's very tight to me, I will go to an arm-in guillotine. If it's loose, I will go to either a low elbow or a high elbow, depending upon the context. Once we're in this situation, look how from here, it's an easy thing for me to lock my hands, and then from here, I pass my second foot over the top of my training partner's leg. As he goes to hold on to me in this position, I simply escape my legs and lock over. Now, from here, I come up, my hips rise so that my hands can cinch higher. And then my hips lower, and I use the rotational method of rotating my elbow in front of my training partner's shoulder for a very, very strong finish. So, once again, from a half guard scenario, my opponent is in close here. Initially, I have 2 hands on the floor. I see my training partner is coming up towards me. I put my elbow over the top and lock. As soon as I make contact, my number one priority is to get my shoulder to the mat. It feels like you're going to be unstable. It's quite the opposite. It actually makes you very stable. Now I have elbow, head, and hand as 3 bases of support. Now I start walking across my training partner, and I put my hand inside the knee or my elbow inside the knee. Then, from this position, I free the knee of the trapped leg. I'm in a good position now to start to correct my body relative to his. I take my foot and pommel it inside my training partner's leg like so. So my shoelaces go inside my training partner's thigh. As he tries to hold on to my trapped foot, I want to use those bases of support that I have to free myself like so. And I step my body over. Now I make a choice. Will it be arm in, or in this case, arm out? From here, we're in the perfect position to sink our body weight over our training partner. Here I've chosen a high elbow finish, and now we drop, and we're in perfect position to strangle our opponent for the finish. Let's have a look at the same move from another angle. Once again, from a half guard scenario, we're in like so. I have a height advantage. My head is higher than his, so I go over the top. Okay. As my elbow goes on the crown of his head, we're in the perfect position now to circle around and commit our shoulder to the floor. When he goes to move me around, you're very, very stable here. Now I walk across the body. I free the knee of the trapped leg. From here, I pommel my shoelaces inside. We're in the perfect position now to step out. Now I make a choice in what form of guillotine I want. Once we make that choice, we now commit down to the floor. And as always from here, we start that rotational finish that creates strong guillotine pressure. This is an excellent way for us to use the half guard situation to employ front headlocks to create a tremendous threat of guillotine strangles from the top position. Now let's continue with this idea of using half guard top as an opportunity to employ the front headlock system. Again, we have an opponent employing half guard against us. We've seen from an initial start down on the floor typically will have some kind of base of support. He's typically looking for underhook, and often from here they're working their way up to an elbow, etc., etc. These are all good opportunities. All I need is his head lower than my head, and then from here I crowd the head. As my head goes over his head, we slip right over. Look how I put the elbow on the crown of my training partner's head. That's all I need. As he tries to come up on top, we lock. Now, even if he tries to prop up on an elbow, it means nothing. You just drive your shoulder to the mat. Have faith in your shoulder as a base of support. Now, I have hand, head, and shoulder, and my right elbow, 4 bases of support that make me very, very stable in this position. The next thing we need to do is free the knee of the trapped leg. So we start walking the leg across. I put either my elbow or my hand inside the knee, and we free the knee of the trapped leg. Once the knee is free, we're going to start freeing the foot. As my opponent tries to defend his half guard from this position, look how we take the shoelaces of our foot and put them inside our training partner's knee. As a result, we can step forward into the mounted position. Now, you know what it's like. No one likes getting bottom of the mount position. There's going to be times you get to this position and your opponent explodes up from bottom position and comes all the way around the corner. Don't be intimidated. From here, you have everything you need now for a strong finish. As he goes in to defend the stranglehold, etc., etc., we know what to do. We form a nice tight compression, and from here, everything's been set. Why am I so confident with this move? Because the hand was set properly before I got reversed. The only way things can go wrong with this is if your hand is poorly placed, you get reversed, and then you try to recover hand position after you've been reversed. That's not going to work. But if your hand is well positioned and you wedge your hand in place using your body weight from top position and the hand wedged on your sternum, your hand will be so advantageously placed that when you connect the hands, it doesn't matter that you get reversed. You'll just go right through into a strong finishing position. So once again, we start off in a fairly commonly seen half guard scenario. His head is coming off the floor. If the head is not coming off the floor, there's no reason why you can't just go straight into your passes from here. Okay. So as he's coming up towards us and getting aggressive from half guard bottom, we bring our elbow high, we bring the head forward, and as a result I can go through, and look how my thumb touches his sternum. Comes up all the way, right up here, nice and high. So that right from the start, as the shoulder goes down to the floor, you have a tremendously effective grip upon your training partner's head and shoulders. Now from here we free the knee of the trapped leg, just like so. From that nice stable position, from here we're going to bring our shoelaces inside our training partner's body, inside his thigh, so that when we lock in this position, everything comes up. Look how my hips rise, so that my hips go right over my training partner's head. Now even as I lose the top position, it means nothing. The guillotine is set so securely at this point that there's simply no avoiding the fact that the stranglehold is going to be very, very robust and highly effective. The key element here is the idea of setting the hands properly before you get reversed. Okay, this is not the time you don't be fumbling around for a grip as you're being reversed, or even worse, after you've been reversed. That's not going to cut it. Have everything set in place so that should a reversal occur, it won't often occur because it is a pretty stable position, but should it occur, say for example you're fighting someone bigger, heavier, with a strong explosive bridge, you'll be more than adequately prepared to finish should you get reversed. One more time. Top position. From here, my opponent starts coming up towards me, elbow high, snatch. Look how my thumb comes all the way around, right up here to my training partner's clavicle. As a result, when he tries to come up to top position, we just throw our shoulder straight down to the mat. Now, it's all about freeing the knee of the trapped leg. No matter how tightly he holds around that knee of mine, it's pretty easy for us to push inside his knee, walk the foot up, and now only the foot is between me and the mounted position. I bring my second leg up and pommel my shoelaces inside my training partner's legs, and I step over. A key element here is that when I go to lock my hands, regardless of the guillotine that I employ, watch my hips. I bring my hips up over my training partner's head, so that as he explodes up into top position, everything's set, and from here we have an excellent chance to finish with the various forms of guillotine that we employ, whether it be the arm in, the high elbow, or the low elbow. They're all going to be very effective if we set our hands properly first before any kind of reversal could occur. Now we're looking at this idea of using the front headlock against our opponent's half guard. So far we've been looking at using it to employ guillotine attacks, both from top position and from bottom position if we should somehow be reversed as we pass. Now let's look at it just as a means of solidifying head position and as a result finishing a strong guard pass into the mounted position. You should be aware that anytime I control my training partner's head, guard passing as a general rule becomes a lot easier. When my opponent's head is free to move, that's when they can switch angles, switch position, get their back off the floor, create all kinds of havoc when I'm trying to pass someone's guard. A front headlock represents one of the most controlling ways I can lock up someone's head and use that not to go into a submission hold, but to facilitate a simple guard pass. So, from a half guard situation, most of the time, one of the great cliches of the sport is that if I have an underhook, I can flatten my training partner out, apply strong cross-face pressure, and from here we can start going into strong guard passing situations from half guard top. Okay, there's a reason why that's a cliche, because there's a lot of truth in it. Okay, now your opponents know that, and a lot of them will be looking to get underneath your arm, and now I can't really use my cross-face nearly as effectively. Locking my hands is now a bit of a risky gambit, and the situation has changed considerably as he's taking the underhook. Okay, this is a very good time for us to start using a front headlock. It will give me tremendous control of my opponent's head, even when my opponent has what most people believe is a dominant underhook position. So as my opponent comes up here and starts exploiting that underhook, we're going to go through and we're going to lock. Now we're going to focus on getting that shoulder down to the mat. Don't try to pass with your shoulder off the mat. You don't have any stability. This is not a secure position at all. So my first thing is to hip into my training partner and put the shoulder down to the floor. Then from here we start putting out a post hand so that we have a wide base of support between shoulder, head, and hand. On the near side, I have a base of support using my right foot. When my opponent goes to move me in this position, it's surprisingly difficult, and that strong head control makes you a very heavy and dangerous feeling opponent. It's hard for him even to breathe here, and difficult for him to employ any of the standard forms of guard position against you. Now, the next big mission I have is to free the knee of my trapped leg. I can use my hand inside the knee, bring your legs up high. That's okay, but there is some danger of him reaching back and pulling my arm now. So often a more secure method is to put my hand on his hip and my elbow just inside his knee as he locks tight. I don't want to push his knee. I just want to hold it in place and walk my foot up until my knee is free. Once the knee is free in this situation, you're good to go. Now, I take that active post hand and walk it up, and I bring my head into alignment with his head. So I have a base of support here, here, and my foot here. Now I take the foot off and I put my shoelaces inside my training partner's knee. As he locks on tight to my leg, I want to use that foot to extract and step. As soon as we go over the top, he's going to want to explode out of here. So I sink my hips down. Then from here, I take my hand out, and we find ourselves now in the mounted position, ready to work from that advantageous position. So let's spin around the other side. From a situation where we're in half guard, and he has attained what most people think is a good underhook position. From here we go over the top and lock. Immediately I commit my shoulder to the mat. When he tries to throw me around from here, it's a good strong position. If he was naive and opened up his legs to move me around, then I would just step right over. Let's assume he's not that naive, however. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to free the knee of the trapped leg. We put pressure in on the knee and I walk my foot up so that the knee comes free. Once the knee is free, we correct our body position. We line up with him. Now from here, I pommel my shoelaces inside his thigh. As he holds on tight, I want to focus in these situations on a rising movement that enables me to step over and into the mounted position. As he tries to bridge and roll out of here, it's a difficult thing because the head is well controlled. And then from here I just set up, put my hands on the floor, and we're mounted. We're looking at this fourth scenario where we're passing our opponent's guard and we're employing front headlock to create a division between submission on the one hand and positional attacks on the other. Let's look at how we can combine the two together and make use of a one-arm guillotine. From a situation where we're in our training partner's half guard, we've seen this idea that as our opponent works from here, most of the time they're looking to get underhook control, and we've seen a pretty good way for us to counter that is to get into a front headlock and put our shoulder down towards the floor and then develop a wide base of support over our training partner. From here, we want to free the knee of the trapped leg. Once that occurs, we're now in a position where we can start taking our free foot and putting it over the top of our training partner like so. So the shoelaces hook inside our training partner's knee. Now, we can use that wedging effect of our shoelaces to step in over the top. Now, we've achieved the mounted position. We're going to take our thumb and put it here on our own sternum, and then when we go into the mounted position, we're going to hook into our training partner and line our hand up with our training partner's shoulders. And as a result, we can hip forward into our training partner and bring the elbow back to effect a nice one-arm guillotine strangle. The key element to the one-arm guillotine is that my hand comes up nice and high and flattens onto my own stomach, just like so. My second hand lines up with my training partner and we hip forward. As the hip goes forward, the elbow goes back. So there's an action here of lifting and driving, and you get an immensely tight strangulation. The key element is this idea of coming forward and putting the hand flat on our training partner, and then the elbow retracts as the body arches. Off that body arch, you get an impressive strangle power. So from a situation where my training partner locks up an initial half guard and we're working from here, half guard top, he's got the underhook that's enabling him to turn up into us, but the more he turns up into us and curls in to go on his attacks, the more vulnerable he comes to the front headlock position. Now immediately I cast my shoulder down to the floor and put my head and hands out for base of support. As a result, we're able now to free the knee of the trapped leg and start moving around on our training partner. From here, I like in these situations to create an initial hook inside our training partner's knee and step on over. Now I put my hand on my own stomach and lock up just like so. When we go to adjust our body position, the head lines up with his head, and then from here the hips come forward, the elbow goes back, and we get tremendous strangle pressure using just one arm. Essentially what happens is your stomach and chest replaces the second hand. Normally the second hand locks your hand in a strangle position and we go into strangle. Your chest, stomach, sternum, whatever you're using, replaces the hand. So it's a one-handed strangle, but really it's the same mechanics, just using a different part of your body to lock your strangle hand in place. Instead of your second hand locking the strangle hand in place, the friction with the chest, stomach, or whatever other part of your torso you're using will create a tremendous strangle effect. Then we just arch, the elbow comes back, and the space inside which our opponent's neck is captured is restricted, and we get a very strong strangulation as a result. We've seen a vast array of guillotine strangles. One general tendency or principle or movement that I encourage my students to engage in when they first go in to make contact with their opponent and start to encircle their training partner's neck, I always encourage them as much as possible to close a circle around their opponent's neck with one arm, so that as we go in here and go for a right-handed control of our opponent's neck, my thumb will touch my own sternum, so that the area bounded by my arm is a closed circle. If the circle opens, that gives opportunity for my opponent to fight my hands, widen the circle, and ultimately extract his head. So when we first go in to punch around our training partner's neck, I always like to see my students take the thumb and close it to the sternum. You can always reinforce it later with the second hand and go into your various strangles from this position. But as much as possible, when I'm controlling my opponent's head with one hand, we want to get that thumb to sternum and close the circle around my training partner's neck. This immediately creates a viable threat of strangle. Your opponent feels it immediately as a strong strangulation effect. Secondly, it greatly tightens the noose around my opponent's neck and makes simple extraction quite difficult. So for example, if I'm working from a seated butterfly guard and my opponent's here working in front of me, off any given initial snap, when I first go around my training partner's head, I will very often immediately take my thumb and lock it to my sternum. I reinforce the position of the thumb by putting my head close over my training partner's body, just like so. The further my head is away from my opponent's body, the less tight and reinforced that good thumb position feels. So I reinforce the thumb position with body weight and hunch everything in close. I can always lock my hands later and start going into various forms of strangulation. But initially, when I first lock in, you'll notice my thumb goes to the sternum. When my training partner goes to pull away from me, it's locked in very, very securely. When he goes to push forward into me, that too is a difficult thing for him to resist. This is a general habit that I want my students to develop. So as we work here from an initial seated guard position, off that initial snap we go in and lock. From here, look how my thumb immediately goes through and ties up at the sternum. So even with a one-handed grip, when my opponent goes to pull away from me, it's a difficult thing. And he will feel this as an immediate strangulation. This will make it easy for me to put my hands into a high wrist position. And we know now that from the high wrist, it's typically pretty easy for us to go into follow-up strangles and finish. Regardless of where we are, whether we're top or bottom position, I like to see people do this. Off that initial catch of my opponent's head, we take that one-handed grip and touch thumb to sternum. So for example, if my opponent's in a seated guard, we'll be looking at this later when we look at guard passing and front headlocks. Very often from in here, when we go in and get that initial catch on my training partner, you'll see my thumb to my sternum. The further my thumb from the sternum, the easier it is for him to access my hands, widen the circle further still, and then the hole in the circle is exploited as my opponent goes in to extract the head. So we want to close a circle around our training partner's head. That's going to make the high wrist position easy, and even with one hand in a hand fight situation, when he goes to pull away from us now, it feels like there's a very, very strong contact. And as a result, from here it's going to be a relatively easy thing for us to make a passage into the various forms of guillotine attack that we favor. As much as possible, when you go to control your opponent's head with one hand, close that circle. Get your thumb to your sternum. The more that circle opens, the less effective you're going to be at controlling your opponent's head with one arm. The less he'll feel that immediate threat of strangulation. The hole in the circle could be exploited with various forms of escape. So regardless of whether we're top or bottom position, let's always make sure when we first go in there and lock with one hand, thumb to sternum. Then we can go up into the high wrist position and go into our various finishes. But regardless, if my opponent's down, for example, see it? Same principle. From here we go in and catch. Look, our thumb immediately goes to sternum. I can control the second hand when he goes to move away from me here. It's so difficult. That thumb to sternum position closes the circle around my training partner's neck, and it's going to make so many of the various forms of attack that we'll be looking at later from various positions so easy for us to make. Make it a habit. When you close around the neck with one arm, get the thumb to sternum, and you'll form a very, very effective encirclement and noose-like property around your opponent's neck that'll make you very dangerous to your opponents.